I got a fever, and the only thing that'll cure it is more ashes of creation. Oh, guys, I'm telling you, this is becoming my life. This is my life right now. I am all about ashes. It's like 24/7 ashes of creation. I get up in the morning, I start making content, I tweak stuff, I work on stuff. I yeah, I know, and it's not even out. And I understand a lot of people are like, why are you hyping a game that's still a couple of years away from being out? I'm not hyping the game. If you guys realize, I do very little hype here. I'm just trying to catch you up on 3 years of information that you don't have, because I don't want you to feel like you're far behind. So I don't want anybody being like, oh, I'm so far behind. No, you can't say you're far behind. You have access to me, and I'm going to make sure that you're caught up. For those of you that don't know me, I am Jalon. Oh, this is the Paradox Gaming Network, and you know. I mean, how bad do you think it's going to be when it's an alpha or beta? I already will tell you that I have a ton of people offering to help me on stuff. The big thing is, I keep telling people are like, oh, I want to help you with your webpage. And I said, that's cool. And then they're always like, well, I got this WordPress thing. And I'm like, no, I'm old school. I don't use WordPress. It is all handwritten code. It is not the most optimal, but that's how I do it. Now, hopefully we can get me educated and I can learn how to use WordPress. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you guys. I got a little script here today to keep me on point. I got to move the script over. I actually want to get a teleprompter that I can control with my foot so I can scroll my notes. But I'm going to drop us into this particular screen. Oh, and that screen's not set up right. One of the camera elements got moved. But I know a lot of people have been talking to me about these 7-hour live stream recaps that I put on YouTube. And I'm going to be honest, guys, the reason why I put them on YouTube is people have asked me to put them on YouTube. And because back when I used to do this very same thing for ArcAge, I would get accused of like, well, you said, and unfortunately I didn't keep my VODs. So now I keep all my VODs, I put them over on YouTube. And what I say is, hey, if you think I said it, then go find it. With that said, I see Dusty Monk saying he's bought too many founder packs that he regrets, so he's cagey about Ashes of Creation. Here's the thing about Ashes of Creation that's actually really amazing. Steven himself has said, if you have worries, if you have apprehensions, he doesn't want your money. He wants you to wait until you're comfortable. Apparently my cat thought the board needed to hit the ground. So Steven doesn't want your money. It's not like one of these other companies that all the time their primary focus is they're always talking about buy this, buy this, buy this. Steven just said on Ask Me Anything, he said it on my interview. I'm pretty sure he said it on my interview. He doesn't want your money. Now, to be honest, they say they don't want our money, but their marketing says otherwise. Yeah, of course. I mean, of course they're going to use some marketing strategies to get you to purchase. There's some very specific marketing strategies they're using. If you want me to, in a future segment, like break down the marketing they're using, because I'm a former marketing guy from before I was even a teacher, I will do that. I will do that. But for tonight, the first segment for the night tonight is we are going, and I apologize. I did everything. I didn't even do everything on my list of things to do today. I never even got around to finding the WD-40. To tell you why I didn't get the WD-40, I wasn't even expecting my desk until next week. Uplift Desk said they weren't even going to ship my desk until 25 August. So my teenager was like, oh, I have lots of time to move. And my, the painter was back today to do the second coat on the pink room, my 7-year-old. And then I got a call today from the shipping company. They're like, oh yeah, we have your desk in St. Louis. And I'm like, how do you have my desk already? So they're saying they're going to deliver it tomorrow. So yeah, I could be in the office by like the day after tomorrow, which is also a really good movie. But Today, we're going to try something new. I didn't fix my squeaky chair, so I'm going to try not to move a lot. But today what we're doing is... Isn't this working? Okay, so today what we're doing is we're going to talk about fast travel. We're going to be talking about family summons, airships, the teleportation. We're going to talk about autopathing, and we're going to talk about carriages. Now you're going to notice something new. I'm trying something new a little tonight. I'm going to try to do some targeted segments so that we can double down, and I can make some YouTube content that we push out of the stream so that we can have short videos that we give people who aren't interested in 7-hour live streams. Because, I mean, I know I was totally surprised when I found out not everybody loves 7-hour live streams. But, you know, a shout out to my community. You guys are amazing. Some of you watch the entire VOD. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I have the best community on Twitch. I'm not saying there's not other equal communities, but I think you guys, I don't think there is a better community out there than you guys. So with that said, we're going to talk all forms of fast travel. And if you haven't seen the video I'm about to link to you, there was a little homework for today. But if you're brand new, that's okay. You might want to, you know, go back and do the old reading and you'll be caught up. You're also going to notice here at the bottom of the show, doing a couple of things. Number one, there's a segment currently in process. So we're talking about these things. You're also going to notice at the bottom, open questions and answers is currently closed because we have a segment going on. We're not going to just do everything. We're going to focus on this. If you're over on YouTube and you're watching this after the fact, upper right-hand corner, I've linked the video that I linked in chat so you can see the Scientific Nodes video, and I do a lot more discussion on the Metro piece, but that's not what we're going to start with. What we're going to start with right now is we're going to start with the family summons. And it's been a pretty controversial topic, and I kind of want to know what you guys think about the family summoning. There's been a huge hoopla. Lots of people acting like Chicken Little, the sky is falling. So I kind of want to know what you have to say. If anybody has an opinion, we'll start with your opinions. I know you guys come here for my opinion, but I want to give you the opportunity to express yours. So I'll give you guys a couple of seconds to jot some thoughts down. I know sometimes I get to Prime. I know sometimes it gets a little ahead because I get to talk with the mic and you guys got to talk with the keyboards. You finally been able to catch me live. Awesome. I'm very, very glad you were able to catch me live. It looks for you guys, the family summoning wasn't a big deal. Boom, there's we starting already. I think it would be fine if the summon took like 10 minutes or so and only at the inns or taverns. I could see that. You could only do it at a tavern. That would give taverns a little bit more value in the world. And then I could see if you didn't have to channel for 10 minutes, but you activated it and they got like a counter in their screen. It's going to be like in 9 minutes, 59 seconds, you will port. What is a family? Hype guys, a hype train right off the bat. We have been live for 11 minutes and our first hype train of the night is going. Look at that. So what is the family summon? That is a very good question. Let's start with that. The family summoning mechanic is something Steven added in where you can pull people to you from anywhere on the map. Now let's bring up the map because this is a very large map, right? Keep in mind that it can take hours and hours to move around this map. So they originally said there was going to be minimum fast travel, and now they've said that you can pull the members of your family to you. So that's what the family summon is. Right now, it's a 30-second to 1 minute channel, and then it's a 30-minute cooldown. That's how they have it right now. Let's see. I just don't know if the family summoning system is actually needed in the game to begin with. What is its main purpose and who is it for? What was the point of limiting flying mounts and fast travel to make distance matter, if you then make a system to undercut those limits? I find the system to conflict with the philosophy of distance being important and the risk-reward side of traveling. You have basically summed up. That is a great summation of pretty much the entire opposition argument. So, yes, you're looking at this beautiful world and travel is supposed to matter. So, who is the family summoning for? The family summoning is for, and it's weird you say that because I have a lot of those points written. The family summoning is basically for, I can play 12 hours a day. So I can go 3 or 4 hours away from our base of operation. We're a family, we're a guild, we're a unit, whatever we are, but I have 8 people in my family. So I can play 12 hours a day. You only can play for 3 hours a day. So I find something really cool about 2 hours away. So for the example I'm going to use, we're living in that snowy Arctic biome, and I head south by southwest, and I get into like the tropical jungle right there, and I find not necessarily a dungeon, but it could be a dungeon. It could be, it could be something as important as a dungeon. It could be something as minor as I find a really cool view, a really cool waterfall that I want to show you. Well, the problem is it took 2 hours to get there. Well, you can only play for 3 hours a night. So 66% of your playtime for the night would be spent getting there. So who the family teleport is designed for are the people who have limited playtime, still being able to play in that world so it feels large. So that for that question. Somebody says, I personally don't like it. On the positive side, you can get straight to play with your buddies. But on the negative, that's a pretty big incentive to have 5 rogues summon a full raid to a location in 4 to 8 minutes. Well, 5 rogues, different families, 7 summons each, 35 plus the 5, 40, yes. And you could cascade summon pull so you could do that faster. I think, however, people don't know all the limitations. So I want to hear the complaints first. And then I'm going to talk about some of the limitations you might not know about, and that may change your mind. Somebody says, choo choo, yeah, we got a minute. We got a minute on the hype train, right out the box. I get how they want to cater to casual families, but I see this as an exploitable feature for the hardcore community. Yes, but and you're absolutely right. Let's put a pin in that one. Let's hold on to that one because of the limitations. I sure can't summon from my family in real life. I think it should have an incredibly long cooldown. I have a big gaming family. I just hope I have enough spots. You will have 8 spots in a family. A family is a closed circle of 8 people. You finally able to watch me live. Excellent. Wow, guys, we have a good show going already. We got 76 people. We're over the threshold. Kick some rocks. Get your friends in here. If I'm in the snow mountains and my family members are in the desert, I can call them. Can they come, and how do they go back to the place they were before? That's a good point, too. Let's keep in mind that when you summon somebody to you, if you summon your whole family to you, so let's use that desert in the Arctic example. You summon your entire, boom, this guy just wants to make sure we get the sub train. That's a choo-choo, baby. So you're in the desert. 7 members of your family are in the desert. You travel off across the ocean through jungles and forests. You get to the Arctic biome. You pull your whole family to you. Your whole family is going to have an adventure getting back. Keep in mind that if you want to pull a full party, then there's nobody left behind to pull you back. So that's also an important one. I feel like it's a good system for allowing the more casual player base to play with friends, and for more hardcore players to do their own thing before everyone is ready to do a dungeon together. The only real thing I would be worried about is abusing the family travel to circumvent having to transport rare materials to a freehold after killing a world boss or a high-level dungeon boss. Yes, that is an important part. That is a very important part, that because you would be able to teleport with those mats, you would have, like I used the example last night, all the loot comes to the guild leader. Well, I'm going to be the guild leader. I'm going to have 2 machines up. We just get finished killing this boss that has a gatherable, and instead of me having to fight back through opposition and maybe drop that gatherable, I just go to my other keyboard, pull myself, and I get pulled to the safety of my freehold, drop the stuff off in my chest, and I'm good. So we can do telepoint. If I put one character in all biomes, I can go anywhere instantly. So I can farm and go back to node in 5 minutes. No, you would have a minimum on the cooldown. I see you have the new map up. Yes, Noodle Guitar did this map that doesn't have the grid lines. I kind of like it better. So that is a community creation from Noodle Guitar. Looks really good. I really liked it. It was really impressive. Make it a 20-hour cooldown so that you can summon your friend again tomorrow. That's not a bad point. I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna talk about options. I would prefer for it to not be implemented though. People could cheese it out if there are items across the world in another biome. You could travel there, gather a bag full of those items, and get summoned back, bypassing having to travel back in the caravan system. Good point, Hojo, but keep in mind that you wouldn't be bypassing the caravan system because a caravan holds 10 times what a mule does, and a mule holds 10 times what you do. So yeah, you wouldn't exactly be able to bypass the caravan system, but you could definitely, I used the example on my webpage, like blood diamonds, or, you know, you may find one of those veins that they say is really rare, and you mine out 100 of that, and then you get pulled. That would be a problem. Would the mule get teleported too? No, probably not. That would be really easy. Like, that would be really easy to code, that you just left your loot pinata there, or it despawns and drops all the loot. So that would be a good one. Let me see. Also, one member of a family could stay in, say, that southern area, then another stay in the far northeast. That's 6 members transferring across the world every 30 minutes, especially with the economy by distance they're trying to set up. Completely safe travel. Yeah, and that's why one of the things I say, I think, well, let's talk, we got some more comments. When we're out of comments, or in a couple of minutes, I will talk about the limitations you may not know about. And then it may change some of your perspectives. Families may not be as big of a deal as you can't drop a family member and pick a new one up quickly. True. Being able to summon your family only really works if they are online, and I would say, how often will all of your family members be online at the same time? Very situational. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. My family, my core gaming group is always on at the same time. So we never have that problem. We have scheduled, like, I'm in hardcore groups. So I'm in hardcore groups. So yeah, we're gonna have people. Our people are gonna be online. I did put your poll up, manage reward requests. I need like more monitors. I need like 6 monitors. I did put that one up. Let's see. If they gave the teleport a long cooldown, that brings up a new issue of how useful the utility will actually be, since it'll mostly be on cooldown. Yes, but let me say that if it's supposed to be so that you can link up with your friends that can't play often, then you shouldn't really need it more than once per night. I'm going to say you shouldn't need it once per night, because your 8-member family should all be playing in the same time zone, or the same time window. Now, yes, I know there's going to be people who do it for solo work, but let's talk about the limitations, because there's some limitations I don't think people know about. First of all, there is a cooldown on the family somebody joining or leaving. So you can't like summon 7 people, kick them all out of your family, add 7 more people to your family, and keep pulling. Number 2, anybody who's corrupted cannot be summoned. So people were saying, well, what about a guy who runs around and kills a bunch of people, and then when he knows he's about to get killed by a bounty hunter, he has his second screen alt click over and pull him out of harm's way? Well, you can't. If you have the corrupted state, you cannot be summoned. You also cannot be summoned if you're in an event flagged state. So if you are already defending a caravan or you're already attacking a caravan, you can't pull people to you. Now I know there's a little bit of gray area there. It's like the caravan is here. I'm scouting from right here and I'm outside of that radius and I start pulling people. I mean, of course people could do that, but you couldn't accidentally stumble into the caravan's radius. Because remember, when you stumble into the caravan's radius, you have to choose attack, defend, or ignore. You have to ignore it as an option once the radius hits you. And I think that may be tied into this system, because once you have to hit ignore, then you would have that event flag of you're currently flagged to ignore a caravan, so you can't summon. That would have to be tested and worked out, because you're gonna have some issues. Oh hell, I was trying to summon somebody and somebody trolled me and ran a caravan over me. But also, if you're flagged for wars, you can't be summoned. This includes node wars and guild wars. So a lot of the things that people were concerned about, if they're raiding us, if you're in a guild war, the mechanic's not available to you. Because people that are involved in guild wars aren't the casuals. People who are involved in guild wars are the hardcore. So that takes care of that. And then of course, if you're not gonna yank up a bunch of, like, you're gonna have to get to the node that you're sieging on your own. You're not going to be able to register for the siege and then wait until the very last minute and just get pulled there. If you're already registered as a siege participant, you can't be pulled. Let's see. Got a host with 4 people. Appreciate that. Got raided with 6. Good stuff. Will it be common for friends and family to house different nodes? If people who play together are incentivized to inhabit the same area, then maybe it's okay. I thought... Hold on. So if there's 3 people and are 3 different families, they could summon 28 people. No, because remember, you can only summon 7. So you'd summon you'd summon 21, and then you'd summon 21 people plus the 3 of you that are there. So you'd have 28 people there. You'd have 24 people there. You wouldn't have 28 people there. Also, somebody was all concerned because they were laying out this intricate, like, spider web, and I was like, how do you get to 64 people from 1? It doesn't work that way. I don't see that being as huge of a deal. As long as someone worked to get to the boss, then it's that person's opportunity to bring their family. Let me see. I must have missed something. What if someone got a character in a dungeon near the boss? The whole family could do the boss whenever they want. If they can do that, that's really bad dungeon design. How did they get themselves all the way to the boss? I kind of agree with the statement of, if I can get all the way to a boss and summon and not aggro the boss, that boss room is really poorly designed. Really poorly designed. Let's see. Might be workable if you were limited to being summoned once per day. And that's the next part I had. I said, right now there's a 30-second to a minute summon and a 30-minute cooldown. And then I said, what do you think? Is this a good cooldown? And I'm sort of seeing you guys are all agreeing that the cooldown of 30 minutes might be a little too short. We might need a little bit more on the cooldown. And this is what we do in Paradox. We don't, and you're all members of the Paradox Gaming Network because you're watching the show right now. We don't go to Steven and say, blah, 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 this sucks. No, this isn't just a stream rerun. We are live, baby. We are live. We don't just go to Steven and say, this sucks. We go to Steven and we say, hey, totally love the idea. We're not exactly in love with it, but we like your limitations, but we definitely don't like the cooldown. So 20 minutes minimum, 30 minutes is too short. So Samram, if you didn't see the big thing at the bottom of the screen, open questions and answers are currently closed. We have a segment in process on fast travel. I will open up, at the end of the segment, we will be doing the usual talk about anything. Let's see. It would take quite a while to get the summons out. Yeah, I mean, you're talking, I pull, so say it takes a minute. I pull the first person and it takes a minute. Now we have 2 people. It takes 2 more people. Now there's 4 of us there, but it's taken 2 minutes. And now to pull the other people, it's going to take another minute. So you're talking like a 3 or 4 minute cycle to pull people. I'm okay with that. But like I said, I'd be okay with Frost is in my family. Frost shoots me a text. He's like, hey, I'm home from work in like 5 minutes. All right. So when he gets online, I summon him, but he gets a notification on the top of the, he gets a notification on the top of his screen. You will be moved to Jalan in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. So make it so that instead of a 1 minute channel, it's a 10 minute, like you have to dial up, 1-800 Divine Gate me, and it takes about 10 minutes to get your teleport. It is designed, the design of it is definitely for people. Like I said, the design of it is for, somebody asked how big this world is. This world is going to take, at a minimum, my theory crafting, I don't have an answer. This world is going to take 2 to 3 hours of nothing but moving, minimum, north-south. And then another 2 to 3 hours minimum east-west. When I say minimum, Steven had given us some information. I started theory crafting the map, and you'll see that I was theory crafting the map with some data he gave us, some data points. I was laying it in, I was designing it, and yeah, minimum 2 to 3 hours to go north to south. Now, I do understand people's concern. I understand people say the world's getting smaller and smaller, and I have written up a little bit later on in the show when we're talking about the different sides of it, because there are 2 sides of this coin. I mean, I do understand people's concerns. Let's see. I would like it to be a couple of hour cooldown. I'm not against that. I am not against it being a couple of hour cooldown. My concern with this is I see both sides of the coin. You guys remember every coin has 2 sides, and you always got to keep that in mind. The best way to address a concern is to if you ever want to like really argue the position, argue the other guy's position first, because it's really easy to get stuck on your view. So I wrote this up and I said, on one side, the game is big. It's supposed to be big. Traveling time is supposed to be relevant. It looks like on our family poll, we got about 56% say yes. Very small poll, very small group answered, but 56% say yes. On the other side of that coin, like I said, I'm able to play 12 hours a day. I'm able to play 12 hours a day. My friend can play for 3 hours a day. If I find something cool to do, and it's 2 hours away from our base, that's 66% of his playtime. That's 66% of his playtime just getting to us. And it's a game. At the end of the day, it's a game. So the family system allows players to play together. But back to that front side of the coin, people don't want Zergs. The world is 480 square kilometers, so north to south is 120 kilometers. No. North to south wouldn't be 120 kilometers, because if north to south was 120 kilometers and east to west was 120 kilometers, that'd be 14,400 kilometers. Got to remember, square, like length times width. So, but I can tell you, based on stuff Steven told us about the map, he gave us information. He gave us information. And so I started overlaying that grid. And then he stopped giving us information because myself, Lex, Zilch, Unknown, a couple other people that are like just math cartographers, they were just totally killing it. They were just totally killing the numbers. Like Lex ran Lex ran a program against this map, and he actually found out that based on this map as presented, the world is 480 square kilometers. That doesn't mean that there's 480 square kilometers in landmass. He actually was like, there's 210 point this, and Steven's like, no, I'm done. You guys are getting too much. So yeah, it'd be something like 23 kilometers, and it's about 20 minutes. It's about 20 minutes per 5 kilometers as the crow flies. Nothing in your way. So by the time you start adding in having to go around terrain, that's how we factored it out. We knew how big. Let me take this off again and show you guys kind of what we did. Each one of these grids represents one of the Battle Royale original maps. We knew how long it took to cover that map, so we laid this in and we started counting. So yeah, that's flat though. What about up and under? Yeah, and what about pockets of the underrealm? We don't know that stuff. So that's why I say 2 to 3 hours minimum to get from the very north to the very south, 2 to 3 hours minimum to go from east to west. And that may be totally wrong. That's just what we were able to theory craft out. So yeah, I think everybody's kind of agreeing. 30 minutes is too short on the pull. Dusty Monk said, I can imagine someone, himself included, wanting to log in and play with a friend and prefer not to log in and spend hours getting to that friend. The only game I can think of that has had a map this big was EVE Online before the advent of jump bridges and what's the other one? The two connectors between two pauses. But it could take, you could log into EVE and your friends are 40, 45 minutes, an hour away. And you're like, well, that sucks. I'm just going to go belt rat. I can't play with my friends tonight because, you guys went out further and further and further and further. And now I can't catch up to you. So at the end of the day, it is a game. It is a game that people, want to play. And we are going to talk about that Science Metro at the top of the show, guys. I did put on. We're going to be talking about airships, teleporting, autopathing, and carriages in a little bit. I wanted to start with family summons though, because that was the really controversial point. There's a lot of ways to abuse it, just off the top of my head. Calling for help to claim a farming location if it's contested. You can summon your family to clear the place out. True. But the question is that people keep getting this thing in their head where you're going to be solo farming. You're not going to be solo farming. Isn't your family already going to be with you? Aren't the 8 people that you play with, aren't the 8 people that you already play with going to be your grinding group? And if the 8 people in your family aren't your grinding group, then why are a bunch of other people going to want to come help you if there's no return ticket for them? You know what I'm saying? Also, I can fix that one too. If you did it instead of a 30-minute cooldown, I think a 6-hour cooldown is fine. I think a 12-hour cooldown is fine. Because if Steven's point was it's so that casual people can still enjoy the game together, then why would you need a pull more than every 12 hours? Why would you need a pull more than every 20 hours? If you're a casual, you're only linking up with people once a day for a few hours a day. I also think that you could do it a couple of ways. When I summon you, I get a 6-hour cooldown, so I can't summon anybody else in the family for 6 hours. But since I just pulled somebody in the family, if they had their pull still, then they could still cascade pull. We could still pull our whole party somewhere. Also, I said you could get a 12-hour cooldown between pulls. You get a debuff. You can't be pulled again for 12 hours. I don't think 30 minutes is going to get the job done. Okay? I agree with it's going to be easy to abuse. I think it's a great idea. I think it needs to be like half a day on your cooldown. Let's see. Or one family member has a flying mount. If they can summon, essentially the whole family gets to take advantage of the flying mount. That is true. That is true. That would be easy to fix though. You can't, if you're in possession of a flying mount, you can't summon. You can be summoned, but you can't summon. They're probably going to make the map bigger with the new content, so I'm not worried about the size of the map. 420, it's actually 480 kilometers, and actually there's 480 kilometers and 100 square kilometers of Underrealm. I can see a guild having their gatherers of the same profession path be family members so they can gather, protect as a group. That is true, but that's just smart business. Also, though, keep in mind, say, and I want people to keep this in mind, if you have 8 people in your family, then you are only going to be able to set your freehold to family, and those 7 other people can use it. Otherwise, you're going to have to set your freehold to guild or public or whatever. So keep those things in mind. If you have a second account, and I know some people are like, you're not supposed to have second accounts. No, they've never said you can't have 2 accounts. I have 2 accounts. I'm such a masochist. I played APOC. I got to level 50 twice on J, and I did leveling on my alt. My alt needs to have access to my freehold. My other account alt needs to have access to my freehold. So that's going to be a problem. I'm really torn on this because I can see the utility of it. Nobody wants to be left behind. At the same time, I see the map shrinking. Yes, I agree with you. I also think that one of the things that could be possible is you can't summon cross-continent. By not being able to summon cross-continent, you keep some of the the distance of the world in place. So if Frost and I live in the Arctic biome, and I go to the desert and I find some really cool content in the desert, I still have to sail back to the east coast of the, or to the west coast of the east continent to then pull Frost as much as I can, and then we still have to sail over. So I think splitting the continents might be possible to keep it that way. I would like to see the cooldown specific for the character involved. So player A can summon player B once per cooldown, but that doesn't affect player A summoning player C, which has a separate cooldown. No, I'd have to disagree with you on that because it's a family, because it's a cohesive unit. You just have to make it blatant buffs. Otherwise, if you make the cooldowns specific character to character, then people are going to utilize the alt thing. If you make it so you can only be pulled once per 12 hours, then then you can't use your alts all around the map to pull you. So I think having a 6-hour cooldown on use or a 12-hour cooldown on you being pulled would stop all the alt shenanigans. Sorry if I'm asking the same question, but what were the dimensions of the map in height and length? We don't know. We know that as seen on the screen right now, that represents 480 square kilometers. And it might be a little off depending on how much water. I trimmed off some water to make this fit above the text, but we don't exactly know how much is going to work, or what the height and length is going to be, and how that's going to work. Anyone can build 1 freehold per account. True. If all of your characters share only 1 slot, I can see it being abused. No, if you have 8 characters on your account and you want all 8 in a family, you're your own family. So yeah. Let's see. Have we addressed limitations on summoning someone with lots of raw or crafted materials? Well, you're never going to have more than your backpack full of crafting materials. You can't exceed that. So, do you think people would make a low-level summon alt, add it to the family, and just leave it at the main base? Yes. I mean, I'm going to be honest. If that's how that works, I will have 2 accounts, because I've told people I will have my main for my playing and my alt account for basically my streaming and my new player teaching stuff. They'll be in a family together, and then obviously I would, my wife will be in my family. That's 3 of us, and then we would either have a couple of friends in the family, or if we don't do that, we'll fill it up with alts. I think I have the last package is about to get delivered, so I'm gonna have to jump up real quick. And I think this is my guy. So what's this about carriages? I'm gonna get to carriages in just a second. I want to finish up the family discussion. I don't want to spend all night on it. All right, guys, hold on. I gotta go get a package off my porch. No, that is not the desk guy. That is my daughter's gymnastics mats. Anyway, so what if when you're summoned you couldn't attack other? Nah. Let me read the whole thing. So what if when you're summoned you couldn't attack other players for 5 to 10 minutes and you drop any gatherables collected within the last 5 to 10 minutes? No, that's I'm going to be honest, that just creates it as a, you know, then why do you have this? Then why do you have this? I don't even want to get involved with limitations. I think that just is, I think that's just broken. Hey, Prime, thanks. I've got the map over all the alerts. I just realized that. If I'm farming ore in the mountains by myself in the middle of the night and another guy rolls up on me and knows I'm loaded with ore, he can just summon his buddies to kill me. His family can spread members out across the mountain, and when one finds a miner, they summon an 8v1. Okay, but I mean, do you really think if you're mining, do you really think that serious PvPers are going to need 8 people to kill you? I mean, sure. But if one guy finds you, again, people keep working on this mentality of these polar extremes of you're going to summon 8 people or 7 other people to kill a miner. Okay, I'm just going to kill the miner myself if I want to. I'm probably not going to kill somebody over their mining because I don't want corruption. I don't think my family's going to want to stop what they're doing to get summoned to kill one innocent miner. Maybe. I think those are the polar extremes of people's concerns. Are there different degrees or tiers of family? No, 8 people. Where is the risk reward for the family summon? There's not really supposed to be a risk reward for the family summon. It's one of those, and like I said, I'll do the little, I get it. On this side of the coin, the game is big, it's supposed to be big, and travel time is supposed to be relevant. But on this side of the coin, it's a game, and it's still a game. And if you make the barrier of play so high that casuals can't play, then you're going to have really empty servers because not everybody is the hero of the story in a game like this. You need a lot of background people. So, summon is only worth farming, not killing. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think family summons should only be to friendly nodes, a 12-hour cooldown, and all the family members must have the same family list of people to summon. The family member would all have the same list of people to summon because you're in one family of 8 people. I think that's something people are having a hard time ratcheting their head around. Your family is a closed circle. There's 8 people in it. That's it. So, yeah. I think it should be more lore friendly, like when you advance the node to the item or the player has to create a house item for it. Again, that's just bullshit. I agree, but that's just then it's a barrier of entry. And the point is you're trying to keep the game a little new player friendly. A little casual friendly. Exactly. Tedium makes people quit games. So you're trying to create a very delicate balance between equal, fair, and avoiding tedium. Are airships really a thing? Yes, we're going to get to them. If anything, I'd feel it'd be more likely to have the person being attacked screaming in Discord voice chat for people to TP and help them. The problem is you can't summon people if you're in combat. So again, it's one of those, once you're in a combat flag state, you can't summon people. Honestly, I don't feel there would be problems with small groups hunting. It's going to be the most problematic concerning gatherables and open world restricting. Yes, I do agree. Speaking purely as if I was Steven or the developers, family summon would definitely be in the game based upon the argument of casuals with not a lot of time being able to play with each other. So yeah, it'll likely be in the game. Let's just hope with some reasonable limitations. Yes. I'm going to remind people, since some of you are just joining us, there are limitations. I'm going to repeat the limitations. There is a cooldown on the family joining and leaving. So you can't, it's days. It's not hours. It's not minutes. There's days between you joining a family, leaving a family, and joining the next one. Corrupted cannot be summoned. So once you're corrupted, you cannot be summoned, period. If you're in combat, you can't be summoned. If you're flagged for an event, a war, a siege, an arena, or a caravan, you cannot be summoned. So if you're in a guild war, you can't be summoned. Period. And there's going to be a lot of people in a lot of guild wars. Keep in mind, you will probably be in guild wars a lot. You will probably be in node wars a lot. So, if family summon allows you to summon... If family summon allows you to summon anyone from your family anywhere, I imagine several exploitable scenarios. I could see it being restricted to summoning in peace zones or similar. Well, there are no peace zones. So you can't do sneaky stuff, but you just use it as a way to go close to your friends. Yeah, there's no such thing as a peace zone. There's no peace zones. People keep saying these peace zones. The whole world is hostile. Now, if you mean you can't summon people deep into a node you're at war with, well, you can't do that anyway. Why don't they make different summon areas? Wherever you put your family members summoning you, it puts you to the nearest summon spawn area. Just make sure there's one per zone or whatever. People can run the rest of the way to get their family. Because there is no... I mean, that might work if you did it so you could only summon to taverns. That might be one thing. If you could only summon people to respawn points, that might be one thing. And those are all good ideas that will get rolled together. I think there should be a 6-hour cooldown on accepting a summon, but no cooldown on summoning. Yeah, sure. I said that. That was one of the ways I said it. I think 12 would be fine. You get a debuff. Once you've been summoned, you get a debuff. You can't be pulled again for 12 hours. I think that would work. I think 12 would work. Because you can't make the argument that 12 is too long and simultaneously say, but it's only for casual players. Because you're not getting, like, yeah, I'm sure 1 out of 10,000, not 10,000, 1 out of 1,000 people are the type of people that do split shift and play video games. So if a scientific node is max leveled, will it have teleports to other max level science nodes? No. Give me a minute. Let's finish up. You guys notice at the bottom? We're on fast traveling. We're talking about family summoning. Then we're going to go to airships. We're going to stay on fast travel as a topic. And then once we're done with that, we're going to go to just open questions and answers. Because you guys seem to like those. But let's stay on family summoning. How many summons does a summoner summon when he is summoned by a summoner? You almost got that. If you had done, how many summons does a summoner summon when he is summoned by a summoner? You would have been spot on. Tavern Hearthstone, I'll take one of those. Yeah, I think if I was a developer, or if Steven popped in and said, "Jay, I need a fix to this. The community hates it. They're angry. You're the prophet. You're the prophet, Shalon Snow. Give me an answer." I would say, and I think you guys might like this answer. I would say that taverns, when they're built, the tavern owner can put an item in his tavern that allows for summoning to that tavern. Tavern cost? No, not tavern cost, but like the tavern owner builds, let's say, a lantern, and it's a summoning beacon, and then you can summon from there. I know some people would say, well, then what if I couldn't find a tavern close to my dungeon that I wanted to do? Well, go find one, because there's going to be a tavern there somewhere. Or, WoW summon the summoning portal to the front of the dungeon, or build one. Yes, be like, hey, this is a really hot spot, and there's no tavern here. Maybe we should maybe somebody in the guild should put a tavern here. Exactly. All right, guys, I think that was good. I think we tore that one up. I'm gonna, I just noticed you're going in order for each part of the segment. Yeah, that's okay. It's a new thing. It's a new thing, guys. You guys gave me a lot of feedback last night that some people have said they really love the idea that I put up 7-hour live streams, but they would like some smaller segments. So I'm working on that, so I can just chop this part out, load this as a segment, and then talk about it. And that's fine. We're going beyond theory crafting, but the thing is, we do a little bit beyond theory crafting. So when we say, Steven, this sucks, but remember, in Paradox, we never say this sucks. We say this sucks because. Instead of 12 hours, perhaps make the cooldown shorter, but only allow 2 per day. Yeah, but I mean, it might fit better with the primetime focus servers. The problem is that if you're a casual, you only need 1 pull a night, because you're not going to be so worried about the pull. If you have 6 hours to play a night, the pull doesn't hold as much value to you if you have 6 hours per night. If you do 3 hours a night. For all the questions that aren't related to the segment in progress, you'll see the open questions and answers are currently closed. It's a new thing. When open questions and answers are currently closed, it'll be red at the bottom. When it's not, that'll be off the screen. So I'm going to move on to airships. I don't want to spend all night on the same topic. I want to move on to airships, and this is my map. This is not their map. I make visual aids. So what you'll see here is airships are a thing in Ashes of Creation. When there are 2 level 6 scientific nodes, they are connected by airships. Now, airships are not teleportation. Airships are a form of faster travel, one of the very limited forms of autopathing, but they are not instantaneous. You have to board the airship. You have to ride the airship. Like a flight path, yes. Like a flight path, but not like a flight path, but yes, like a flight path. They are like the old boats in EverQuest. They are like the old boats. Yes, they are like the Zeppelin in World of Warcraft. They are like the boats in EverQuest. They are like the boats in Final Fantasy XI. And if you guys never played Final Fantasy XI, I know not everybody did. In Final Fantasy XI, the best offhand club could only be obtained from an event that spawned while you were on the boat. So, yeah. I would love to see, after they get going with what's going on with the airships. Now, I already see some really good questions. I wonder if airships are worth the design work, given that many servers won't have 2 stage 6 scientific nodes. I think a lot of servers are going to have 2 stage 6 scientific nodes, because if you can go across the world because you have 2 stage 6 scientific nodes, yeah, I think that's going to be worth it. I definitely think it's going to be worth it. I think people are going to want the teleport, and I'm going to show the teleport in a little bit. But having the ability to teleport in and around 20% of the world, yeah, that's a pretty big mechanic. I think there will be 2 scientific nodes on the servers. I think you will have 1 economic, 1 divine, 1 military, and 2 scientific. That's what I think. That's just me. Who needs airships when you can teleport to a tavern? Well, how are you getting back? Like I said, if your whole party goes with you to do an 8-person dungeon, you got to manually hoof it back. I think that's the thing. There's no recall. I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, I'll just recall back. And I keep saying, well, what recall? If you get pulled, if your whole party gets pulled across this map, you gotta walk. What recall yet? Yeah, there's no recall. There's no recall back to your house. You walk. Can you jump off the airship? Not that we know of, but it's not that we know of. In Ashes of Creation, if we don't have a quote that says yes, the answer is no. We only do true positives. So we must have a citation that says yes. Let there be a tavern and parlor games in the airship, and I'm sold. Setzer from Final Fantasy, he had a casino on his airship. Let's see. So now the question is, will kings and metropolis mayors be able to attack people on the airship while flying? That's a good question. I hope there is some sort of indicator when the airship will be flying or departing. Nothing worse than sitting all night waiting for an airship. I would imagine that would be something that they officially give us, because if they don't officially give it to us, then people are just going to have a timer script Because all you need, if you know what the travel time is and you know how many of them there are, that I can write that in Google Sheets and then just have that on my web page. Be like, every time the server goes down, all I got to do is log in and alt to see the first. I just need the first time that the airship departs, pop the time in, and I can just factor out a travel schedule. So yeah, we don't know if you can jump off the airship. Not only will they will be on the same every server, assuming the node types are static on all servers and the people level them up. Yeah, but with 103 nodes, it's going to take a while to... with 103 nodes, with the blockouts, you're going to run into issues. You might not have that airship port where you want it. I do not know if it functions under siege. I do not know if you can PvP on the airship. I believe you would be able to PvP on the airship because Steven has said the PvP is everywhere. What would the airships go offline if the two metropolises are at war? Yes. When the metropoli go into a war state with each other, they will go offline. Can they carry resources, like to bring resources to the vassals? No, because the airships only go to other metropolis. There's got to be a metropolis to have an airship, and so it can only travel to another place with an airship. The only problem here is if there are 2 stage 6 science nodes, that since there are 4 node types and only 5 nodes can be stage 6. Yeah. So I think you'll have one of each, and you'll have one of each and then 2 science. That's what I'm betting on. Airships are fine. It will still take plenty of time since the airship isn't an instant teleport and it's only between 2 points on a huge map. Yes, 100% agree. And it will bring in a lot of traffic in and around the science nodes as well. Yes, absolutely. That's the point. It's a feature that brings traffic to your node. I don't know if you can fly with your dragon near the airship. I don't know if you'll be able to get high enough level to do that. They don't work at war. If you could jump off the airship and glider on a glider type mount, that would be amazing. Yes, I agree. What are the death punishments? Where do you get ported when you die? I'm going to assume you mean on an airship, and it would be whichever is the closest respawn point. Or they may make it so that you can't jump off the airship. They may make it so your respawn point while you're on the airship is your point of origin, and you don't. So, I mean, that's going to be, yeah, what happens if people get on the airship and they murder everybody and send them back? They just wasted their time. Yes, there's a lot of things going on there. There's people, if you made it the destination, then people would just take off and then jump off the airship and auto port to there. There'd be people that would be flying across the world and be like, well, I'm just going to jump off and die and go to the nearby spawn point. They could put a respawn on the airship. Could I nudge people off the airship to their death? God, I would hope not, because that would be stupid. That's easy to stop from happening. Block people from getting on at the port? No, you can't block people. People keep thinking that you can do this blocking. Intrepid's already said there's going to be inertia, so you're going to have to actively be counter pushing against people, or they're just going to nudge you out of the way and walk through you. And honestly, if people keep doing this shenanigans, Intrepid's just going to respond with, all right, let's deal with your stupidity. With active skills, I mean, what are you going to do? Keep throwing up bulwark and keep blocking people? I mean, sure, you could. The only problem is what are you going to do if you throw up bulwark and you accidentally aggro on somebody? I mean, going to be a bad day. Also, you might very well just find that the airship port turns out to be like a Nui in Arcade. You just can't use skills. I mean, there's lots of things. There's lots of things they can do to stop griefing. Can we shoot the Zeppelins down with siege machines? No, probably not. Will airship travel be free or ticket based? And if it's free, will it hold as many people as can be crammed on there? All good questions. All questions I don't know the answer to. It might be free to citizens, might be a ticket for all people, might be a reduced price for the vassals. Underrealm airships, yes. If a Underrealm node levels up to an appropriate level, it gets every advantage that every other metropolis gets. Sign a contract of no combat to get on the airship. Could be. How many airships would be going between the 2 points? Will it be one every 30 minutes? No idea, but I would say don't count on a timer, because if the two metropoli are closer, like I said, this isn't an instant teleport. This is a faster travel. This is not a instant travel. So it might take an hour if the two are all the way across the map from each other. If you've got one on this southeast island and you've got one up here on this west island, that might be an hour's flight time. And people would be like, an hour, this sucks. Yeah, well, you know what? It's an hour on an airship that's saving you 7 or 8 hours by land plus needing a boat. A small 1v1 arena on the roof would be nice for a flight time killer. It would be, except they want to limit arenas only to the military nodes, so they probably wouldn't do that. Airships are better than flight paths, as PvP can still happen on them. Air pirates might become a thing. Yeah, it might be. Maybe. Do you think they'd put some storage on the airship, being able to take materials with you? No. I don't think they would. The only storage you're going to have on the airship is what's in your backpack. They could put the parlor games in the flight paths, yes. And like I said, Setzer from Final Fantasy, he did the, you know, he had the gambling airship. Sounds like they're doing what WoW did to Orgrimmar, to Undercity. This might kill Navy Wars. How would this kill Navy Wars? I like a long transversal. It makes the map feel alive and like a journey and hold risk. Yes, 100% agree with you. That's also why we probably need the family teleports, because if the world is too big, then people don't want to play it. But it all depends. I mean, that's why we do discussions on these things. Things like, obviously some of you have never heard of this before and you're like, holy hell, airships. And I'm like, yes, airships. Airships are a thing. You guys are going to like some of the other stuff that you're going to hear about tonight. And then we're going to go into open Q&A, because you guys still have tons of questions and that's helping me build my content. So why? People keep asking me why. Why family teleports? Why airships? Why all these other things? And so that's why we talk about, why travel on the water when you can travel over the water? It's a good question, because you can only, if you travel by water, you get to decide where you stop, when you stop, how long you stop, what you do when you stop. It's kind of like, why do I fly to Orlando to go to Disney World instead of driving to Orlando to go to Disney World? The benefit is, 2 years ago when I went to Orlando, I drove. Because 6 sets of plane tickets was expensive. So if the airship has a cost versus I own my own boat, there's a benefit. When I drive to Orlando, I get to decide that I'm going to stop for gas, that I'm going to stop for food. I don't have to go through security. I don't have to arrive at the airport 2 hours early. I don't have to get dressed twice. That stops on Friday, by the way. I get my TSA clearance. So, you know, it's like, I'll give you an example. I'm down by St. Louis. I often travel up to Chicago, and I drive up to Chicago. People ask me why. By the time I drive to the airport, check in through security, wait for my flight, fly to Chicago, get out of the airport, get my rental, I've incurred a bunch of cost, and it's almost the same amount of time. I can almost get to Chicago as fast driving as I can flying. In fact, I have driven to Chicago and picked somebody up who left for the airport at the same time I left to start driving, and I've picked them up at the airport on the other end. So that's why would I take my ship when I could take an airship? Because there's some advantages. What do I do in real life? I do this. This is what I do. This is all I do. I do Ash's stuff all day. This is the first I've heard about airships. See, it's the first you've heard about airships. And guys, don't forget, if you are new to this whole topic, your video on this stuff is, I've linked you guys a video, and if you're on the YouTube, that video is in the upper right hand corner for you again. That's the discussion on scientific metros I did. So the next one, why? So wait, hold on. Did I miss any questions? What about handheld runestones that master craftsmen could use and then infuse them with magic so you could travel? No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Does the mayor own the ship? Would it be free? The node owns the ship, not the mayor. Remember, the mayors are the managers. They are not, the mayors are the managers. They are not the owners of the node. They are the manager of the node. The node belongs to the citizenship. I'm a Kickstarter backer who has spent far too much on monthly cosmetics, and this is also the first time I've heard about airships. Excellent. Got another one. Won't technological nodes be OP if they get both teleportation and airships? They will be. Except, remember, you could have two metropolis and connect them by airships. If for some reason a third metro went scientific, that metro, to my understanding, is sitting there waiting for a fourth metro. You can only pair off metros. So on the economic nodes, they can only pair off their auction houses. They cannot get into a three-way. So Metropolis 1 is an economic, Metropolis 2 is an economic. Their auction houses are now linked. Metropolis 3 is an economic, and it sits there twiddling its thumbs with no co-joined auction house until you somehow got the fourth one up. So if an economic metro has an auction house, is it only accessible physically in that node? No. I have a video on auction houses and how that works. People got to keep in mind, this is not the WoW auction house where the stuff you buy it and it gets teleported into your backpack. In Ashes of Creation, if you use an auction house, you still have to travel and go pick up your stuff, if it's a gatherable or a processed good. Staying on topic though, I want to talk about why people are going to do this stuff. Why are people going to travel by airship or travel by why do we need family summon? Why can't I just open my map and click on it and auto path up there? Because there's no auto pathing. There is no auto pathing. What you have is you have some very, very limited auto movement. And I don't want to call it auto pathing, because auto pathing, and I may be wrong, guys, I may be wrong, but auto pathing is like in Black Desert, where I open up the map, I click on a spot on the map, and then my character's just off to the races and goes there. Games like Atlantica Online had auto pathing. I'm trying to think what other games have auto pathing. EVE Online has autopilot, but that, like, you literally, like, you very rarely want to autopilot through anything other than high sec. And even in high sec, you're not autopiloting if you have a bunch of stuff in your cargo hold. Mobile MMOs, some of you may hate me. Mobile MMOs are not MMOs. Mobile MMOs are phone games. They're in their own category. I don't consider anything I play on my phone an MMORPG. I'm sorry. You can hate me. It's my opinion. I don't think there's anything wrong with them, but I don't think they're MMOs. I think they're phone games. I don't sit here on my phone while I'm at my desk. And the fact that one of the games is now called AFK Arena. Okay. Eve Echoes, I haven't looked at Eve Echoes. Eve Echoes might be okay. Do we know if they're going to have auto run, just meaning you don't have to hold down the sprint button? Yes, probably. I mean, they have many more players than actual computer MMOs. That is true. That is true. There are more people playing phone games than there are people playing computer games, but that's because a lot of people around the world have like a 2-hour commute. But when it comes to autopathing, later, when it comes to autopathing, you will have carriages and you will have some flight paths, but they won't be, you won't be able to start in like the upper corner of the world, and you won't be able to start in this ashy north region of the west continent and auto path all the way down to the boot of Italy. This guy's giving away subs. Oh my god, guys, we are blowing up the sub count on my channel. This is amazing. You guys are great. I am going for Twitch partner. I am trying to be a Twitch partner, and not just because I want to be a Twitch partner, but Twitch partner is going to open up some opportunities for me to help some other content creators. So if you have friends, kick them, turn over some rocks, drop my link in your guild discords and be like, hey, the Ashes guy is doing like that voodoo magic he does. So, but yeah, you're not going to be able to get on one flight path in the north of the west continent and go all the way down to the south of the west continent. You will go like one flight path to one flight path, and then you'll have to go somewhere to get to the next one. Just like if there's a carriage, there may be a carriage that goes between your node and the next node over. So where is my nodes by the sea? Nodes by the sea. What? What did I do? I broke stuff. Okay, so here's your nodes. This is your nodes by the sea example. You might be down in that southwest node, and it has a carriage system that runs to the node in the middle of the path, and you got to get off that one, and then you got to wait for the next one that'll take you up to the node by the ocean. It's not going to be like, oh, I got on a carriage and it's going to take me like to the capital city of my region. No, or my zone of influence. That's not going to happen. Now, is it possible that there might be carriages that go like 2 nodes over? Yes, sure. Steven, again, he doesn't give me the Steven doesn't give me the keys to the kingdom, right? Steven doesn't be like Jay can see everything. So I must say there's an awful lot of ways to avoid actually traveling on a mount or a foot. Yeah, but keep in mind that those are little convenience quality of life things. They're not instant. They're not instant. Don't ask me about APIs. That's about the 4th or 5th question you've asked me that's not related to the topic. Q&A. Open Q&A is currently closed. Gotta hang out. Gotta wait till the segment's over. I understand that there's a lot of people to avoid traveling on mount or foot. However, you're not teleporting. You're not teleporting. You're getting moved at the same rate, or maybe even a slower rate. Nothing says the carriage is going to be the same speed as your mount. I am going to take that one. I wish you would stream earlier so I could catch more of your stream. You start streaming late where I live. Yes, that's because right now I'm still not moved into my office. My desk should be here tomorrow. A couple of days to get the rest of the furniture shuffled. My daughter's desk gets here next week, but she's willing to like move her stuff out into the loft. Once I can get the desk set up and I can stream, I'm going to be streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, different times a day. So will mounts be an endgame thing? Can we get them like halfway through max level? You get your mount before you even leave the starter zone, because your tier 1 ground mount is a very important part of the game. So you will have your tier 1 ground mount early. And I know what people are going to say. Well, what do I need that tier 1 ground mount for if all these other options exist? Remember, those options don't exist. Okay? Oh, I know why it's doing that. I put all these into yeah, there we go. Sorry, like I tell you guys, I touch and I break. I touch and I break. And I touch. Where's my divine gates? So you start off at these 4 divine gates. That's the only civilization in the world. It's the only civilization in the world. So when you start talking about going out to these 4 corners of the map, yeah, you got to have a way to get there. Well, there's no node there to take you there. There's no flight path. There's no teleport. You know. So, yeah. Personally, autopathing worked for BDO because they wanted people to AFK the game and had systems for that. I'm happy that won't be the focus in AOC. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I quit Black Desert because of all the AFA content. Yeah, I agree with you. Is there a speed hack? Yes, there are speed hacks because there are speed hacks in every game. There is also thank you for giving Intrepid $14.99 and losing your account. Steven, if you get banned, Steven wants all bans to just be serious offenses. He's walked himself back a little bit from that, but on his early 2017 stuff, if you cheat, you get banned. Will boats be faster than on foot, or will they be mostly used for going between continents? It depends on how you build your boat. It depends on the skill levels of your crew. I'm only going to grab travel-related questions, guys. If it's travel-related, I'm going to grab those questions, and then we're going to finish up traveling here, and then we're going to go into open Q&A. Is the dragon we got from APOC usable as a land mount? It's a tier 2 mount. It's a gliding mount. Will teleportation airships have the ability to transport materials between the nodes? No. Nothing moves materials between the nodes except node-driven caravans and your own caravan or your 2 feet or your loot pinata, otherwise known as a mule. So, let's see. I want to close up. We talked about flight paths. We talked about carriages. I want to show you guys. This is a pullout from the video that I did on these nodes. I've linked that video a couple of times. If you haven't seen that link, let me know. But there is teleportation. Okay, there is teleportation. Remember, we talked about. I have a video up called "The World of Vera," and we talk about castle regions. We talk about zones of influence. So keep in mind, when I say 20% of the world, I'm talking about the metropolis and its 20% of the world. Can you teleport with a mule out? Nope. Not that we know of. I doubt it. That would be really silly. If you try to teleport with the mule out, it'll probably say, nope, you have a loot pinata out. Can you bring a mule on the airship? Again, no, probably not. That would be silly. That'd be really dumb too. Just so I can be clear, bringing a mule on the airship would be really dumb because you're really trusting that all the people near you aren't going to just like kill your mule and take all your loot. Remember, your mule dies, it's a loot pinata. It drops all its resources. Might have answered, if you spend an hour getting somewhere, then have to log out because of personal reasons, is there something like a hurt to your home? You're forced to log out there. There is no recall. Your family member could family summon you back home, but that's it. If I would start on the West Continent and after a while my friends would sail to the East Continent, but the East Continent hadn't developed that well yet, how would I dock my boat then? Right now you don't have to be at a dock to despawn your boat. You just have to be on dry land. Well, I believe you can despawn your boat in the water. You just have to be on dry land to summon your boat. Steven has said on land or at a port. My belief is he's going to make it just dry land for that exact reason. Not everywhere is going to have a port. Yes, it's going to take a couple of hours to cross the map on foot. So, the teleportation. You guys know you've got your zones of influence. A metropolis takes up 20% of the world. So, you've got your metropolis citizen, right? And your metropolis, is that big enough? Can you guys see that? Do I need to make that bigger? Your metropolis citizen has the ability to teleport between the metropolis and any node in the zone of influence of the metropolis. So because I am a citizen of the metropolis proper, I am free to teleport myself around. So you see him, he starts in the metropolis. He wants to go mining. He mines back. He wants to go down to that village. He teleports, he can go back. He can only teleport inside of that zone of influence, period. It's a little strangely sized. Okay, let me fix that. Not that one. Not that one either. It's a little strangely sized. Okay, I can fix that. And we can adjust on the fly. So here's your Metro Citizen. Yeah, we'll do that. That looks better. So here's your Metro Citizen, right? And he's teleporting around the around the world, right? He can only travel apart he can only travel around the world inside his zone of influence. Now, he's a Metro citizen. He can go to any node inside the zone of influence. Now, I know people say, they ask me all the time about nodes. Why would I be a citizen of the lower nodes when I could be a citizen of the metropolis? We'll talk about that if you want in the open Q&A part. But now the other one is, and now of course I'm going to have to change this. In order to stop the metropolis superpower from being abused, what you have here is you have a vassal citizen. He can only travel back and forth between his node, and he can go to the metropolis, and he can go back to his node. A vassal citizen cannot travel to any other node in the zone of influence. It's just there and back. Does that teleport have a cooldown? Yes, it does. What that cooldown is, we do not know, but that does have a cooldown. Now, again, people are going to say, well, can't he just fast travel to his metropolis with all of his expensive goods? Yes, one bag full of his expensive goods. He's not going to be able to say he's a miner and he has 10,000 iron ingots. He might only be able to bring 100 of them at a time to the metropolis. So in this zone of influence, they don't have an interlinked auction house because they don't have a economic metropolis. So there are reasons to live in different places, but this is how how it's gonna play out. I get that this ability is a perk core the node, perhaps just port from the metro, but not to. Part of it is that they want you to be able to return back to your They want you to be able to return back to where you're from. They want you to be able to go back and forth to your normal home. So if your normal home is the metropolis proper, then they want you to be able to get back and forth there. And so, guys, that is it for teleportation. Four because you live there. That's the reward for you maintaining the stage 6 metropolis. Your ability to go out and back. But you do sacrifice some stuff by living in a metropolis. Give me 1 second it's been 90 minutes already. I want to stretch my legs real quick, and then we will talk about all that other stuff. I see a good comment, so I'm going to grab that comment to start when I get back. I'm going to be gone. I'm going to fill up this water bottle because I'm going to be drinking a lot more tonight. Voice is a little raw, but I will be back in like 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes. Alrighty. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to go the distance today. Tavern Stone and Heart summonings are horrible ideas. It takes the risk out of half the game. If you can go out and grind or gather materials and then just port back, it takes away from PvP content and the risk of being jumped for your resources. I disagree with you, and here's why. I disagree with you, and absolutely here's why. Number one, people keep forgetting that there is a staggered inventory for gatherables and craftables. you can, and I use 100, 1,000, 10,000. These are not developer numbers. These are my numbers. So if I go out, right? If I go out and I'm gathering, right? I can gather 100 logs. I can gather 100 logs. If I want to gather more than 100 logs at one time, I have to pull out my mule. So my mule becomes a PvP target, and the mule carries 1,000 logs. Now I get 1,000 logs to my freehold, and I do this 10 times. If I want to move all the logs I have to town, and I have 10,000 logs, I need to use a caravan. I get that people say, well, people are just going to move stuff by hand. Okay. I'm willing to work with you that people are just going to move stuff by hand. Okay. And there will be people that do that, without a doubt. But are you going to run from this freehold all the way up to the town with the dock 100 times? Are you going to spend all day 100 times moving those logs? Time is money, friend, and you're short on both. Yeah, you're not gonna move those logs by hand. You're gonna move those with a caravan. You're absolutely gonna move those with a caravan. You're not gonna move those by hand. You underestimate MMORPG players. They'll definitely do that. No, and I'll tell you why. And I'm a gatherer. We can talk about a lot of different things. We can talk about PvP and different philosophies. I'm the masochist who started the original Final Fantasy XIV as a botanist. I started the game as a botanist, and I had to do the ship. I had to kill the squid on the ship with throwstone. Okay? I was on Malboro for Final Fantasy XIV. We were the first free company founded, and I did it by hitting level 25 as a botanist. So, yeah. Can you imagine people moving ores in an interceptor and Eve? Yeah, like people do until they realize they can get a freighter. Let's see. The more and more I watch these videos in the background, I'm impressed with how beautiful this game is as it stands. This game is amazing. The environmental artist Michael Bacon he's amazing. All of the artists are great. I just want them to put. I don't care if they put anything else up. I just want to get in. I want to get in the game and just walk around the world. I wish they would put the Apocalypse server up so that instead of me talking to you while you guys are seeing this, I could just walk around the Apocalypse world and show you some of the architecture. I wish they would give me a playground I could walk around in. Do we have any idea what the node superpowers for religious and military metropolis are? No, we do not. The military node system went through a major game design revision because of some changes they needed to make. So with that they want to hold off the other blog because the economic and the scientific nodes are kind of paired against each other. The divine and the military nodes are kind of paired against each other with their mayor options. So we'll get the two blogs together is my bet. If I was doing the marketing, I would hold the divine blog until I had the military blog, put them both out, and then you have that done. Can you imagine people? We did that one. Somewhere along the line, somebody mentioned losing housing, and I missed that because that was before. But yeah, you're gonna lose if you don't defend your node, you're gonna lose your housing. Simple. So if you get 2 of one node, does it get the features like science and airship? If you get 2 of one node, yeah. If you have 2 scientific metropoli, they will both have. Well, In order to have airships, you have to have 2 scientific metropolis. In order to have 40% of the world under one auction house, you have to have 2 economic metropolis. So yes. What are the benefits of the other nodes at Metro as opposed to scientific node and its fast travel mechanics? Corman, the economic node at Metropolis has an interlinked auction house with the other economic metropolis. So you'd be able to see 40% of the world's economic structure, but you wouldn't be able to buy the stuff and have it deposited into your backpack. You'd still have to go to the other side of the world maybe and pick up your raw materials and your gatherables. Gear may drop to your backpack because you don't drop gear on death unless you're corrupted. Those are still we have like the 70% answers. We're still waiting on the rest of the answers, and they want to test the rest of those answers. Are you ready to start Alpha 1 testing? Got my Intrepid pack around the same time as you. Yes, I am ready. My desk will be here tomorrow. I got some things I need to figure out. I'm gonna have to probably pay a guy to run a Cat 5 port through my wall. Until then, it's literally gonna go up from here, up and around. But yeah. Let's see. I missed a couple of comments. I know you wouldn't mind, but casual players losing housing is ouch. Here's a big thing. If you can't be bothered to defend your node, you're going to lose your housing. Simple. It's just simple. By the way, I really like the targeted segment idea in the Q&A. More of that, please. Yes, that is my plan. My plan is to do like the first hour and a half of the show is a targeted segment, and then what I'll do is I will drop that down, I will chop that up and put that on YouTube. So that'll go up as one video, and then this entire thing will go up on YouTube just for the historical record. Am I taking applications to my guild? No. The reason why I'm not taking it, call me crazy, guys. Call me crazy. Lots of people do. I'm crazy. My role model is the Joker, so obviously there's something wrong with me to begin with. But no, I'm not taking applications to my future guild because how can I know what I need in guild members before I know what I need in the game? So I need to know what I know. It's great. There are some guilds that are forming and just plussing up their numbers to 1,200 and yeah, whatever. You have all these people. And you're going to have all this chowder and all this cannon fodder. You don't even know what you want yet. And so when you find out what you want, you're going to have to kick people out of your guild. That ain't me. What else do you lose with your house? When you lose your house, you lose all of your gatherables, all of your craftables. Everything else, gear, decorations, decor items, finished products, all get sent back to you. If you lose your freehold gets rolled up as a blueprint. You just got to drop it down again and then rebuild it, but you don't lose like the investments into it. It depends on if there are resources down in dungeons or not, and if NPCs will target your mule. You might rather port out of a dungeon with your rare resources than risking a mule if you have that as an option. Again, you can't teleport out with the mule out. So if you find a gathering spawn in a dungeon that has 1,000 silver ore in it, you're gonna have to go down there 10 times. Time is money. So if I find a rare spawn in a dungeon, like if we're running through a dungeon as a guild and we stop and we look over to the side and I'm a master gatherer and I was like, hold up guys, I see a node, and I was like, oh, dungeon runs over. Why? I found blood diamonds. All right, hey guild, we're running this and Jay just found a blood diamond vein. We start rolling towards us. It's going to create content. Obviously you're not going to go back down there 10. I mean, you might. I mean, if it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you find it, sure, sneak down there 10 times. Can I visit nodes that I'm not a citizen of where the mayor happens to be in a guild I'm at war with? Yes, you can visit the nodes that you're not a citizen of where the mayor happens to be in a guild where you're at war with, because your war is with the mayor, not with the node. Citizenship is a higher allegiance than guild. So, yes, you would be able to go there. Now, if you're at war with the guild that the mayor is a member of, you could probably assume that a lot of the people in that node are a member of the guild that the mayor is in, and you're probably going to get killed, and the guards are going to look at you and say, hi, sorry. Guards aren't going to jump in because you're in a legal combatant state because you're at war. The guards, there is no hand-holding here, okay? A lot of people aren't understanding that you're gonna be involved in guild wars. You are going to be involved in a lot of guild wars. If you're like, well, we're a really nice guild and we're a small group of people and we don't do anything to irritate other people. Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you're a guild their size, there's going to be a benefit to winning guild wars. Is there a way for latecomers to the game to acquire freeholds, or will old money just be able to have a stranglehold on the non-instanced real estate? So the world is so big and you can only have one freehold per account. You're not gonna, like, every player on the server should be able to get a freehold. Now, are you going to be able to get that awesome, amazing beach view with the snowy mountains in the background and the sandy beach out your front door? No, those are a finite space. But right now, I don't think there's going to be a problem with everybody getting a freehold. Originally, I thought everybody was going to be able to get an in-node house somewhere. Now it turns out that old money will control the in-node houses. Because there's only 1,000 maybe in-node houses. Will I be announcing my server publicly? No. Obviously my server will get leaked because somebody will no doubt register and know what server we're going to, but I'm not going to say I'm publicly going to this server because I don't want people to feel bad if they don't want to be in a server with a streamer. And at the rate we're growing right now, I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm slightly less than totally irrelevant. But if we keep growing, there's going to be people that be like, no, I don't want to be in a server with a streamer that's going to have a 1,200 person alliance and a bunch of people helping him. That's okay. That's fine. I'm really interested. Oh, only people in the guild currently are the only people in the guild are people and officers who transcend games with Paradox. Yes, I do have a guild. And we play some games together. We haven't really played much together for like 18 months. It's kind of like I'm Harry Stamper and my guild is the drilling crew, and we came on land and they all split up. Well, once I throw up the Paradox logo, they'll all come back. Well, not all of them. Most of them will come back. Some of them have kids now. Some of them, are military and have made more rank and they don't have time for that. So, Foreman. I'm really interested in playing the Ranger primary class for the utility and theme, but I don't want to use bows and arrows. How limited will I be playing a melee-focused ranger or something similar? You can play a melee-focused ranger. Let me specifically say this, Corman18. Somebody wants to ask the question, what's the viability of a two-handed Great Maul wielding ranger? And Jeffrey said, yes. Some abilities would be locked out to you and grayed out because, like, pin down requires you to have a bow to shoot them in the foot at range to bind them. But yeah, you would be able to play a ranger with a Great Maul. Now, with that said, Chris Rock said in the 90s, just because you can do it doesn't make it a good idea. Just don't do it. You can drive a car with your feet. Just don't do it. If you want to play a melee-focused ranger, then I would ask you why specifically you're playing a ranger, what utility you think the ranger has, and then would you be better served with rogue or fighter or tank? I didn't know you can't teleport out with your mule summoned. You may not be able to teleport with your mule summoned. These are all things we need to know. I'm going to say I highly doubt you can teleport with your mule summoned. Highly doubt it. Can't be in a guild war if you aren't in a guild. True. Can summoners in Ashes mass summon, or is it limited from 1 to 3? Limited from 1 to 3. Can two guilds from the same node fight? Yes. Also, ironically, guild members from two different nodes that are in a node war will be flagged against each other. Villages, towns are not safe spaces. No. If you're in a guild war, posture check, you got me. Sorry guys, I didn't find the can of WD-40. I didn't get a lot of stuff done on my list today. Another day got away from me. Members of the opposing guild can kill you inside of the boundaries of a town. If you're in a guild war, yes. You're glad you get to catch this live. You listen every day on your way to work. Cool. And we got a subscription. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. Great people. Okay. Did that go twice? Okay, whatever. 1,000 node houses total or per node? 1,000. I think if my math is right, there are 1,000 in node houses roughly total. The way I get to that math is, okay, a stage 3 has 8, so a stage 4 has 16, a stage 5 has 24, and a stage 6 has 32 houses. So you know that there's going to be, 5 stage 6 nodes, so that gives us 160. And then we've done some math as to how many nodes are going to... So I did some math, some really rough numbers, and I came up with right around 1,000 in-node houses. But in-node houses are a status symbol. Freeholds are the buildings with, value and use and utility. Yes, guys, so you realize that, thank you for that. I can see the screen, so I'm jumping ahead. When I say in-node house, because Steven hasn't necessarily written the lexicon of terms. When I say in-node house, I mean in-node housing, specifically the house. Instanced apartments, I call instanced apartments instanced apartments. So you will be able to get an instanced apartment in the node, but you won't have the physical standalone building. That's on my housing section. I think words are important. Just like they say you can drop gatherables and craftables, I kind of want to sit down with Steven, like I want to have a Board of Education meeting with Steven and say, can we change the word craftable to processed good? Because a sword is craftable. A sword is craftable. A sword is not a craftable. A sword is a finished good. Biggest alliance Zerg wins, right? They have tools to stop this from being controlled by alliances. Yes. Biggest tool that they have to stop big alliances. Castle sieges are 250 versus 250. So you can have 1,200 people. You can only bring your 200 best fighters or your 250 best fighters. The world space matters. Travel matters. Now, I know we just spent the first part of the show talking about all the ways to get around travel, but I think we said it's okay. We just need to finalize and tweak and add some limitations. Also, keep in mind, most Zerg guilds only know how to do things when they always have superior numbers. Most Zerg guilds only know how to function when they always have a group. What are you gonna do? When you're always rolling around? You're always rolling around with 300 people, and you suck, and you're waving that communal epine. You're one of 300 people waving it around, and then your guild tag comes up, and you get a reputation of being in a douche canoe guild, and you're running a caravan at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and nobody's on, and because you have that horrible douche canoe guild tag, people that might not have necessarily gone out of their way to attack you, like Paradox, we don't necessarily go out of our way to attack people, but we find out that you're in the Gremlins Guild, and you guys are just horrible human beings. Well, it doesn't matter if you're the nicest. Okay, you can be, right? You can be Gizmo. You can be the sweet little Mogwai, but you wear this guild tag. So guess what? Because you've stolen from my guild, I don't care how nice of a player you are, you're supporting that horrible guild. we just by God, we take it back. And then you send me the sad message and you say, well, your guild stole 5 of my caravans. What guild are you in? Gremlins. Yeah, well, now you know why. You can take your complaint and I'm going to chuck it in the fuck it bucket because I don't care about you. If you think what's going on to you is horrible, drop your horrible guild tag. Do I know the cost to buy a freehold? No, that's not set. That's not finalized. Yes, but there are also stream snipers. I'm not worried about stream snipers. You're not nobody. I definitely prefer you over every other streamer. Aww. And then there's me still sitting here. Aw. Frost, you guys, Frost is responsible for me streaming. One of my very first streams, I was playing Dark and Light, and I hit him with a fireball. Aren't people too afraid of losing resources? The game is huge. I think you will meet more citizens than PvPer, or citizen will have a reason to steal your resources. You can... It's not stick it, Frost, it's chuck it. It's take your complaint and chuck it in the fuck it bucket. Citizens, okay, this isn't a faction-based game. Your fellow citizens are not your allies. Your fellow citizens are like-minded people trying to get to the same destination when it comes to your node being developed. But there is no flag prevention on fellow citizens. The only people you cannot flag on are your party members, your raid members, your guild members, and your alliance members. I can't do that. Were we supposed to switch to 4? But you can flag on people in your own node. Keep in mind, if you're flagging on people in your own node, you will probably end up starting a guild war. Just saying. Won't all hard guild make the smallest guilds get all the buffs and then just have unofficial alliances among their alliance? For example, won't a 600-person organization be split across 12 organized into 3 alliances? If so, is there really a point to having benefits for smaller guilds since it won't give small guilds an actual advantage over the hardcore? No, because you're so used to games having bullshit mechanics. I'm going to have to bring up paint here. 1 second. And this is me throwing out some numbers, okay? I'm throwing out some numbers here. All right? So these are my numbers. These are conceptual numbers. These are not Intrepid's numbers, but I'm going to show you how this works. Okay? So let me chop this down. Okay? So best way to do this. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. I know, pro skills, right? I got to get a pad. 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just going to do 9 because that's all the space I have. So this is the unofficial alliance of, well, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just do 8. Let me get rid of this one. We're gonna do 2 mega alliances because it works with 4 guilds, right? So these guys have all aligned themselves. These guys have all aligned themselves into small guilds in order to in order to be able to get the max combat buffs. And so here you have a guild, right? Boom. Here you have a guild. Now, there's some sort of squabble. There's some sort of beef. So these 2 guilds go hostile with each other. And I'm going to say that the Red Stars, they declare on Gremlins 1. And this cost them 500 gold. And now each of these guilds are in 1 war state. These guys, they cheesed it and they went with 50 members, right? All these guilds are 50-member guilds. These guys have 300. So now, yes, there is some power distribution because these 50 guys, and I don't even know what the numbers, how much the combat buffs are going to give you, but let's just say in the realm of reasonable, these 50 guys with their max combat buffs, they combat like 100. They fight like 100 people. And these are just my bullshit numbers for the concept. So these guys still have the advantage. The Red Stars still have the advantage in this fight because they have 3 times the numbers. So now what happens is Guild 2, Gremlins 2, wants to help. They want to get involved in the fight. Because remember, right now, this is a closed war. This is a closed war between the Gremlins and the Red Stars. They're the only legal combatants. All these other guys, they can't even outside pocket heal. There's no mechanic for them to get involved. The only way that they can get involved is if they go corrupt. If they flag and go corrupt. Well, that's a bad idea. So the alliance leader, Stripe, the gremlin with the white stripe, he says, I need all of the guilds to declare on the Red Stars. So Guild 2 declares. This costs them 1,000 gold. This is their first war condition, but it costs them 1,000 gold because this is their second war condition. This one might cost 2,000 gold because while this is their first war condition, this is now their third war condition, and so on and so on and so on. And this is the soft cap of, this might be 4, this might be 8, this might be 16, 32, 64k. Now I don't know if this mechanic is what they're going to use, but this is a mechanic used in EVE Online. The more war decks that you have against you, the higher it gets for people to declare on you. The more war decks you have going out, okay, the more it costs against you. But now here's where the problem of being a shitbird organization that splits yourself into 8 guilds, 2 alliances is. Because these guys are normal gamers and they talk to people. So now you got this guild over here, right? And we're using geometric shapes, right? You got this guild over here. You got this guild over here, and they don't like what you're doing. They don't like what you're doing because they recognize you're being a shitbird about it. So now the Red Stars in 1, and what are these guys? The Blue Pentagons. All they do, they only care about declaring on 1 guild. These guys care about declaring on 1 guild. These guys care about declaring on 1 guild. You're now having to spider out multiple guild wars. So you were in 1 war state, but for you to support all of your sister guilds, you're going to have to go, oh, it's Hexagon, thank you. You think a guy, oh, fuck's sake, where is it? Okay, that's kind of embarrassing. Fuck's sake, I'm so embarrassed right now. You think a fucking guy that was stationed at the Pentagon would fucking know how many sides a Pentagon had? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh my god, what a derp moment. But so all of these guilds, in order to support all of their all these guilds, so for them to support everyone, you're now talking, you're entering 5 war conditions. So that's why I'm not worried about that, those guilds splitting up, because they're going to have to deal with those ramifications. It's okay, people make mistakes. Hey, I make mistakes all of the time. All of the time. Thanks, Proxying and Ogie Dog, for your subscriptions, because I had stuff up on the screen when you subbed, so thank you for that. Let's see. Survival Hunter is worse hunter. You guys are cross-talking. That's cool. Any information on how the summoner is going to play? Like, is it all pet damage or supplemented with dots or direct damage from the pet buffs ability thrown in? The only thing I can tell you about the summoners is that all of your magic, all of your abilities, all of your effects, all of your everything are going to come through the summon. So you on your own, I don't know what you, the summoner, does. You work through your summon. Summoner is probably going to be the last class they develop. There's a lot of misconceptions about Summoner. There's a lot of theory crafting about Summoner. When it comes to Summoner, guys, if people are telling you about Summoners, ask them to give you the citations. Because while I was at Disney, people were PMing me on Discord, and I responded at night. Tamir brought her laptop because she wanted me to have something to focus on to download for the day. People were coming along and saying, well, I just heard this about the summoner, and I was like, citation? Question mark? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, I've never heard that. They're like, oh, well, it's being said. I said, well, go ask people for the citation. And by the time you chase it back, you get back to the whole, oh, that's just what I think. Slap people. Can Alliance declare war with just a guild that's not an alliance? Rat Boss, I do not know that. I do not know if I don't know if the Alliance can declare war and put all 4 guilds into the war. I don't believe so. We've never heard of an Alliance war. We've only heard of guild wars. How are they gonna prevent alts, other alliances, and spies from joining the war on the other side just to AFK troll to make sure they win? Good question. Number 1, spying is allowed. Outright stated. Outright stated. Spying is allowed. You are going to have to do things in your guild to make sure you minimize the ramifications of spies. Assume everybody in your guild that you don't know personally is a spy. Assume everybody is a spy. Je suis un espion. I am a spy. Now, when it comes to how are you going to stop people from joining the war? Well, if you let them in your guild, they're in your guild, so they're allowed to AFK and troll. Just keep that in mind. I want to be a tank, but I only like the feel of cloth armor. Okay, then be a cloth armor tank. Boom! Any class can wear any armor. Wow, I am 15 minutes behind due to the paint example. Remember, those are just houses in the node proper. There will be instance departments. Yes. Hey guys, what I'm gonna do? I fell 15 minutes behind, so I'm gonna do repeat if I skipped you. I did a repeat if I skipped you. I'm gonna work backwards a bit, but I'm gonna. Sorry. Sometimes when I do examples, we fall behind. That's how it works. Rule 1 of EVE Online: everyone's a spy. Yes. Rule number 1 of EVE Online: don't jump to a Sino that you didn't light yourself. Would the Bard roll be good if you're in a party of 4? I can't give you an answer to that. The reason why I can't give you an answer to that is because I don't know what the Bard buffs do. I know in Arcage, a Bard was valuable the moment you had a party. As soon as you had 3 damage dealers. It was worth it. What's going on with my video? Does this video always cut out? Hello, are we live? We're live, okay. Go to this video. I did put, thank you for saying the video thing. Let's make sure that the emote artist didn't contact me. He did not. That's okay. I did send out a request for emotes to an artist on Fiverr today. If you guys know a emote artist, if you guys know an artist who knows how to make Twitch emotes, I know a lot of people are excited to like recommend people to me, and that's cool. Like somebody, they talking to an artist, and we were talking, and right at the beginning of the conversation, I said, "Yeah, I need some Twitch emotes," and then we got down to the bottom, and we started talking about Twitch emotes. And I was like, so you make Twitch emotes? They're like, no, this is going to be my first time. I was like, no, I'll use you as an artist for some other work, but no. I need an artist that I can pay Fiverr rates plus a little if you're a friend of the family, and then get emotes. I don't want to have to babysit you on what I need. So the person was cool about it. I said, I'm going to use you for some art later on down the road. I also want to make t-shirts, merchandise. People want me to do these things. I'm getting there. Let's see. So when we get emotes, we need a 5-head. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do I'm probably gonna have an emote made with the Pentagon behind me and just a question mark. You guys can hear my daughter. She just got home from gymnastics. She's really excited. So couple of more days and I'll be up in the office, but you guys know I'm a family man, and if I ever have to choose between this and my family, I'm choosing my family. Hey Gizmo, bring me medium stitch.
Okay.
So let's see. I know castle sieges are 250 versus 250, but then what are node sieges like? I assume they're scaled to the node level and that more people can participate. But do we know the numbers? No, we don't know. We don't know the numbers on the node sieges. Now there are some discussions about how node sieges are going to work, but I don't want to talk about them because I don't want, for a show like this where I'm kind of seen as a subject matter expert, I don't want to quote them because I haven't gotten an update. Thank you. So you guys, I want to just share this while she's here. This is medium stitch. We actually have a bigger stitch in this house. This is actually from Frostpaw to my daughter. So Paradox is a big family. Thank you.
Welcome.
Bye. So, let's see. We don't know how that's going to work. We don't know how that's going to work. One thing that's been talked about that Steven has said is that depending on the mismatched levels or the different node levels, then the attackers might have a fixed set of respawns. That was a long time ago, so take that one with a grain of salt. Don't run out of here saying, Jalan said node sieges don't go the whole 2 hours. You have a fixed amount of... No, that was one thing that was talked about to stop zerging. That was 2 years ago, maybe, and we haven't really done a design change on node sieges yet. So, you drop resources when you die to an NPC. Yes. You drop resources every time you drop. Hey man, I subbed to your YouTube channel, but I don't feel like skimming through a 7-hour video. Any plans to edit those down? Yeah, we did a 90-minute discussion on the topic of the day. The problem is that I poured over my whole live stream as an archive copy just because in the past I've had people come back and say, you said this, and I say, okay, well, all my videos are up on YouTube now, go find it. I'm still going to be doing like the 8 to 10 minute videos. Tomorrow I'm going to be working on storyboards, and Thursday I'm going to be recording videos. So yes, not every single thing I put out is going to be a Twitch push. I've just been doing a lot of Twitch streaming right now, but I pushed out a Ash's crash course as well. So yeah, you're gonna get a little of this, a little of that. I didn't do too much video work last week because I had a lot of Ashes 101 to revamp. Ashes 101 is looking better. I have a couple of people offering to help me. I really don't want to use a WordPress website. I'm really looking for people who can go in, just write a piece of code and say, this fixes the top problem. Because I don't really want somebody doing it for me. I want somebody to help teach me. And I'm not using WordPress. Not doing it. Are my kids going to play Ashes? The little one you just saw will play Ashes. But, like all things in life, my little one will probably get killed and then cry, and then I'll have to go kill somebody. You know. The only artist I know is Sailor Twift. That's funny. That's just wrong on so many levels. That's wrong. Hey man, we answered that one. Will there be any crazy weather effects like the volcano erupting? Yes. There will be. In this, I'm making this up. I am making this up, but you may end up in a situation where you dig to. Let's bring up a map real quick. So you end up, and I don't have the map, no grid. Why aren't you? Oh no, no, not Chibi. Why? That's map no grid, but not my grid. So you might end up leveling up a node in this ice dragon range of places, and by doing so, you end up. You know what? Hold on, let's stop. I don't like that. I don't like that map anymore. We need to add the other one in. Image. Add existing. Map no grid lines. I like this map better. Once I saw this map, I liked it so much better. Can I just drop this into here? Okay, so there we go. I like it. I like it. So we're over there, and we're in this fire, or we're in this ice region, and we level up a node to level 5, and then what happens is that an ice dragon comes out, and it decides to go over the border, so it extends the winter season over that border. So yes, there is going to be a lot of stuff that happens regionally and changes with the weather. There is going to be weather, there's going to be droughts, there's going to be blizzards, monsoons. I would take that comment about fixed respawns to mean there are levers the devs can fiddle with to make sure the mismatched nodes have fairer battles, not evidence of that mechanic in particular. Yeah, or, I mean, it could be that, what it could be is that, and I'm gonna spitball here, there's 200 defenders and there's 1,000 attackers. The 1,000 attackers might only get 1,200 respawns. If you can hold out for 1,200 respawns, you keep your node. So that would be something that they could do. But at the same time, gonna be honest, if you only get 200 defenders, you might be a crappy node that needs to be destroyed. So that's one of those, when Steven said there's going to be like fixed respawns, it was like, I think that came out of a PAX after party discussion. So, you know, figure out what's going on with that. Filthy Casual's not watching the 7-hour streams. I know, man. Imagine people not liking 7-hour streams. No, I definitely hear what you're saying. I tried something new tonight. I'm going to see how that works. But yes, I am definitely going to be doing some stuff. Also, guys, if you see something funny, dear, I mean, I know that my channel's kind of like, you know, it started off scrawny and now it's kind of like pumped up. But I'm not very good at like adding stream markers yet. I did. If you guys didn't see the channel trailer, I took clips that people had done. If you guys see stuff, clips are one of the best ways that you can help a streamer. You got me in a posture check. I was leaning. And yes, I'm gonna get a new chair. I'm gonna try to go tomorrow or the next day. As soon as that desk comes, I gotta go get the chair. I gotta get the desk built. But if you guys see stuff, make clips, and I will go back through. And it's like it takes a village to raise an idiot. One of these days, I will have a sidekick of my own who sits there and just edits my videos when I can pay somebody to do that. The story is about gods, etc. Will there be an event that are as big as gods should be? Maybe. Maybe. What mage do I think has the most burst potential? Oh, hold on. Which mage has the most burst? 8-Ball says that's a tough one. Yeah, there's no way I can tell you which mage is going to have the most burst. I don't even have the augments. Now, from what we've been told, an Archmage would have the most burst, or sorry, an Arch Wizard would have the most burst because the classes that are doubled down. So the 8 that are in the highlighted boxes, if you double down, you have the most potency and the least versatility. Now, with that said, keep in mind, everything's situational. There might be because you guys, a lot of people misunderstand what meta is. Meta is a tool like everything else. Well, meta isn't a tool. Meta is a phrase, and it means the most efficient tactic available. There's always going to be a meta. The meta may be 0.0001, but there will always be a meta. There will always be something that is the best. However, with hard counters, you might run into a situation where your the best gets countered by something you weren't expecting. For example, I talk about the crafting dials, and you have a master crafter in the Scholars Guild, so he can put magey augments on heavy armor. And so you have a plate armor wearing mage, and a rogue isn't paying attention to armor buffs and tier buffs and pops out of stealth and backstabs him. And he's like, oh, shit. I just picked a fight with a guy that hard counters me. So we need those augments before we can talk about that. Have they said anything about the timing of when Alpha 2 will come out? Yes, they have. Alpha 2 will come out after Alpha 1. Is this game going to be really good? Yes. Yes, it is. Winfrey, good question. Winfrey asked a question. If attackers win a node siege, how will the loot be split up? It's going to be in a big pile in the center of town. That's all we know. Are you going to do an office tour once it's all set up the way you want it? Yes, that's my goal. I did realize today, after the two daughters' rooms were painted, how depressing my office is, the color. And I know my wife wants our bedroom painted, so I'm probably going to be shelling out about another $600 in painters. I can't paint. People are like, why don't you just paint it yourself? Because for some odd reason, the up and down motion, first of all, I don't have a bicep tendon attached in this arm, and I'm pretty sure this one is torn. So just the simple motion of rolling a paint roller up and down actually is excruciating for my left arm. So I was just better off to pay somebody. I had the room all taped up and I primed it. That didn't work. How far can we go with toxicity in the game? My favorite time sink in PvP MMORPG is humiliating and harassing people to the point they quit the game, all while making sure to stay within the terms of service. Is moderation Care Bear focused, or can we expect some leniency? Based on the sentence you just said, Ashley, yes, you are going to get moderated and probably banned, because this is, at the end of the day, it is a pay-to-play game, not a free-to-play game, and they're worried about making money and having a game. So if you are harassing people to the point with the intention of making them quit the game, expect to have your account shit-canned, because you've literally just said on a stream that's recorded that your intention is to harass people to make them quit. So then the question comes is, why would Intrepid want you and not all of the people that you would make quit? So yeah. Plus, I hereby revoke your fresh start on not being a troll. I will get the image updated. It will be voided. It will be like, you will now be declared excommunicado. You have lost all the services of the Continental. The dark paint did look sad. Yeah, anybody on my Discord lost, or anybody on the Discord saw the color of my house. And I'm going to be honest. I didn't quite realize how depressing my upstairs was until I saw the difference in my daughter's room. Yeah, that was bad. So I'm probably going to repaint the office as well. Let's see. I used to like in Lineage killing people to the point where they'd even leave clans, so I would stop. That's okay. That's okay. If you're playing to the point, like, it's like I told you earlier with the story. If you're in, like, generally Paradox isn't going to steal from people, even though caravans are legal targets, just because that's not what we do. But if you're a member of a guild that's a total douche canoe guild, or I know it's your douche canoe guild alt guild, and you're trying to, like, avoid, yeah, I'm going to attack you. Like, if I come around the corner and I see the gremlins dealing with Sully, whatever guild Sully is in is now also associated. It's guilt by association. Always remember, in a game like Ashes of Creation, you wear the sins of your guild tag. So it doesn't matter that you're not the guy who was involved in the stealing. There is a large portion of the population that doesn't care about your player name. They care about your guild tag. So if your guild is running around, killing people all the time, expect reciprocity. Has there been any information about how servers will work? EU, NA separated, yes. But will it work like WoW, where you can select X realm and cannot change? Or more like BDO, where you can switch world server at any time? No. They are locked servers. So the way this works is servers are regional. So there's NA, there's boom. Oh my God, that is a huge host. Thank you, whoever that is. Appreciate that. 294 people on that raid. I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna have to write your name down. Swing by. So I appreciate that. So basically what you have is you have North America, and then in North America you have West Coast, East Coast, and maybe Central time zones for those prime time windows. Now, you're going to have EU, and right now we don't know if it's going to be EU broken up into a bunch of different organizations like London, Frankfurt. We know CIS is a region, and then we know, and I know people get upset with me on this. Right now we know Oceanic, SEA together is a region. Oceanic players, Steven knows your plight. We can talk about it again if we have to. So what happens is you have to move your pack, your account from region to region. Now, you can't be on North America and EU at the same time. That has to do with the fact that in Ashes of Creation, My.Games is the distributor in EU, Intrepid's the distributor in NA. So you got to move your account around. The big part to that is there's no server transfers either. So it's not like BDO where you're moving around these sharded servers. Your server is its own world, its own economy, its own auction house. The only thing that may occur across server is some arenas. So keep that in mind. That is the official answer. Look at all these new people. Hi, guys. 500 viewers. Yeah, that's what happens when somebody raid bombs you. We're down to 333, and we're dipping. That's okay. Maybe I keep a couple of you. Maybe I keep a couple of people who are interested in Ashes of Creation. They are always welcome. If not, we're gonna at least see that it's gonna be that one big spike. Let's see. I didn't see all of those comments come through, but no, there is no box cost. The game is simply going to be $15 a month. You never have to buy anything. Let me say this, since there's a lot of people transiting through. You never need to buy a Founders Pack, a box, nothing for Ashes of Creation. You can wait all the way until launch and just pay your $15 a month. It's a one-time fee. It's a one-time barrier to entry. If you like the game, you're going to be playing, and you're going to be paying monthly. So we're all ready to drop the WoW subscription. I know, and this is the one thing that makes Steven different. Steven is Steven Sharif, the CEO of Intrepid. He actually like hopes other MMOs are successful. He just wished Crowfall good luck on their beta. Because people that play Crowfall because they like the build. They like the idea. Some of them might like Ashes. Some of them might only like Crowfall. Will they be opening up any lifetime packs again? No. The lifetime subscriptions are a Kickstarter Summerbacker exclusive. I see the repost. I will hit you. I hate the current state of WoW. I need a good MMO where developers and the company cares about the game. I will tell you right now that Steven cares about his game. He did all of those interviews. He's always on the Discord. You can talk to him. You can add him. He was here the other night. What night was he here, guys? Was he here Saturday? He was here Saturday for 7 hours. We could see him in the users chat. He was hanging out, talking a little bit. Steven always has a direct line into my show if he wants to call in. He always has that option. I interviewed him. I'm a small content creator. I interviewed him twice. Grilled him pretty hard. So yeah. So do you think there's a chance of character transfer between servers? No. If a server were to die off population-wise or something, yes. If the server dies off population-wise, they will do a merger of servers, but they will do a controlled merge of the servers, and you will lose some stuff. You will have to reaccomplish some stuff, because when you get to your new server, say, for example, social organization buffs, well, your social organization is gone because the world is gone. You come back to an empty world. You start over. Basically, they haven't definitively lined out how they're going to do their server merges, their server restarts. But remember, the lore is you're coming back to a world that you've been gone from for thousands of years. So the lore, all they have to say is, oh, well, failure. You're going back to the starting point and you're coming back through again. But also, for example, if I wanted to play on NA, then all friends quit. Would I have to start from scratch on EU? Yes. Or could I use a character transfer? No, there are no character transfers because each server is a unique world. You can't transfer your characters. Is it possible later on down the road they will allow character transfers? Sure, everything's possible. I highly doubt it though, because of the nature of each world matters. Repost, rephrase. Always the way to make sure I see these. If your group tags and does 60% of the damage, and another group steps in, and your group dies before what you're fighting, does the second group get loot? Will releasing the run back make a difference? So, if your group gets the tag and does 60% of the damage, you only need to do 40% of the damage if you have the tag, although one of them has to go up to 1, so it either needs to be 41 or 61. So if your entire group wiped, but you had already done 40% of the damage, then there would probably be some secondary mechanics that come into play, where either the second raid would reset the boss, or they would let the boss regen to 62% and then burn it from 62. That's a very in the weeds question, so I don't know. So my friends are in EU, I am US. What is the best way to play with them? The Roz, the best way for you to play with them is to get all of your EU friends to play on North America, so you don't have to deal with my.games. But seriously, the only way you're going to be able to play with your friends in EU is if you move your pack to my.games. Keep in mind, Ashes of Creation has specific prime time events that only occur between the prime time hours. So sieges are all going to happen in that prime time window. So keep that in mind. Have I seen the dwarven leather armor Steven posted in the Discord earlier? Yes. Yes. What would be the population on the biggest servers? 10,000 concurrent is their goal. How much time will pass before we can see the first metropolis? A couple of weeks will pass before you see the first metropolis, because the nodes are gated on how much XP they can get, and that's how Intrepid can control the power curve to 50. Because if those nodes don't level up, then you can still grind, but it's going to be much harder to grind on mobs lower than your level, getting a little bit of XP. If there's no stage 5 node, there may not be any level 50 monsters for you to grind on. So instead of working on your vertical, you're going to be working on your horizontal. That would be those days that you go and work on your social organization membership, or your religion, or some node stuff, and do some lateral stuff. Is there any plan for a South American server? Not right now. There's no plan for a South American server right now, but that doesn't mean you can't get enough people interested that there's a South American server. Is layering or sharding going to be a thing? No. Your server is a world. That's it. That's it. Stephen of Intrepid have been very light-lipped on the lore. There's some, but not a lot. Yes, I try to squeeze in the little bits of lore where I can. Like in the most recent video I did talk about the initial lore a little bit. I am not a lore guy. I can be a lore guy, but this voice that sounds like it mouth sex to can of helium, I'm not really a good lore reader. I'll read the lore if people absolutely want me to do it, but we have very good content creators that do videos on lore. 10,000 concurrent is a better answer, yes. What are social organization buffs? Social organization buffs can give you augments to your skills. So, hold on, I have a crying child. The joys of being a father. Spills. They're okay. We have a washing machine. So what are the social organization buffs? Number one, your social organization buff will give you a wheel. A crafting dial that you can do some different things with your crafting. The other thing they will do is they will give you augments to your abilities. They will also give you access to certain shops. The higher rank you are in the social organization, you get access to different shops at other I don't want to say temple, at like other Scholar Academy buildings or Thieves Guild academies, Thieves Guild buildings. You'll be able to have access to a market there. Is there any good videos or explanation of the PvP system? Yes. If you're looking for information on the PvP system, my moderator already put it out. I have an entire page at ashes101.com. I have like 5 videos that break different parts of the PvP system down. That website is like your school, and I know a lot of people cringe at school, but it's got written articles and it's got videos that should like brain dump a lot of the stuff to you. And that way you can be like, I've got all these questions. All right, let me read all these questions. Or let me read all this stuff. Okay, I have less questions. Then about 20 minutes later, you're going to be like, oh, I have a lot more questions. Hello, I'm a Brave of Worlds backer from Australia. I've consented that I will be locked to an Australian server. You won't be locked to an Australian server. You can put your pack anywhere you want. I feel that SpaceX will have Starlink up and running and allowing for good ping on US servers. Do you know how hard it will be to swap from Australia to US? You'll put in a ticket and you'll move your account. Now, there might be some limitations for subscription time if you're on a regionally priced server. They are going to do some regionally priced servers. But you can, I mean, if you want to ping to the US using Starlink, have at it. I thought Steven mentioned a Brazilian server when they were discussing monthly rates. They did. And here's the thing about that. They are going to put regionalized servers in any region where there's a population. The thing about regionalized servers they're not region locking you as a player, but they are going to region lock you to a regionally leveled, a regionally priced server. So if they put a server in Brazil and it's regionalized for Portuguese, that's it. You're playing on the Brazilian server. You can't pay $5 a month and play in North America. If you want to play in North America as a Brazilian, you absolutely can. You are not IP region locked to your server. If you want to pay $5 a month localized, you play on the Brazilian server. If you want to pay $15 a month, you can play in North America. Did I miss? Are flying mounts a thing? Yes, flying mounts are a thing. There are 5 flying mounts for the Metropolis Mayors. There are 5 flying mounts for the Castle Monarchs. And then there are some random legendary eggs that you will get from drops that you will get. The legendary eggs that you get, they only exist for a period of 14 to 30 days. The egg has an expiration date, so you can't hold on to it forever and use it whenever you want. And then the mount will die. Very sadly, the mount will die. A mayor's mount and a monarch's mount, they will both die at the end of the cycle, and then you get it back when you come up. If you're reelected as the mayor of the metropolis, then your mount, you can raise a new mount at the royal stables. So September 24th is the game releases officially to the public. No? Where did that come from? I don't know where that September 24th date. The game's not even releasing this year. This game is only in pre-alpha testing. Do you think it would be possible for them to support 5,000 versus 5,000 players in one place if it was come to that? If a server population is 10K? No. Not at all. I don't think that's a realistic expectation. Not at all. No game can do that. And then Steven keeps saying world record MMORPG players. Steven keeps saying that PlanetSide holds the world record for the most people in one fight. That's the most people in one fight like PlanetSide, but EVE Online actually holds the world record for the most players involved in one battle. Let's see. I heard you talking about some enemy of the nation mechanic or something on yesterday's live stream. Could you explain what that is? Yes, the mayor of a node can declare you an enemy of the state. He cannot declare citizens an enemy of the state. A mayor has no ability to force remove a citizen. But say I'm the mayor and Toxicscape is always stealing caravans in and around our area. Well, I don't want people to know, I don't want people to have any confusion that Toxicscape or Toxicape or Toxic Ape, whatever letters those are, that looks like ape, I don't want there to be any confusion. I declare him an enemy of the state. He's red to every citizen of the node. Every citizen of the node now has Toxic Ape as an enemy. So, just call you Ape? Okay. Considering MMORPG normal development time takes anywhere between 5 and 8 years, when do you think we'll see Ashes going live? My date for Ashes is March 22nd, 2022. Because somebody said if I pick a date and I'm right, they'll give me $1,000. So that's the date I picked. Can the flying mount egg be sold? Yes. So can the raised mount, I believe. So 250 versus 250 in my eyes is crazy stuff. Yes, I agree. Thanks for the answers. Gotta head to bed. Yes, I will be streaming. Hopefully, like I said, guys, the desk should get delivered tomorrow. I'll be in the new office. And then I will be doing rotating times so that the whole world has a chance to tune in to get their questions answered. When did EVE Online have that battle? I was under the impression Rift started the whole large-scale open world PvP thing. Hold on, let's find out. I'm gonna mute the mic real quick so I can type and not blow out your eardrums. All right. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, on 18 April 2018, and I will share this with you guys so that you can read it if you are interested. But on, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. A total of 6,142 players took part in an enormous battle, the Siege of 9-4, in January of 2018. So EVE Online, Steven always says PlanetSide 2, but there is a difference between a game like PlanetSide 2 and a game like EVE Online. So PlanetSide 2 does hold a world record for the number of people in like a first-person shooter fight, and that was like 1,200. But yes, EVE Online has the world record for the most players in an enormous battle. That's pretty cool. Let's see. I'm going to jump up real quick, guys, because we've been going for 2.5 hours, and my legs are kind of stiff, and I can't wait until I can stand the desk. I'm going to be back in less than 90 seconds. in the other room and I hear ding, ding, ding. Oh my, look at this. Look at ninjas. Look at this guy. Ninjas, real ninjas. Oh my Lord, man. We got some new people. Hopefully some of the new people picked up a subscription and they come back. Also want to tell you guys, ninjas, you can never be sneaky because I know it doesn't look like it and it's really easy to miss, but I always have my sound collar on. So one of the best inventions I've ever seen, one of the greatest pieces of sound equipment I've seen. Not gonna work for you if you're a first-person shooter player, but this thing is absolutely amazing. You guys know that neck strain you get as a gamer, like because you're doing this all the time, you get that neck strain. This collar actually, believe it or not, helps you with that neck strain because it's constantly pushing down on those muscles, but it's not so much weight that it hurts. So I actually bought a second one of these. These are pricey. These are $300, but I bought a second one for the office. So I didn't have to walk up and down. Stallion TV, if you click on the screen, my Amazon Blacksmith is going to come up. It'll give you the link. I don't care if you buy it through me or not, but it'll tell you what it is. It's actually called a Bose wearable sound collar. That's what it is. But yeah, that is on my Amazon Blacksmith. In fact, I can probably pull that up. Yeah, I can. But yeah, it is. I'm gonna cheat, and again, guys, I'm linking it because this is the link I have. Holy hell, no, I'm not. Is that even gonna take you there? Is that yeah, there. I don't care if you use the affiliate link or not. I have it in there because people always will say, "What is it?" And I probably, what is it called? I need to do the gear link. I'm gonna add that to my ever-growing list of things to do. Gear website link. I don't care about selling stuff. I know that link, it's like, because it's got the referral affiliate thing in there. It's crazy. People are always asking me, like, that started off with the books, because you'll see my professional development books in there, a bunch of books I recommend you read. So I know there probably isn't an answer to this yet, but do we know if tanks will be stuck with the old sword and board, or will things like two-handers be an option? Starbard? How am I supposed to pronounce that? I don't want to pronounce that wrong. Here's the thing for you. There are 15 weapons. Every class can use every weapon. Now, will a tank want a shield? Probably, but there's also weapon hot swapping. Will a tank need a shield? Well, yes. If a tank wants to do a shield bash, they have to have a shield. Oh, somebody already got me. Somebody already used my example. But yes, a tank could tank with a staff. A tank could tank with a wand. How effective is that? We don't know. The other interesting thing is weapons have their own skill trees. So you're going to have skills that you get from your primary class. Your primary archetype, and only your primary archetype. And then you're going to have things in your weapon skill tree that you can chick away at and put some points into. Also, a lot of people ask how many abilities you're going to have on your bar. You might have as many as 30. You might have significantly less because you can decide how many points you put into each ability. Do you want just the base ability, or do you want the base ability plus one extra buff, the base ability plus two extra buffs? So yeah, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot going on there. A whole lot going on there. Let's see. You did say, yeah, that Eve fight did use time dilation. That makes it 1/10 the speed. Yeah. PowerPoint, Eve by PowerPoint. Do you know if casters will have to cast spells and are spells interruptible? So some spells are insta-cast. Some spells are long. Some spells are cast bar. And then you will be able to interrupt casting. So you can be CC'd. I like what Intrepid is doing with the CC because they're doing hard CCs are on the action abilities, soft CCs are on the tab abilities, and the way Intrepid classifies a hard ability is anything that takes away both your ability to act and your ability to move is a hard CC. Anything that takes away one or the other is a soft CC. Also, for the people that are afraid of CC lockdown, there is no CC lockdown. There is diminishing returns. And since the time to kill is, the floor of the time to kill is 30 seconds, they're going to make it so that you can't, because there's games where as soon as you get attacked, you just take your hands off the keyboard and you're like, yeah, whatever, because I can't do anything. Thanks for everything you do for this game and the community. I've been following for a while and amazed at your knowledge level and how highly the people around the community regard you. As much as I wish your future guild was EU based, I wish you great success in your future endeavors. Aw, thank you. And just remember, it doesn't matter if we're in the same region, different regions. It really doesn't even matter if we're in the same guild or we're enemy guilds. As long as we're on the stream, it's all about non-attribution education. It's all about you getting your questions answered. Now my guild might hate me if I start answering our enemies' questions, but I'm not going to answer the question like, what are you guys running for your mage ball? No, I'm not going to tell you that. But if you're like, hey, I don't understand. I saw you guys do this and I don't understand what that was. I'll be like, okay, I'll explain that. Can I explain the various class differences? Like rogues have access to hidden pathways and treasures. Okay, so each of the archetypes has a utility ability. So a couple of them that we know. Bye ninjas, thanks for all the subs. So some of the utility abilities we know, like rogues can find hidden doorways. Clerics can clear out poison that is blocking hallways. Mages can find invisible doors. So every class has a utility ability that's not in their combat class build out. So that's that question. We don't know all of them, but the class differences, like all rogues. So for the new people, and I hate that this chart says base class. It's base archetype down the column. So you've got 8 base archetypes. When you make your character, you will pick a base archetype. That is never changeable. So if you take tank, you are a tank from creation till the end of the server's existing. What you can change is you have access to 8 classes on your one character. So you can pick between any of the 8 that's in tank. The thing is that the archetype has that utility. So it's shared across all 8 of its classes. So a rogue, you're a rogue because you took archetype as rogue. And as you go through, duelist is how you do your job as a rogue. Shadow Guardian is how you do your job as a rogue, but your job is always rogue. I just learned about this game today. I know there's a pre-order. Is there any way to play sooner? No, there's not a way to play sooner. And for all of you people that haven't made your account yet, I'm going to shamelessly shill. Why does that come up twice? There is an affiliate program. It does help me out. Costs you nothing. Puts money in my pocket. And I give away money. We're almost back to the point of giving away money. But that's better. Right now you can only buy into Alpha 2. They are considering bringing back Alpha 1 sales if the 10,000 testers they have can get onto their servers, and if everything goes right with the Alpha 1 testing, they're going to start selling Alpha 1 again. They don't want to promise that they're going to sell Alpha 1 again, and then they run into another problem. If you guys aren't familiar with Intrepid's history, they did have a 9-month setback with their back-end architecture. Unreal Engine out of the box doesn't have a really strong back end for MMOs. So their engineers had gutted all the back end. When they put it through testing in Apocalypse, they found they weren't happy with the results, so they had to start over. Well, that caused a 9-month setback. The last thing they want to do is just drop 10,000 people onto an Alpha 1 server and it fall apart, and then they're like, well, why the hell did that happen? So, I'm saying right now, Fighter Cleric will be the most OP solo PvP you can do for damage and heal yourself. I mean, that's okay. You can say that, but I mean, I would say any sub cleric would be the ability to do damage and heal yourself. Let's see. At level 1, how many of a class's skills will you be able to see and read so you can make an informed decision about which class to pick at level 1 with minimum time loss? Corman, I will tell you, you won't even need to do that at level 1, because something I will have done in alpha and beta is I will have broken all of the information we have out to the umpth degree. I will have that out there for you. You will be able to see everything I know in Alpha 1, you'll know. Everything I know in Alpha 2, you'll know. I don't do this to get ahead. I don't do this to play the game of I have a secret. There's a reason why my channel is called Ashes 101. I'm an educator. I'm retired, guys. I don't work. I'm retired. I'm retired military. I know I don't look it. I'm 40 years old. My birthday's next month. I'm turning 41. So yeah, when you're going to go to Ashes 101, as I have that information, it's literally going to be regurgitation of everything I had access to. My long-term goal is to put together, I want to make partner this year. I'm close. Once I make partner, I'm going to find some other staff for some other staff for Ashes 101. So you're going to be able to click on a page at Ashes 101 and go in, and you're going to see all the instructors. Like, this guy does rogues, this guy does archers. It may take me a while to find all those people, but that's what I want to bring to you. I want my stream team to be educators and people that kind of do what I do. Let's see. Hi, Jalan. Firstly, thank you for these streams. They have helped me greatly with understanding the game. I have been doing some research, and I was hoping you could ask the dev team in your next interview how they plan to make cooking a viable profession for players. I'm really hoping it's more than just buff food. Okay. First of all, I don't have to ask them because you look more like 28. Yeah, I'm a retired captain from the United States Air Force. I'm old. Cooking is not just going to be a buff food. Cooking is going to be tied in with the tavern system. So what happens is you have a tavern that sells food and beverages that gives you a buff. With that, because you sold your food out of a tavern, the players get an additional buff because your tavern is built up. So cooking goes hand in hand with taverns. Now, unfortunately, when you say how to make it more than just buff food, well, there's not a lot more you can do with cooking. That's kind of what cooking does. You know, cooking is kind of buff food, health restoration, mana restoration. Alchemy is like stat improvement, combat improvement, immediate health restoration, and immediate mana restoration. I mean, that's kind of what they do. They don't want to have a survival mechanic. Okay, I don't have a tavern. Okay, well then you just make buff food and you sell it to tavern owners so tavern owners can sell it. You provide that resource to the tavern owners. Maybe more theory related than knowledge based, but I like running a small man, 8-man PvP content. How do you feel an 8-man group would fare with the overall PvP offered in AOC? All right, I will jump on that one. Number one, this is all about managing your expectations. If you think you are going to go into Ashes of Creation with an 8-man squad and have access to everything, you're absolutely not. First of all, there is 8-man, 16-man, 24-man, 32-man, 40-man content. Gotta get my... I write when I think. So first and foremost, there are a bunch of raids that you aren't going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to do a bunch of raids without joining up with people. Castle sieges. You better be like the best damn 8-man group in the history of 8-man groups to get an invite to a castle siege. The problem is that if you're your own guild and you get invited to the castle siege, your monarch is going to be your monarch or your siege leader, if they're on the offense, is going to be worried you're going to try to backdoor them and do the channel. Any guild leader and any one designated officer per guild is eligible to do the channel during a castle siege. So that is a thing that you have to keep in mind. Now, 8-man like high speed operating team doing, say, node sieges, yeah, you would probably be a good mercenary band if you have a good reputation. Like, hey, Jalan, I heard your node is being sieged. We'll register as defenders for like 1,000 gold. Okay, let's do that. Doing caravan content, yes, absolutely. You'll be able to either escort or destroy caravans. Remember, there is a horizontal progression for caravans that is highwaymen, brigands, or defenders. So during your 6-month season, you can earn extra buffs the more caravans you destroy or the more caravans you protect. 8-man group would be able to run a medium-sized boat for naval content, because the medium-sized boats are designed for 8 people. Dungeons, obviously, the 8-person content, you'd be able to do that without a problem. So 8-man group is going to be able to do a lot of stuff, but realistic management means you're not going to do everything unless you have allies. Like, for example, you might ally with my guild, and so I'm like, hey man, we're running this raid. Do you want to bring your whole 8 with you? And you're like, yeah, let's go. Boom. Giving out gifts. I love this community. You guys giving out gifts all the time. Do I think divine nodes will get the first metropolis on most servers? No, I don't think divine nodes have any advantage of leveling at the moment over others. The divine node mayoral system will encourage a lot of people to do a lot of missions in the node, so it makes sense that it would get a lot of XP quickly. Yes, but remember, every single thing you do in a node gives you XP. So the divine node might have a lot of PvEers over there doing quests, but the this other node has a lot of trees or a lot of iron ore, a lot of iron nodes, so they're getting a lot of XP from gatherers strip mining the land. Have you missed the fast travel discussion? Yes, we started the day off with the fast travel discussion. It's the first 90 minutes. I won't be offended if you stop watching live and you go back and you watch that. I'm also going to chop that up tomorrow and put that on YouTube as a video that should hopefully be way less than 90 minutes. You'll be my rogue. Hey, if you put together good Ashes content and it's all rogue based, let me know. Posture check. I know, guys, sorry I didn't find the can of WD-40 today. The chair is squeaky. I'm going, as soon as the delivery guy comes tomorrow, drops off my desk, I got a lot of furniture to move tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be in the office by this weekend. That's my hope. What do you mean 40 look like 28? I know. I was at Disney last week, and somebody came up to me and they said it was so nice that I brought my little sisters to Disney, and I was like, those are my teenagers. And she like gasped, and I said, and I have 20-year-olds. The class fusion thing doesn't make much sense to me. So I'm assuming that any archetype class is going to be able to tank, damage, or heal. No. So that's your first assumption. Tanks are tanks. Tanks can also damage deal. Clerics are primary healers. They can also damage deal. Bards are secondary healers. They can also damage deal. Summoners may be able to heal on their necromancer build. That makes no sense to me, but I'm reserving judgment until I see it. However, beyond that, nobody that subs cleric, so nobody down the cleric column gets direct heals on other people. They get indirect heals, indirect self-sustain, indirect HP restoration, but they don't get direct heals. The only people that get direct heals are clerics on spells and bards on area restoration. So this isn't like Rift where every row can do everything. The 8 main tanks are tank mains subbing something. Does that mean that players running tank, or cleric will have a clear advantage in the tanking healing aspect over people with DPS main archetypes? Well, yes. And tanks or clerics will have a clear advantage of the 8. Doubling down on your class, so being one of the red-filled boxes, makes you the most potent but least versatile of the 8. Now, what does that mean beyond that? I can't tell you. I gotta wait until Steven gives us more information. And he doesn't like to give us information. He's kind of choking us off on information right now because we're theory crafting things down to the umpteenth degree, which is okay. He laughs about it because he says some of us are getting kind of close on some stuff. Do we have any information on potential APIs? Yes, they're giving no API. They are not allowing you to build any third-party programs. It's not going to be like EVE Online where you get access to everything and you can make kill boards. You're getting basically nothing. They are not helping with add-ons because they don't want you to have them. It's more a case as roaming as an 8-man group, ganking people, killing caravans, joining some sieges and roaming. Yeah, there you go. Good. I like it. Oh, and thank you for the detailed answer. Yes. Do we know the XVX structure of Arena? 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, and 20-man free-for-alls. Maybe 20-man free-for-alls. Quick question. Will Ashes continue to have a focus meter that grants access to an ultimate ability? I wasn't aware that Ashes had a focus meter. Let me... No 2v2s? No. Oh, the ultimate skill. Oh, yes. Yes. This thing. This is like one of those like bad dreams. Let me link this to you guys. This is like one of those, the moment I saw it, I remembered it. So there's an ultimate skill that's a very powerful skill. It's like one of those things that Steven talked about and then didn't say more about. I will tell you that I linked what I'm looking at right now. I probably should show you what I'm looking at right now. Yes, that'll do. What happened to you? What I'm looking at right now is off at the wiki, and the wiki is a valuable site if you like direct citations. If you like things in a more readable, fashion, Ashes 101 is a little bit more readable as a textbook, but the wiki is just straight things. The ultimate skill as Divine Form, Hail Arrows, Quake, Righteous Fury, Ultimate Defense. In Alpha Zero, I did play with Divine Form, and it worked really well. When I was thinking ultimate skill, my brain instantly went back to Final Fantasy 11 in the 2 hours. Yeah, right now this is still above the line. I haven't heard Steven say this is going to go below the line. So we're good with that as it is. More on that as we know more, if that makes sense. I do not see large groups aiming for divine nodes on launch. Why do that when you can go to a science node and get a better chance of funneling Mayor onto a guild member? You're not gonna be able to funnel Mayor onto a guild member. Keep in mind, nodes are not guild content. Castles are guild content. Nodes are individual people on it. So there's 58 housing spots in a node when it first spawns at level 3, plus all the freeholds. For you to be able to power control an entire node at level 3, you would have to be there. You would have to win every in-node house auction. You would have to get all 50 of the initial freeholds, or all 50 of the initial instanced apartments, and you'd have to take up every single square inch of freehold space, or the standard 50% plus 1. I don't think you're going to do that. I just don't think you're going to do that. Now, if you head off into the middle of nowhere, then yes, if you head off in the middle of nowhere, you might do that. But at the same time, if you head off in the middle of nowhere, you could pretty much decide what node you wanted. Also, you're not going to know which node's which unless you have a really good alpha, like, data mined map. Not data mined, data gathered map. Let's imagine my city gets attacked and loses. Now there's a 2-hour time frame where they can destroy my house. Your freehold, your house is already gone. If your node is destroyed, your house and your apartment are already gone at this point. Your freehold is defendable. Could my friend's guild help defend it without flagging? I don't know if they can do it without flagging. There's a piece of that, and I talk about this in a video on my nodes page. Nodes. Hold on. Housing. Nope, I didn't. I haven't. I got a lot of work left to do. And housing be destroyed. Oh, I'm in housing. I need to be in nodes. I'm in the wrong. I'm like, why is this video not here? It would be in nodes. Stage 3 nodes. Copy video URL. So I discuss it in depth at the end of this video. In depth in that video. I don't know if you have to flag. I don't know what the flagging states for people that are rampaging around destroying freeholds. That's a good question. Let me add that to the Ash's future question list. I have 14 pages of questions to ask Steven again already, guys. I just did an interview with him in July, and we churned through a ton of questions, and then he did all these interviews, and I'm getting all these new people, and I love new people. I love talking to you guys all day. It's amazing. I wrote that question down. Oh, and you had corrected it to freehold later. Good on you. Good on you. Hydrate, you thought you'd follow the bandwagon? Yeah, I'm on, this is bottle 4 of tea. I streamed for 6 hours yesterday, and the voice got kind of raw. I'd really like to know how much tanking a fighter can do. A fighter will do almost no tanking. A fighter tank, which is a dreadnought, will be able to do a little bit of off tanking. Maybe a lot of off tanking depending on their build, but they're not going to be main tanking. Simply because they won't have the tank's aggro generation skills. I was hoping to make a class like Warrior Priest from Warhammer. I'm thinking Cleric Fighter. I didn't play Warhammer. If I have to sub Cleric to self-sustain, then a Cleric better have to sub a DPS class to DPS. No, they don't. And the reason why is that would make it so that nobody wanted to play healer. Obviously, a Cleric isn't going to be able to put out more DPS than a damage dealer, but a Cleric is able to spec into a damage build. A tank is able to spec into a damage build. Because this isn't a game where you can easily get stuff done, because there's no party finder, there's no raid finder. You have to realize tanks and healers have to be able to level themselves up as well. How do you feel about a threat meter for tanking? No, I absolutely not. We have a bunch of new people. We should do a quick archetype poll. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic because somebody put this in. I'm also going to have to change that. But 1 second. Unfortunately, can't do your poll. Can't do your poll because I can only have 5 options. And I'm not going to do that. That's going to produce really That's going to produce all sorts of weird results since I can only have 5 options. I refunded your paradox points. So, where did the coin land on multi-boxing? The multi-boxing discussion is not over yet. How do you feel about threat meter for tanking? Not sure if this has been discussed. If it falls under the same rules as DPS meters, I understand. Yes, it's a third-party program. Learn to manage your threat. People need to learn to manage threat. I hate threat meters because threat meters allow people to just not pay attention. They get to pay attention to a single bar. Final Fantasy 14 does an internal threat meter with the little number on the side, and I don't even like that because it lets me just go ham, and then right when I see that bar change from like 2 to 1, I just stop. Plus, I mean, now in Final Fantasy 14, if the tank it doesn't have aggro, they're screwing up because they should always just have their aggro stance on. There's no more dropping aggro stance for more DPS. Multi-boxing is still in discussion. I know there will be timers on resource nodes respawning, but will the timers be higher as the tier of resources become higher, like Albion Online? No, what'll happen is, so, you hit this node right here, and it despawns. It goes 40 kilometers away, and it sits there. Nobody 40 kilometers away ever hits that node, so it just sits there. The nodes are going to respawn as people hit them, and not unlike a World of Warcraft or a Final Fantasy rotation or an Arcade rotation where you know every static spawn node. You hit a node, it may come back in 5 hours, it may come back in 3 days, it may never come back. The things that are happening in the world may make your economic region no longer have iron ore spawns because the configuration of the world has changed. So hopefully that answers that. If you want to go into more, we can go into more on that. Multi-boxing should be allowed as long as it's physical hardware and not any third-party programs. Yes, basically because there's no way to stop multi-boxing with separate hardware. So you allow it, and you don't allow people to use macros and third-party programs. Yes, I know there's an element of pay to win, the fact that I have 9 gaming computers and you don't. So I can have 9 gaming computers and a KVM switch, have a big old advantage. I'm also paying for 9 accounts. If I get caught cheating, if I get caught using macros, scripts, anything, I lose my accounts, plural, all of them. So just don't do that. I think you shouldn't sweat about it. I think you would need 10 gang people to activate these overpowered abilities. I don't know what you're referencing there. The ultimate abilities. No, your ultimate ability is your ultimate ability. There's also the conjoined ultimate abilities. So if you have 8 summoners in a party, they can summon a war golem. If you have 8 tanks in a party, they can summon some massive dome. I would imagine and this is just my speculation, if you have 8 healers in a party, I would imagine some sort of mass res. So we don't know all those yet. We will find out. Finally catch the stream. Excellent. Do you like that feature, ultimate ability feature, because your face didn't seem to like it no much? Yeah, I didn't like it at first because my brain instantly went back to Final Fantasy's 2 hours. Final Fantasy's 2 hours were pretty powerful. But now that I remembered what the actual ultimate ability in Ashes was, yeah, those were okay. I had Divine Form in Alpha 0. It was pretty balanced. Do we know what gear will have durability? Yes. Like, will uniques, one-of-a-kind items, need to be repaired? Yes. Legendary uniques will have to be repaired, and eventually you won't be able to repair them anymore. You will simply wear them out. So eventually you will just be like, I don't have the repair mats. Is the Ashes 101 site as in-depth as your YouTube videos? Yes. The YouTube videos are the lectures. The Ashes 101 site is the textbook. Right now, the YouTube videos are a little bit ahead on their quality because I've gotten somewhat proficient at making YouTube videos and I still suck at making web pages. I know everybody that offers to help me. They're always like, I'm going to design you a really great website. I'm like, cool. And they're like, and I use WordPress. And I'm like, but I don't. a good old-fashioned Dreamweaver and do it by hand. But you could do so much more with WordPress. Yes, I could also translate Ashes 101 into every language on the planet if I spoke every language on the planet. I don't speak WordPress. So that leaves the question of what uniques need to be repaired with. Legendary materials. Yes, repairing legendary weapons requires legendary crafting materials. So you will end up with a situation where you can't get the mats you need to repair the items you own because I used it yesterday. I use visuals. You've got Sully, and you kill Sully, and Sully's left paw gets gathered by a master gatherer, and you make your weapon. You make the voodoo staff of Jalon. But now the problem is Sully doesn't spawn again because Sully got killed, and Sully was a unique boss. Sully doesn't spawn again as long as, until another set of things happen. Well, you're out there all the time slapping people around with your staff. It needs to be repaired, and the repair material is Sully's claw. And now you're like, oh hell, what do I do? We have a bunch of new people. We should do a quick, we already went over that. I couldn't do that poll. Do we know how long a typical open world PvP fight would take between two good players? 30 seconds to a minute is the time to kill. No damage meters then. Nope. How do you know if you're pressing your buttons in the right order? The same way we did it before we had damage meters. You know how you know you're pressing your buttons in the right order? You know you're pressing your buttons in the right order when the dragon turns around and looks at you and says, hi. And then you scream like a girl into your mic and you're like, oh my God, need heals, need heals, need heals. Yell at the tank, stupid tank, aggro. If your node is destroyed, how are your remaining materials returned to you? They are not. That's easy. I'm hearing it's mailed. If so, can you just keep materials in your mail safely until you need them? No, because your materials in your processed goods do not get returned to you. Anything that is a gatherable or a processed good, if your node gets sieged and you lose your node, all your gatherables and processed goods are part of the loot pinata that the victorious siegers get to take your stuff. Do you know if racial traits are going to be impactful? Yes. Yes, they are. All gear will have durability. Yes. You are going to be a material and a gold sink in the world. Yes. In Ashes of Creation, it's not just running up to the vendor, hitting repair my gear, spending 29 gold, and being off on your way. You're going to have to find a player and go up to a player stall, and you're going to need materials and gold and a tip, because this isn't China. You are going to be tipping. So you're going to be finding repair people. And like I said, you need to repair your iron sword, have some iron ore in your bag. You need to repair your wooden bow, have a wooden bow. Can you talk about storage and how to keep gear and items safe? Okay, so you have two types of items in the game. Let's make sure we hammer this point home. This side you have gatherables and processed goods. ... line. This side of the line you have crafted materials, finished goods. Unless you are corrupted, you never ever drop crafted, finished goods. You only ever drop gatherables and processed goods. If your node is sieged, all of your gatherables and processed goods get locked into storage. You cannot take them out. You can use them to build items for the defense, but you cannot pull them out. How to keep them safe? Well, make sure your node siege doesn't lose. Other than that, you will always get back your furniture, your decor items, your weapon armors, consumables. All that stuff will always come back to you. If I die to a mob, can a random player that walks by loot resources that dropped off my body? Yes. Will mayors be able to name their nodes? They will be able to name them from a pre-generated list. So everybody come on down to Penn Island. You can figure that one out for yourselves. I know there's not going to be a group finder. Do you know if there's going to be some sort of guild finder? Finding a good guild in an MNO is one of the hardest things to do. Yeah, right now if you want to find a guild, go on the forums or the the official Discord, and you can find some guilds. In game, I don't know how they're going to do that. It's probably going to be more word of mouth in old school social talking, recruiting, seeing people. I can help with some JavaScript if you'd like to add some drop-down boxes or add stuff, otherwise more interactive stuff on the site. Yeah, right now the only really big thing on the site I need to know how to do is I need to fix the top of all of my pages. So if we have an HTML person who is willing to walk a dinosaur through a little bit of code, I basically want to have like a banner at the top and a nav bar underneath that. And then when you scroll down, the banner at the top goes away. But then as soon as the nav bar hits the top, it sticks. My site doesn't exactly, the nav bar is hard pinned at the top. I kind of know what I'm doing, but unfortunately all of my tags, the nav bar is just pinned on top of the page. I need the nav bar to be the top of the page. So if any of you are like amazing HTML people and are willing to understand, you're probably going to look at my code and cringe, I could use your help. I know a lot of people have offered me that they want to write it in WordPress, and I'm like, yeah, I'm really grateful you want to do it in WordPress. But that's like saying you want to like program my VCR to only record the Japanese channel. I don't know. I guess DVR. Do all of you know what a VCR is? Am I dating myself? Do I think there won't be third-party meters? No, I know there'll be third-party meters. The problem is that the more people like say, I'm going to make a DPS meter, the more you just motivate Intrepid to put false data into your combat log. If someone owns Excalibur and they suspend their account or decide to play on another server, is Excalibur never going to be seen again? Good questions. As long as the person is paying for their account, there would be no reason to take Excalibur off of their account. It is possible that if you stopped paying for your account for X length of time, your legendary unique items might get reclaimed by the game, because after all, they're legendary uniques. I know that would be kind of controversial, but that would be something that Intrepid would have to talk about, because I don't know how that would play out. Can you use macros such as hover macros for healing? No. If they don't have the macro ability in the game to make a hover macro and you do that, you're cheating. You're using a macro. Your action abilities will be hover and click and go. Your tab abilities, you need to tab, target, select the person. They are not kidding, guys. They are not kidding with they're going to permaban your ass. They are taking a hardline stance on cheaters. So just realize the tools they give you are the tools they give you. If the game has the hover over ability that you can write in the game, then that's okay. If you're using an external program to do that, then no, you can't. Where is Penn Island? There's been a major change in He's name in Sheldonville. You can log out with the legendary unique and never log in again, and then it's out of circulation. Yeah, but I think on that, like I said, if you stopped paying your subscription, you'd have a problem. I'm super rusty on HTML and I haven't written in over a decade. Otherwise, that'd help. Yeah, I know. I hadn't written, get off my Jalon, you young kids, cut your hair, turn off that rock and roll. I wrote HTML when the internet actually first started having a GUI interface. That's when I was writing web pages. Good old Adobe Page Mill. There are people who don't know what a VCR is. Yes, I know. If a non-combatant attacks another combatant, hold on, let's do this corruption chart. If a non-combatant, so a green guy, attacks another non-combatant, okay, he instantly becomes a combatant. And the defender does not fight back, but the attacker stops short of the killing blow, but then a monster comes along at the last second and kills the defender by dealing the final blow. Will the attacker receive a murder count and become red? Okay. Officially right now, no. Officially, when you kill a non-combatant, you get corruption. But so many of you are trying to be murder hobos and get around the system that you're probably going to get corruption if the victim dies within like 20 seconds of your last attack. Also, you're not going to see their hit points. You're only going to see a crumbling status bar. Also, how long will a player stay purple after flagging? About 5 minutes. How long until he becomes green again, assuming he did not receive corruption? About 5 minutes. But yeah, all of you murder hobos that are trying to get around it by using a mob to deliver the final blow, you're just making it so they're going to change the they're going to just change the mechanic. And also you're getting it so they're going to change the mechanic so everybody involved in attacking the person gets the corruption, not just the person who delivers the coup de grace. So stop that. Don't try to cheese it. Don't be a cheese. Don't be a cheese. I kind of believe they will put macros in like Lineage 2. They may. They may. Let's see. Hardware ID ban cheaters, please. Hardware ID banning cheaters is absolutely useless. It's just like people saying don't allow virtual machines. Yeah, you stop 80% of people. The 20% and the people that you're really worried about, they already know how to get around it. And people are going to be like, you can't get around it if you hardware ID ban their Ethernet card. And there's a guy in the Discord that's like, oh, really? Because he knows how to do it. So, yeah. I think if you really want to stop, if you really want to stop cheaters, I think once you start banning their accounts and they can never get their accounts back, you take that hard line. Don't do the we're gonna permaban people and then back off from it and be like, oh, it's a 1-day ban. No, permaban them. Let's see. Will players be able to attack with weapons while mounted? No. Except for the tier 3 flying legendary mounts, there is no mounted combat. Mounts will have some abilities, but you won't be on horseback swinging your sword. That's not going to happen. They kind of have set precedent with the flying mounts having an expiration after hatching. I don't see it being a stretch for them to do that with super rare weapons and gear. Yes, true. I agree. Is the game going to be available in Spanish? The game will be available in Spanish if a large enough Spanish community wants the game. So this is where I'm going to be slick, and I'm just kidding here, but here's what you do. You go here and you sign up for Ashes of Creation, and then you come back and you say, I want Spanish. And you get a whole bunch of people to sign up through that link, and you tell them to tell Jalan you want Spanish. And then I'll go, Steven, I just brought in 500 people and they all want Spanish. Do that. That's how you do it. It does strike me as odd that they are so against macros, yet they've done a giveaway with multiple peripherals that do macros, and most production gaming peripherals have the ability to do macros by default. Yeah, but the thing is they can ban Razer Synapse and Logitech gaming software. So also keep in mind that there is a difference, and we talked about this last night. There's a difference between a macro and a keybind. What I mean by that is a macro is not I bind shift +7 to my thumb trigger on my G502, or it's not I bind all of my abilities to my G600 and I have 12 abilities, and then I have 12 abilities plus 12 more from pressing shift and 12 more from pressing control. Those aren't macros. While technically, yes, you go into the macro editor to do those things, those are simply keybinds. The problem is when you start having it do more than one action for one button pressed. So when they're talking macros, I don't believe they mean more than one action for one button pressed. They're talking about like animation canceling because you're hitting things faster than you would be able to hit as a normal player. They're talking about things like you have a macro running that spams the left mouse button at every 10th of a second, so you're just catching extra procs. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about you cheating ultimately. But you don't need the software to record on a lot of keyboards. Which keyboards don't you need? I mean, I know on Logitech you need Logitech gaming software to. I mean, you got to open up the Logitech gaming software app to bind to your keyboard. I mean, I know Razer Synapse is the same. That, like, what was it? ArcAge had a big problem. Was it? Yeah, it was ArcAge right after they put in easy anti-cheat. Razer Synapse was getting flagged, and people were like, "What the hell is this?" So, yeah. That said, guys, we are going strong. Do we know if the cooldown reduction will be a thing in Ashes of Creation via skill points, augments, or itemization? Yes. Cooldown reduction will be a thing. Oh God, guys, I screwed up. I need to jump up. I didn't drink my protein shake at 8 o'clock. I'll be right back. Oof, guys. Oof. Yeah, I can't eat till 12:30 tomorrow now. Oof. For those of you that are new, for those of you that are new, I've lost 62 pounds. I've lost 62 pounds, and I'm doing intermittent fasting, and I knew I was supposed to do something at 8 o'clock, and I was like, what's going on? And I'm sitting here getting hungry, and I'm like, oh, I gotta go drink my protein shake. So now, it's not a huge deal because it's only 30 minutes. I'm glad I didn't go to like 10 o'clock because that would have been rough. All these people using their 500 points. Let's see. Can someone tell me if Jalan answered my question about hate generation for DPS players? Yes, I did. I said that, I mean, I don't exactly remember your question. We talked about DPS. We talked about tanks are going to have to manage their hate. DPS are going to have to, damage dealers are going to have to manage their hate. And, you know, I don't exactly know where you're going with, but yeah, I mean, you're gonna have hate generation. Steven just actually confirmed hate is gonna be a thing. So I'm not trying to record macros with my hardware, but basic in-game macros such as the hover macro for healer. Yeah, right now, if you're talking about the in-game hover over thing, we don't know that those are going to be a thing, and they may not be a thing because they have action. They have action skills, so they may not want you to be able to hover over on your tab skills. Also, remember, there is spell collision. So even if you're hovering over a person, your spell has to go from you to them. And if somebody walks in the way of it, there you go. Did Steven ever say how long the loot vouchers you get from destroying caravans last for? No, but I'm like 99% certain. I'm 99% certain that there is a timer on them. Also, if the node you have to go to in order to redeem the voucher gets destroyed, is the voucher worthless? Yes, because those materials would be gone. Yeah, just post. If I ever skip your question, just put repost and ask the question again. I don't get mad. I know that it's rough with, you know, a couple of hundred people or a couple of dozen people asking questions. So yeah, I'm feeling really good, guys. I ran a 5K 2 days ago. I'm gonna run another 5K tomorrow, assuming I know what time those. Man, the delivery drivers are like, we're gonna give you a 1 hour out call. Like, you can't give me like better than a 1 hour out call. Luckily, the route I run is not more than an hour away, and I always take my phone with me when I run. What do you eat during the times you eat? Good question. I usually eat like a breakfast burrito at breakfast time, like a couple of eggs, tortilla, usually some air fried bacon or some bacon and steak. My steaks went bad. That made me angry today. I had steaks planned for lunch and they went bad. And then you know, I usually have a fiber bar in the afternoon. And for dinner, we usually, you know, a little red meat, a little chicken. We had chili yesterday. You know, pizza with pineapple on it. Excellent. Excellent. So, can you heal the enemy? No, I don't think so. And there is no friendly fire. I'll repost for you. Ignore if you went over it already. Do you think the DPS players will need to watch their DPS in a raid to avoid pulling aggro? Yes. Do you think tanks at the same skill level will have more than enough aggro tools to stop that from happening? No. It sucks as a DPS to have to slow down because the tanks don't have enough hate generation. I think tanks will have enough tank generation if they're doing their rotations properly. I think a bad tank will lose aggro to DPS. I think DPS that run into the room and fire off all their big spells right away are going to pull hate and might cause a problem. But yeah, I think you're going to have to watch your DPS. But I also think tanks are going to have to spec into their aggro. So yes, Steven's not going to just make this a roll your face over the keyboard. Like Final Fantasy 14, I can literally hit 4 buttons and I'm never going to lose aggro. It seems like you are getting more and more people every stream. Yeah, somebody rated me with like 300 and then a lot of you stayed. So I'm glad that you guys stayed and I'm glad you're enjoying the program. You saw an intake video, 2 rooms blocked the door and the others could not get in, no inertia effect. Yes, because the inertia effect isn't in yet. Keep in mind that what you're seeing is early alpha 1. There are a lot of things that they have to test. Also, keep in mind, guys, if you're not aware of how agile software development goes, I can't talk about agile software development from my personal experience, but I can do like agile process improvement. So you do a little, you test a little. If it like it's a circle, it's a chart. You do a little, you test a little. If it meets what you want, then you do a little more, you test a little more. You do a little more, you test a little more. You're not going to take your time to program in the inertia effect if you find out from other testing that player collision doesn't work the way you want it, because you realize that the player collision isn't working how you want, so you have to change the player collision, and now all the code you wrote for the inertia doesn't work with the new code for the player collision. So it's like you put the bottom bun down, and then you put the meat patty on, and then you put the cheese on, and then the onion and the lettuce and the pickle and the tomato and the ketchup and the mustard and the mayo, and you put the top of the bun on. And no, I'm not hungry, but that's how you build a burger. You don't put the bottom bun on and then the lettuce and then the top bun on and balance the burger on the top. You know, that's not how you build a burger. Same thing. There's a logical order for how you build a video game. Let's see. On CDR, since you started explaining it and then remembered your shake and we never got back to it, how much cooldown reduction are we talking about? Abusive? Well, no, it's not going to be abusive. If the developers put it in, it's not going to be abusive. But yeah, there's going to be some cooldown reduction on some abilities through extra skill point investment. No, you're not going to be able to take like a 14-second. You're not going to be able to take a 14-second big damage ability and then reduce its cooldown to 1 second. I mean, if they did that, that would be bad on the developers. They would have programmed that wrong. But yeah, you're going to be like, you might have a 14-second ability that if you put an extra skill point into it, you reduce the cooldown to 8 seconds, or You know, it might be 1 point takes it down to 10 and 1 point takes it down to, or second point takes it down to 8. Is this game going to require a high-end computer to play? No, it's built on Unreal Engine 4. So Unreal Engine 4 is a current engine. You're going to need something like a 1080. I know a lot of people said, but they said technology from 5 years ago. Okay. Can you run this on like a GTX 770? Yeah, you could run it on low settings and slideshow and potato. I mean, keep in mind, they're doing auspicious things here. You think you're going to render for 499 other players on your screen with a potato? No. So are you going to need to have a, you know, hyper-threaded SLI'd 3080? No. You're not going to need to have a $50,000 computer. But, you know, you need to you need to have something that's like 2 or 3 years old. By the time the game comes out, you're gonna be looking at like a 2017, 2018 computer. If you want to be running this at anything other than like slideshow. Gonna test the hell out of Tank when we get it in A1. Yeah, I am, and I'm sure you are too. You're out of here because of pineapple pizza. Pineapple on a little barbecue sauce based pizza with some grilled chicken, some ham. Yeah. Any details on the way you can claim your stored items, furniture from destroyed housing? Yes, it gets sent to you. Also, is there not a way to transfer a large amount of completed goods across the world map if you can claim them at any node? For right now, I'm pretty certain that you can pull your completed goods out of your inventory at any time. I'm pretty sure it's only the gatherables and the craftables that you can't pull out of your inventory. But again, we're waiting on more details on that. It's like I told you, a lot of times we get a part or 2 parts of the story. We know about what happens. We know what happens when you put, or when gatherables drop. We know what happens with processed goods. We just don't know everything about the. We don't know everything about crafted items. Any detail? Oh, I did that one. It's easy to stay when you make good content. Yes, excellent. Do we know specifically what the instance PvE content will be? Yes, 20% of the raids and 20% of the dungeons. I've never lost aggro in Final Fantasy. Yeah, you almost can't. Is there animations or any way to tell when you are approaching taking aggro? Not that we know of. Not yet. Maybe. But we have to see. When the big dragon starts running at you, yes, exactly. Will the first mount you get be max movement speed, or will it be slower than a mount you get later in the game? Like in WoW, you start with 60%, and when you're at max level, you can get 100%. You are going to get a mount early on in the game, and that is going to be the only gift the NPCs give you. After that, you're going to have different mounts based on what the animal husbandry people do with and where you get your mount. You can breed mounts that are really, really fast. You can breed mounts that have a lot of hit points. You can breed a lot of mounts to do a lot of things, but there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution to that. So, yeah, a lot of people... I really need people to stop like comparing or stop thinking of this game in terms of like a lot of other games. Because in WoW, they... like... What was it in WoW long ago? You didn't even get your mount until what, 30? 40? And they just convenience of life it down the line. So, yeah, we're going to get a mount early on in character. I think before you even leave the starter area, you will have your mount. Because the world is big. But you're not going to have like a great mount. You're not going to have the endgame mount. I hope that answers your question on that one. It could be tank. Making a guardian will have increased hate generation from all hate generating skill. Perhaps the other tank classes will have that, but due to any other damage the augments may add. True. There is very little we can know about the augment system until Steven gives us the augment system, and we won't even get the augment system till Alpha 2. We're going to be working with just archetypes in A1, and we're only going to be dealing with 5 of the 8 at first. I think he may be talking the ×2 fireball spell singer type of thing in Arcage. Oh, well, yeah, but that's a combo. It's not like you can insta-cast 4 fireballs all the time, because a spell singer can throw 4 fireballs if they macro cheat it. But yeah, that level of cooldown reduction. People always are afraid of old components are sitting on old laptops. People are afraid that PC specs are people that think they can still play 60 frames per second on a 10-year-old laptop. Always the case. Yeah. The problem is that if your computer is 10 years old, you may not be able to play Ashes. And you're like, but I can't afford a new computer. And I'm the wrong guy to say that to, because I'm going to say if you can't afford a new computer, maybe you shouldn't be worried about playing MMOs. Maybe you should be worrying about like the JOB in your financial future. Just a thought. Not only pineapple on pizza, but barbecue sauce. Oh man, let's get out of here. Well, armor type affect movement speed. Yes, I believe so. I believe that is their intention. A little bit, not like you're in plate armor and you're, dragging your butt, but you're gonna have some you are gonna have some differential. Again, I don't want to paint them into a corner on that one. They may decide not to go that route. Will leather provide you partial physical and partial magical damage? Yes, that is. Well, no, hold up. Let me roll that back. Will standard run-of-the-mill default leather provide you partial physical and partial magic damage? Yes, but there's no such thing as leather armor. There is heavy, medium, light, and robes. There's 4 armor types. So the big thing there is you're going to have heavy armor is going to do one thing, robes are going to do another. It's going to cycle back and forth. But as a master crafter with the dials, I can swap around the stats on the armor. I can make some more magical and some more physical. So a lot of people are going to struggle with that. They're going to be like, oh, this guy's wearing plate, so he's all physical. And you get screwed because that guy is a member of the Scholars Guild and he has the Master Scholars Guild dials. So he has tweaked that armor out. A little bit different. So yeah, it's going to be a really in-depth, robust crafting system. Let's see. I wouldn't even call WoW a proper MMORPG anymore. It's more like an arcade game. I don't know. Sit in Orgrimmar and be able to do everything in game almost. Yeah, WoW has become a theme park game that you literally, with all the quality of life adjustments, you never have to do anything. So, did I see somebody ask me about the Steven leaked armor? Yes, the armor earlier today that Steven leaked. Pretty good looking armor. I will tell you, I like a couple of things here. Drop this in. I like a couple of things out of this. Number one, this is level 10 to level 20 armor. I like this. I like this for a couple of reasons. Number one, you guys got to realize sometimes when Intrepid leaks something, you can't just look at the branch. You got to look at the whole forest. So I want to trim up a little bit, and we'll look at this guy both sides, but we're gonna trim him up a bit, and so that we can make him a bit bigger. All right, we're gonna make him a whole lot bigger. So the first thing I want to look at is look at that level of detail, right? Look at that level of detail. That level of detail is pretty good. I get that the face is still very stone-like. Facial expressions from all of the artists that I've talked to, facial expression stuff is like the hardest thing to do, and it's usually the last thing you do, because you want to get the rest of the full body mesh working, and then you start doing faces. And that kind of follows, because I talked to like game artists when this game first came out. And it makes sense because they're building the beards, they're building the hair. And once you build that, because you don't want to waste a lot of time on clipping. You don't want to be losing facial movements to clipping. So you got to make sure you have the most robust beards, the most crazy hair up there first, to make sure all the other things you do are going to work right. A lot of people asked the last time I said that, they said, don't you work it so, don't you follow the natural order of you build a bald dude, clean shaven, get all his facial expressions done, and then add the stuff on? And the artist I talked to actually said, no, he does it the other way. He does it so I want to make sure that when I put the beards on and the hair on, it works, because I can take that stuff off. It's a lot easier to fix it with it on than it is when it's off. Now, somebody said, yeah, that beard looks fantastic for an early past. Yeah. Why is the bard so thin? You think that the bard needs to be a little more stout? That's because, again, you do your base, and then you go to the extremes on the meshes, all the way skinny and all the way fat. But yeah, I don't know how many other dwarves they have. This may be the dwarf that they had, the model. Just, this is the model that we have. And so they may just put it on that. Also, keep in mind, they were trying to show off the armor, not the dwarf. I mean, they were trying to show off both, but they were showing off the armor. Let's see. You just make garlic pork chops. Yum. What I meant was, you have housing in a node with a lot of storage space that is filled with finished goods. Your housing node gets destroyed. Your housing items are mailed to you. Before claiming them, you run across the world map and claim them in a distant node. Now you've transferred a large amount of goods and did not use the caravan system. You don't have to use the caravan system for finished goods, to my knowledge. But that may change. Let's see. Let's show the Art of War for some of you that haven't seen the Art of War. This is old footage. This is old footage. But yeah, for your movement around the world stuff, I really can't answer you because I don't know all of the other rules. So I have to wait till I know all the other rules. It's like trying to play an old school 1979 version of Dungeons and Dragons and somebody has stolen like every third page. But thank God that version didn't have Thaco. That makes me want to play Dwarf. Do you think an archer can embed elements in his skills? Yes. Yes, I do. Is there a transmog system? Yes. Yes, there is. Tell us about this forest. I don't know about this forest. Let's see. Have you ever played Silk Road Online? No, I have not. People have brought up Silk Road Online a number of times. I probably should go look at it if it's still around, just because people keep saying Silk Road Online. The beard needs to look better, but I think we'll see at least 1 or 2 more iterations. Yes, they have at least 2 more. At least two more animation passes to do. At least 2. Am I with Intrepid? No, I am with the Paradox Gaming Network. Paradox Gaming Network is the corporation that owns my channel. I also own the Paradox Gaming Network, so it's like a symbiotic relationship. There are a lot of incentive in node loyalty to avoid heaps of player moving away because it's too hard to start from scratch and build a node up, or they're just too lazy and want to build a node immediately. I have concerns with a very player-reliant system failing flat due to gamers being lazy and wanting the easy way out. That's a good concern. The problem is that if you have a bunch of lazy citizens, prepare to have a really crappy node because there's going to be people who aren't lazy and they are building the world up. So, yeah, if you're worried about gamers being lazy, just go join a node full of people that aren't lazy. So, I mean, I don't really know what else to tell you. There are benefits to building up certain types of nodes. Yeah. Sorry for the off-topic question. There's never an off-topic question. Questions are questions. We don't talk about Thaco. No, we don't. It was easier to learn like a semester of college than it was to learn Thaco. All right, guys, I'm going to show you another old video, and this is the old freeholds. And then right after the old freeholds, I'll show the new ones. Will there be guild emblems you can put on cloaks and shields? Yes. There are guild emblems you can put on cloaks, you can put on shields, and you can put on flags. I had forgotten about flags. So yes. Did someone gift you a sub? Yes, my community throws out subscriptions all the time. I'm a very small channel, but I actually, believe it or not, I have more subscribers than I have viewers right now. My community is amazing. They are great people. Let's see. Has there been any talk about if instance PvP will use standardized gear or not? I know the arena is very low priority. Curious if we have any info about it. Right now, it's not going to use standardized gear, but they may bring a standardized gear arena in. But since the arena is so low priority, they're not going to divert a lot of resources to the arena. Because let me be honest, building an arena system is already done. They've already built the matchmaking tool technology they need to do the arena. So they don't have, like, by doing the battle royale, and I know a lot of people hate the battle royale. I know a lot of people hate the battle royale, but they've already got the technology for an arena. The problem with standardized gear, though, is that what do you give people? What do you give people for standardized gear? Because I'm playing a cleric, but I'm running heavy armor. I'm running a mage and I'm running medium armor. I'm running a rogue and I'm running cloth armor. Why do I have to, like, what do you even designate as standardized? I don't think Ashes will have standardized gear because they made a statement that gear is 40 to 50% of your character strength. So if gear is 40 to 50% if gear is 40 to 50% of your character strength, why are they going to try to build an arena that only has half of a character's strength? Turning the camera off for 1 second. But with that said, as long as that goofy jumping spinning fireball gets another pass, I'll be happy. Yeah, guys, keep in mind that some of the stuff that they've built is stuff that the animators have done that doesn't necessarily reflect that's going to be the version you get. A lot of times you're doing a lot of they like build something so that they can show Steven the extent of what he can do. You go hard over, like balls to the wall, and then you start dialing it back down. A lot of the animations they've said are going to be dialed back down because they're just too much. There's too muchness in some of these animations. Let's say it's good lazy people exist in MMOs. They do the shit others of us don't want to do. It's good balance. Yes, but I want you to change your perspective on those people, and here's why. Not every person that's a Care Bear doing the stuff you don't want to do is a lazy player. There are actually people who just really enjoy doing that. There are people who want to play with their friends. They just don't want to engage with the rest of the world. So there are people out there that just like to gather. So if you know what I mean. What's going on? What's going on here? Why is my... Oh, because somebody sent me a PM. It screwed up my screen. Oh, that's a subscription. And that's Prime. Guys, keep in mind, every time you use a Twitch Prime subscription, it doesn't have to be me. I'm linking the Twitch Prime information. Every time you use a Twitch Prime subscription, you're reaching into Jeff Bezos's pocket and you're pulling out $2.25. Keep that in mind. Will we have sliders? Yes, we will. Uh-oh. Choo-choo. Choo-choo, hype train. Let's see. Have you experienced this weapon swapping Steven quote? With the Ranger, if you have range skill, it will automatically swap regardless of your main hand. But for the combat ability for the auto attack feature, it would be your chosen weapon. Was it clunky or did it make sense? I haven't seen that feature yet. That is coming up. That is going to be something we're testing in Alpha 1. All right, guys, you were watching the old Freehold video. This is the new Freehold video, so you can see the difference in the graphics fidelity in the last couple of years. Now, unfortunately, with this one, they only did one Freehold type. So some of the cooler looking Freehold buildings, they didn't do. I think they should have pulled some of those other buildings out, like the barn or the temple or the shrine or the windmill. But I mean, there is a massive improvement in the graphics. There is too, and don't you talk back. I'm talking to a cat. I'm not talking to myself. Is there anywhere to see the pre-order pack rewards in more detail? No. Let me explain that. Steven has said, and it has been asked, why they don't do the 3D modeling of the items in the cash shop before they sell them. Because they would sell more. And Steven has admitted, yes, absolutely. He would sell more of the cosmetics if he 3D modeled them before he sold them. But he kind of likes the idea of rewarding the players with a really cool item that they back blindly. He also says, don't back the game if you're not sold. If you're not sold, don't buy anything from him. He's perfectly okay if you wait until launch. Standardized gear has never worked ever when it's been tried. Always created different types of crazy imbalances because of the skills. Yeah, that's a problem. In a game with as robust of a crafting system as Ashes of Creation, I don't see an equalized gear working. I also don't see, in a game that's not balanced for 1v1s, why would I want to jump into an equalized arena? I don't even know why we have ones other than to learn how to fight against certain builds. There is no 1v1 balance. There are classes that you're paper and they're scissors, and they have a stacked deck against you. There's classes where you're rock and they're scissors, and you have a stacked deck against them. People are like, but I want my 1v1 balance. They're not balancing for 1v1. They're balancing for group content. Now, if you ask me what does balancing for group content mean, I have no idea what balancing for group content means. Do you think we will see crafting guilds? I think we will see artisan system guilds. I think we will see artisan guilds that have crafters, gatherers, and processors. I 100% think that. I think that in this game, there is such a huge market for goods and services. I definitely think we'll see artisan guilds. In EVE Online, there were crafting corporations, there were mining corporations. It was a huge thing. It was an absolutely unbelievably huge thing. So, yeah, I definitely think if you're a crafting guild, if you're a Care Bear guild, be a Care Bear guild with teeth. But you know, I think there's going to be a spot for you. A couple of people have asked me that on YouTube, and I've said, yeah, there's going to be rooms for small guilds. Not every guild on the guild can be a power guild because there's only 5 castles. You need the people riding the subway. You need the people walking down the street. If you don't have those things, the world is empty. 5 bits. Somebody's trying to make the hype train go. We had a hype train earlier. Let's see. If you're playing the game as much as me, but you want to gather instead, you're not a lazy player. 100% true. 100% true. Posture check. You guys keep getting me. I gotta get upstairs. I gotta get that key light fixed. So, from what I've heard, there are so many variations to everything, like the same armor piece looking different for every race. Regular skill augments, racial augments, different town aesthetics. They basically have to design everything multiple times. And I feel like they are just promising the world to us. Is every other development studio just lazy, or is Intrepid biting off more than they can chew? Intrepid is doing things. Success. We got a level 1 hype train emote. Thank you, guys. You can have a hype frog. Somebody go get the Frognar guy. We have a frog. So that's a good question, and I'm going to take a moment to let me load up Ashes 101. I gotta Yeah, here we go. So what I want to show you is, it's not that every other studio is lazy. You shouldn't be there. You should be on you. Not that every other studio is lazy. Every other studio builds the world before they build what? Every other studio builds the world instead of building tools. What's going on here? Hold up. Pause. Why are you not cooperating? Oh, because you're too big, because you're sized for me to be on Ashes 101. But they talk about building the tool that they're going to use to build the world, and how they're going to do procedural cities with some input from the developers and some input from the system. Why aren't you playing? What happened here? We are breaking stuff. Okay. You gonna play now? You're not gonna cooperate with me? No, it's not gonna cooperate with me. So we're gonna do this instead. I'm gonna share this. I'll share this with you guys. Check this video out if you haven't seen it. This is over at Ashes 101. You can get to it through Ashes 101, or you can go directly to them and see it. They actually released these dev diaries where they talked about some of the tools they were building. I'm not worried that they're biting off more than they can chew. I'm worried that, and I will say, and Steven has heard me say this, and he acknowledges it. He acknowledges, I've said, I think you're offering a whole lot of stuff that nobody gives a shit about before you've proven to people that you're going to be able to deliver on the stuff that people do give a shit about. Because I understand that some people like the idea that armor pieces will look slightly different on every race. Okay, but let's be honest. The people that are going to play Ashes of Creation, they don't give a shit about that. The people who are coming here for the PvP, the Lineage 2 players, there's a very small very small group of people who actually care about the armor pieces looking different on each race. Okay, I think that is really cool stuff. Okay, now hear the whole thing I'm saying here. I think that is really cool stuff to have, but I think it's really, at the end of the day, it's like nitnoid stuff. It's like getting whipped cream on your ice cream sundae. You want the ice cream and the chocolate sauce first. If you get whipped cream, that's great. At the same time, the guy who is doing the 9 different models for the different armors is not the guy who's writing the back end to make node sieges work, to make castle sieges work. So it's like, you can have a lot of artists doing a lot of artwork, and what they do doesn't actually slow down or speed up what the engineers are doing, or you know what I'm saying? So you can have a team of 40 people doing all the art, and that's great. But as long as the engineers have the art assets they need, like I need a house, give me a damn house. Well, they've built a tool. The engineering team has built a tool that the art team has tweaked that anybody can now use, that they can go in there and they can open this tool, they can spit out what they need real quick, and they can get back to work. They're not waiting on an art request. That was something Jeff said in one of the live streams. He said, I had to stop what I was doing because I had to go build a house. And it was like, okay, but you're not the artist. You're the lead game designer. And then he said, but that's not going to happen because I pop open this tool and I can spit the house out really quickly. And now I have the house I need and I just get right back to what I was doing. I was like, okay, that makes sense. For some reason, I thought there wouldn't be an auto attack. There won't be an auto attack. There will be a filler attack. But if you click on the mob and you go to get a soda, your character is going to stand there and get killed. The auto attack is your filler attack. It's your left mouse button attack where you're beating the guy with the sword. There's not a just sitting there clicking on the mob and it's doing it for you. I heard you talk about transmog, but is there any words on dyes? Yes. Or will be one model in a variety of colors? No, there'll be dyes. You can't dye all of the full body cosmetics. You can dye some of the full body cosmetics. Some of the full body cosmetics can be dyed, some cannot. They are promising the world because they're not going to release the game. They're not going to release the game, an unfinished product. They don't rely on company pressure for release. They don't rely on audience funding. They can 100% make this game if they take their time. Yes, that is true. However, I do want to say this. I do want to say Intrepid has a big giant black eye. Okay, they did derp their really auspicious, we're gonna kick out an MMORPG in 2.5 years. They can take their time building the game, but at the same time, they need to build the game with a sense of urgency. They have to build the game with a sense of urgency, but at the same time with that, keep in mind a lesson that my commander once gave me was slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Yeah, they have to move with a sense of purpose. They have to move with a sense of urgency. I think that there's a lot of things that they need to get to a bigger proof of concept that's further along than where they are. I think, unfortunately, the Lazy Peon did an amazing video. The thing has more than 1 million views. Video has more than 1 million views. And thankfully for Peon, okay, hold on one second. All right, sorry. Sleeping arrangement problems. we started moving beds today, and my wife just came down and asked me, "Where's the 7-year-old sleeping?" Because we didn't throw out. We put one of the mattresses out in the garage to go out this week because we've got the beds in, but you can't put her in the room yet because it just got finished painting. It was kind of a weird question to get asked. Anyway, I think the Lazy Peons video sparked off this huge fury hype train, and then I had done an interview with Steven. Peon does his video. Then Asmongold's Summit and Shroud do their interview. Asmongold does his interview. Tim the Tapman does his interview. And in between those interviews, Steven did his AMA. So Lazy Peon deserves a bow because his video kind of started this whole thing. With that said, Intrepid's kind of like in a situation where like somebody opened the dressing room door and the model is half dressed. They don't have, like, he did a really great video, but they're half ready. They're like, they don't have Alpha 1 ready to go. We're still a couple of weeks, months away from Alpha 1. The problem is they need to know if Alpha 1 can work before they can sell Alpha 1 access. So you know what I'm saying? Because they promised that they won't sell Alpha 1 access until they're sure Alpha 1 works. So we're kind of at a situation where it's like, people are like, well, why is Intrepid hyping the game up? But Intrepid really didn't hype the game up. They didn't do anything. Peon did it. People are like, well, he went on all those interviews. Well, yes, marketing 101, you strike while the iron is hot. Ashes was hot. I don't know if you guys saw the Google trend spike, but this Google trend spike went from like, Ashes of Creation is a thing to, oh my God, Ashes of Creation is the thing. And I'm thankful they did that because my channels are all seeing really good growth. So that, that's a good time. This is good for me. So yeah, with that said, they don't have to deliver anything because Steven is not beholden to a board of directors. Hold on. All right, that works. Let's see. As far as class augmentation goes, will I be able to make a DPS paladin? Choosing fighter as my main. Yes, because you choose fighter as your main, you are DPS. And then choosing cleric as my augmentation. I don't expect you to know this detail yet, but you thought I'd ask. Caliber, I do know that detail. The thing is that when you choose a paladin, When you choose a fighter, you are a DPS. You don't get any cure spells by being a paladin. You get self-sustain, maybe some radial healing buffs, but you don't get to heal people as a paladin. People gotta understand the secondary things don't count. The secondary things don't give you abilities. They give you augments. All right, guys, I realize I have fallen behind. I'm going to try to go into speed mode and catch up. They were trying to do 250 versus 250 PvP balance. 1v1 is going to be irrelevant. Yes, exactly. Which node type are you planning on being a citizen of? I can't tell you because I need to see the blogs for the other two nodes. Let's see. Care about guild with teeth. Just like players need each other, a guild of crafters need a guild of PvPers to buy their stuff. Yes, exactly. Symbiotic relationships. Jalon, yep. Watch ads for bits, guys. Let's get this hype train to the station. Love it. Bunch of hype stuff. What happened to Nodes Part 3? Oh, Nodes Part 3. You want to know what happened to Nodes Part 3? I will tell you what happened to Nodes Part 3. Sorry, my keyboard is still in front of my mic. I'm a horrible human being, and I understand this. But if you want to know where Nodes Part 3 is, it's right here. There is Nodes Part 3. They had 2 years. They had 2 years to make Nodes Part 3. They didn't. So I did. Nodes 3 was made by this guy. But the real answer is in 2019, when I interviewed Steven, I asked him about Nodes Part 3. And he said they're going to release Node Part 3 near Alpha 1 because it's more a marketing tool. And they don't want to release a video because they knew they had to do some major design changes. And the big one was his military nodes have gone through a massive design change. So it's good that they didn't put Nodes Part 3 out. The truth is, I know people want Nodes Part 3. I know people want it. But let's wait until we're sure that it's going to be what we're going to get. They need to be careful to not overpromise on stuff because they think they can make something happen. Yes. Underpromise and overdeliver, never overpromise and underdeliver. I remember Steven talking up the fact that they had hired a company to lay down anti-cheating tech foundation when Ash's kick started. But he never brought that up in his interviews with the big streamers, even when the conversations drifted to cheating and botting. Any idea why he backed off that rhetoric? Yes, I can tell you why. If you guys don't know how difficult this is, if you've never been a streamer, you realize I don't have a script because I don't know what questions you're going to ask. Being a streamer is a skill I've developed over a couple of years. But with that, being a streamer is a skill I've developed over a couple of years, but I also have a very deep background in public speaking. I'm a motivational speaker. I am a teacher. I have a degree in education. I was a military officer. So public speaking, speaking to my flight, speaking to the squadron, briefing the general. I developed speaking ability. Steven, on a lot of those interviews, you have to keep in mind, one of those interviews, Steven was driving to Vegas. When he called in to Asmongold's show, he was driving to Vegas. He had no idea he was about to do an interview. He was on a phone driving, trying to pull information, trying to listen to a question and pull that information out of his head. It is hard for me to sit here with all of my resources that I can hit I have a Google Doc right here. I have the wiki. I can I can look at the wiki and real quick, mental recall. So the big piece of that is Steven's not necessarily going to go into the third vein on the fifth leaf on the seventh branch. He's going to talk big picture. The reason why he's going to talk big picture is people then are going to ask, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And the worst thing during an interview you want to do is say, I don't want to answer that question. So, for example, They have this anti-cheat tech foundation laid into Ashes of Creation. Well, what happens if my friend starts the game and I give him 10,000 gold? Dead air. It's a question you don't want to get. So until they're ready to really lay out some how are the singletons gonna work, that's not, That's not something they want to go down that path. They're talking in Discord. They hired 12 of the 24 people. That's cool. Steven likes to talk in the Discord when I'm not there, and he likes to avoid my questions. I know he likes to avoid my questions because I ask some really difficult ones. Let's see. I don't think Ashes of Creation is going to have anyone going up against them. WoW is falling apart. Arcade is dead. Final Fantasy will never be bigger, I think. New World is already flopping. Here's the thing. Steven doesn't want to beat other... Steven's the kind of guy that just... He's running... Steven isn't running a race. Well, Steven's not running at all. I'm not... Steven doesn't run. Steven isn't playing poker. Steven is playing blackjack. Steven doesn't care about your hand at the table because Steven's not playing against you. Steven's playing against the house. And that's the big difference between Intrepid and a lot of other game development companies. A lot of other game development companies are worried about bringing down the other guy. Remember, guys, in the rat race, you don't have to pull the people above you down to get ahead. You just get ahead. Don't pull other people down. You just get better. And that's a huge problem so many people have. I don't know how to do what they're doing, so I'm going to short circuit and sabotage their efforts because I don't know how to do what they're doing, so I'm going to hold them down. Don't hold them down. People come to me all the time. Content creators come to me all the time. Can you help me? Yes, I will help you. Because it doesn't matter if you're a 1,000-person YouTube channel. I'll help you figure out how to refine your process with Ashes of Creation. Because if you get people interested in Ashes of Creation, you're naturally going to send them to Ashes 101 because you don't want to spend your life making that resource. So, yeah. Don't, like, Steven just wished Crowfall good luck on their beta on Twitter today. Let's see. I'm mad that your interview wasn't mentioned. Can't imagine how it felt for you. Well, with all of the hours you put into fostering an Ashes community. Hot pool buy. Yeah, I'm going to say, I'll be honest. I will be honest. It kind of hurt. It kind of stung. I was on vacation. I was having a good time. Got the Ashes letter. Scrolled through it a little bit. Right at the top of the letter, Steven's just done all these interviews with all these content creators. And I was seeing the names and I was expecting like the last line would be, and he also did one with our very own official content creator, Jalan. And that statement wasn't there. I'm gonna hope that it was just an honest mistake. Yes, we're gonna hope it was an honest mistake. But I'm gonna hope it just was an honest mistake that because it was at the top of the month, they'd forgotten about it. They did the interview with me. They pushed it out. They pushed the in case you missed it out. I don't think it was malicious. I think it was just a I think it was just a honest oversight because they had done 1, 2, 3. And then they'd forgotten about me. And I'm small. It's easy to forget about me. My channel just rolled over 100,000 views tonight. So this Twitch channel only has 100,000 views. I only have 14,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm not a big boy. I am not a big bat. That's okay. I'm still bringing lots of people to the game. So it's okay. My feelings aren't hurt. It's just fuel, man. It's fuel. My own tears are what sustain my cauldron of hate. And get me motivated up the next morning. Let's see. I don't think he cares about the money aspect. He is a very old MMORPG player. He knows the extreme risk of making an MMORPG, especially in these times with the popularity of battle royales. If he wanted an investment back as fast as possible, they would release this year and treat it as an alpha release. Let me tell you, if Steven wanted his investment in Ashes of Creation back, what Steven would do is he never would have put his money into Ashes of Creation. Anybody that has never had money and then suddenly gets a little bit of money understands that money makes money. Steven's not making Ashes to make money. The reason why is it's a giant risk, okay? It's a giant risk with the potential for big rewards, but with $40 million, there is a whole lot of better ways that he could have made money. I heard tanks can't solo any mobs. I don't know where you heard that from, but that's not true. Let's see. Sometimes the early access stuff ruins games, so it's better to release later. Yes, true. What other games would you recommend while we wait for Alpha 1, Alpha 2? Unfortunately, all the games that I wanted to play as single-player games got delayed. Bloodlines 2 got delayed again. Cyberpunk's delayed. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. We were supposed to play today. My wife and I were supposed to play the new expansion today. But the delivery company told me they already have my desk. So I need to get my daughter moved out of her room today. So I have somewhere to put the desk tomorrow. So they went and tried to buy my daughter a new desk because she's got her desk from when she's turning 15. She's got a little tiny like Walmart desk. So she went and got a really cool desk today, but it won't be here till next week. So my daughter's stuff is going to go out of her bedroom into the loft. But tomorrow morning we got to clean out a closet and move my little daughter into the new room. So it's like horrible. Like I'm going to be moving furniture. I'm not going to get a lot of Ash's work done this week. Because if I do get any free time, my wife and I are going to play some video games together. My wife and I haven't gamed together since March when the COVID pandemic started and our kids started having to be homeschooled. So there you go. Let's see. Don't you have a beef with the mod? Could that be why you got left out? Yes, I do have a beef with one of the mods, but I wouldn't see why that would keep me left out of a public. If that, I think it was just honestly an oversight on their part. It was like, what did we do at the end of the month? Oh shit, we forgot Jay. Because if that was the reason, I wouldn't have had a interview in the first place. Some people have laughed because the stuff I'll say to Steven, and they'll be like, well, there goes your interview. No, because Steven understands that I don't just speak for myself off the cuff. I talk about issues that a lot of people have. It was like, and then Steven doesn't take, as long as you apologize when you're wrong, Steven will apologize when he's wrong. So just have some common decency and respect. Like we were talking in the Discord the other day, and I was trying to make one point, but I kind of rolled this statement up that was inaccurate. I said Head Start was a mistake, and I was rolling off on that. And Steven saw that, and he jumped into the channel, and he's like, hey, I want to jump in on your Head Start was a mistake. And he wrote out a paragraph, and I said, yeah, I apologize. That was a misspeak on my part. It wasn't a mistake to do Head Start. It was a mistake. It was a poorly conveyed rationale and reason for the couple of Head Start servers they're going to have. I wasn't saying Intrepid made a mistake by offering Head Start, because I don't think they did. I think the problem came in is that they didn't clearly articulate the need for the Head Start servers, and how they've limited the pay to win on them. And the way they've limited the pay to win on the Head Start servers are, you can simply not play on a Head Start server. You simply decide, I'm not going to a Head Start server. So that's that. Wow, good conversations, guys. As someone that has casually followed Star Citizen for years, they have roughly the same number of completed features. Star Citizen has an economy, quest nodes, interplanetary travel, but no focus and massive troubles with scope creep. Star Citizen, and I know people are going to jump on me because some of you Star Citizen fans are, fanatical. I am going to say, I 100% agree with your statement. Star Citizen is $7 million and one investor away from kaplunk, and then all of a sudden the pandemic hits, and all these people have stimulus checks, and I can't believe the number of people that were throwing money. I cannot believe the amount of money Star Citizen got. So it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I agree with your statement. I agree with what you said. I played Star Citizen during the last open free fly weekend or free fly event. The world is beautiful. It plays like trash. It absolutely plays like trash. I don't want to have to get a degree in astrophysics and spaceship operation to fly my ship. It's a game. I want to have fun, you know. I agree. I want so badly to love Star Citizen, but it's never going to be done. There comes a point. There comes a point where you're going to be a Star Citizen. You're going to be a Star Citizen before you can play Star Citizen. We're like 5 years away from putting people into space on commercial rockets. We still won't have Star Citizen. Is technically a multiplayer game ever done? No, I mean we're gonna use the we're gonna use the Ender's Game example. You're never ready. You go when you're ready enough. A multiplayer game is never done. It's done enough to be a launch. I'm gonna get this other one. Will all races and archetypes be available in Alpha 1? No, they've backed off what they're gonna do for Alpha 1. Partly because Alpha 1 is supposed to be further down the road after Castle Siege mode and Horde mode, but they've moved it up because they want to prove to people, yes, we're building an MMORPG. So we're going to have 5 archetypes, and we're going to have whatever races they have done. But as Alpha 1 is going to be long, more stuff will come online. What exactly happens when you pick the same secondary archetype as your main? Like a mage choosing mage. I get fighter picking mage as a secondary might get them teleport. But what does a mage get out of the teleport augment? And how is that different than leveling up the teleport ability with your skill points? Okay, I'm going to take the second part of that first. So you have your abilities. You can have the level 1, the level 2, or the level 3 version of your ability. So I have an ability on a cleric called Lifeline. It zips around to people and it heals them. If I put 2 points into it, then it zips around and heals people and jumps to the closest enemy at the end of the chain and does damage to them. If I take 3 points worth of it, it zips around to the total number of people, and when it zips to that enemy, it does damage multiplicative to the total number of allies it hit. Up to 4 or 5. So it's an ability, and then it's like a and then it's like a and onto the ability. I do not believe you will get augments from your secondary archetype if you double down in your a rogue. If you're any of these, if you're any of the red classes that go down diagonally when you're doubled down. I think for you, you're going to be getting your augments from social organizations, race, citizenship. Don't forget, if you're high ranking in your religion, you get an extra augment. So, for example, one thing I've really highly considered is I'm going to be a cleric with a very narrow kit. Okay, I want to have a very narrow kit, but I want to go deep in all of my spells, and I want to be a bishop in my religion so that I can get an augment. I can put 2 augments on them. So there's no point in going double class. No, there's absolutely a point in doubling down. The double downed classes will be the most potent but least versatile of the 8 that you have access to. So you'll be the strongest, but you'll be the least versatile. Now, you're going to ask me, well, what does that mean? And I'm going to say, I have no idea. We got to wait till Alpha 2 and we have the augments. That was a good question. A lot of people have that question. Let's see. Like we talked about, Min-Maxer's Paradise. Little bit. Here's Mikey. Like we talked about yesterday about a Frost Mage going against the Fire Boss. Yes. Keep in mind that not only players, but also bosses, will be spec'd against damage. And you can't change your spec on the fly. You cannot change your spec while you're in the dungeon. You have to go to a person or a place and do a thing or pay a fee to change your specs. So you might, like Warhead says, over specialization is the rule. Do one thing better than anyone and you'll get invites to do that thing. And the thing is, you could be the most Billy Badass fire mage on the server, but you better hope that people don't figure out that you're Billy Badass Fire Mage, and then in your local area, you're Billy Badass Fire Mage, and you're single-handedly robbing caravans, and people figure out that you're Billy Badass Fire Mage. So what do? They slot all fire resistance gems, so the next time you fight them, you get hard countered. Remember, you can hard counter people. You can tweak your armor, your augments. It's easier to tweak your augments, but you can tweak your augments to rotate who you're paper against and rotate who you're rock against, and sort of like level the playing field. I'm gonna jump up real quick, guys. My throat is getting dry. I've got no water left. I'm gonna fill up a couple of water bottles. This break's gonna be just a little longer than my normal ones. I need about 3 minutes to stretch the legs and hit the head. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Alrighty, guys, and I am back. I gotta hydrate to fill that requirement. I do want to remind you guys, even though it's a couple of months away, during Extra Life, the fall Extra Life, I will be doing a 24-hour stream. If Intrepid puts together an Extra Life team, I'm gonna do an Extra Life team. I do have a be right back screen. I mean, I do have it. The thing is if I go to the be right back screen, it will restart the video, and some people haven't seen all of these videos, especially like that one is the volcano in the background. So let's see. This game is not going to be balanced around the 1v1. They're going to balance around the 8v8. They are going to balance around the 8v8, and that's why you can hard counter people, because they don't care about the 1v1 balance. They don't care about the 1v1 balance. Let's see. Oh no, fire, water, earth, wind, elemental. Here we go. Yes. There are going to be rotating elementals. Elemental resistance in games like WoW is crap, but if you look at it in Lineage 2, it's actually done quite well. If you want to talk about a game that gets resistances done real well, look at EVE Online. And the shield and the armor resistances, and oh my. But they also do a weird sort of like Magic the Gathering, like racial, like this race is your ally, this is your enemy, this is your neutral, this is their weapon damage. It's kind of weird. Let's see. All elements have durability, and it takes time to get them, and you need a lot of them and something else until you're in jail to get them constantly. Yeah. Yeah. Will the Extra Life stream be post A1 NDA drop? I cannot comment. I would say if Intrepid wants to blow the socks off of their fundraising goal, all they got to do is have Alpha 1. All they got to do is have Alpha 1 available on the Extra Life Day, and they'll make, oh my god, they'll make bank. They'll make bank. The only problem is, okay, so let me back that up. Let me back that up for a second. It would be great if they had Alpha 1 ready for the Extra Life stream. The problem is it would look like a publicity stunt where they were trying to take advantage of Extra Life to promote their game. You know what I'm saying? That is really a double-edged sword. They couldn't drop the Alpha 1 NDA for Extra Life. They would have to have dropped the NDA before Extra Life, and then just have the Extra Life weekend be a testing weekend. Let's see. What features, such as a mayor and a king, do you think will be gated behind being a content creator or leader of a large guild? None of them. There will be no content that requires you to be a content creator or the leader of a large guild. The castle system is gated behind being around a guild that can take a castle. You don't have to be large to take it, you just have to be good. For example, you mentioned a bishop. Will I need the support of many people to be a bishop? No, that is your personal development. To have a freehold? No, that is you doing that. Will I need the support of many people to perform basic gathering and transportation of my goods via a caravan? Yes, because a caravan is rolling PvP content. When you agree to put your goods on a caravan, you agreed to create PvP content for everybody. Maybe my perception is skewed by the current WoW community and believing this necessity for many people will be a hard gap to fill. Well, it's like this. If I become a streamer, and if I have a streamer and let's say I get to instead of 180 people, let's say I have 1,800 people viewing me and they're all on my server. Some of them are going to come and try to kill me. Some of them are going to give me stuff. Some of them will be like, let's get Jalan to be a king. I don't want to get there that way. I want to get there having a 250 person group that can beat the other 250 person group. Will there be streamers, content creators that use their out of game personality to affect in-game things? Yes. Is that fair? Yes. Is it equal? No. Because there's no difference between a streamer who does it because they're a streamer and the leader of a gaming organization who's got 1,800 people or 15,000 people. So, but there is some content. Not every piece of content is for every single person. If you're a 20-person guild, there is content for you, but not all the content. They're not going to dumb down the top-level content for you. Well, we're a group of 20 people and we don't like to invite outsiders. Okay. Well, there should be equalization mechanics for the 40-person raid so we can do it with 20. No, there shouldn't. Shut the hell up. You want to do a 40-man raid? Either get good enough that you can do the 40-man raid with half the number of people, or go make 20 more friends. I think it's great they don't care about the 1v balance. It's become so problematic for MMORPGs that it's overwhelming. Yes, exactly. If you want a balance for 1v1, then just don't have a class system. A game down below that I also am a content creator for is called Fractured. They don't have classes. You build your character. You learn all of your abilities from killing monsters. So they don't have to worry about balance. And when they're like, this is so unbalanced, well, you're stupid. Go learn different abilities. Just look at Blizzard. They have tried for 15 years. Still quite not there. You're talking about resistances. Going back to resistances, will there be rock type mobs vulnerable to blunt weapons or similar mechanics for resistance in melee combat? I have no idea. That is an in the weeds question. Great video on Nodes 3. Yes, I think my Nodes 3 video is amazing. What are your favorite colors in Magic the Gathering? You seem like a blue-black player. Yes, I do run a bruise deck. I run a full blue deck that's a denial deck, and then I run a white deck that is so annoying that most people won't play me. Then again, I'm going to be honest. I'm from Alpha and Alpha, Beta, and 3rd edition in Magic the Gathering. So some of the cards that I have, people drool over because, you know, running an artifact deck where you have infinite mana and you have infinite mana in every round. I can bleed you of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16 cards. Yeah, like literally burning 16 cards out of your deck every round is just ridiculous. When you see the person's face on like round 5, their entire deck is in their graveyard and their entire deck has been removed from game because every time you put it to the graveyard, you literally tap a card, remove it from the graveyard, and then use your archaeologist to bring your destroyed artifact back into game, untapped and ready to use. It's an unbelievable I hate you combo. Will your secondary class just be augments, or will you be able to learn some skills? No, you will get 0 skills from your primary archetype. 0. People are so used to do everything in an MMO today, and in Ashes, they want you to choose more of what all the available content you want to do instead of focus on. Highly like this. Yes, there are people in my guild who have already told me that they want to be crafters. Okay, be a crafter. But you got to realize that to be a crafter, be a legendary crafter means you got to have legendary materials. If I have a choice, I'm going to be, if I have to have a choice between giving the legendary crafting material to the crafter who was in the raid to the crafter who wasn't in the raid, I'm going to let the crafter who was in the raid make the legendary item so his weapon, his name is on the weapon. Well, I don't like to raid. Okay, then you get to be the blacksmith apprentice who makes the nails and the bolts and the screws. Creator simp guilds versus regular power fill guilds versus people not in top guilds could be a pretty fun power struggle considering cooperation is needed to unlock higher level content. Yes. Hey, Ashes 101 guy, just stopped by to say thanks for all the content. Keep up the awesome work. Hey, thanks. Means a lot to me when people do that. A lot of people think that you do it for the money. I end up doing it for the thanks. I don't do it for the thanks. I do it because it helps people. The thanks is like what keeps me going. So what's going on, guys? This is the first time I think I've been motivated to keep going, and the questions are drying up. Don't let the questions dry up. Give me more questions. What's up, Cheesy Dorito? Good thing I just had a protein shake an hour ago. I'm kind of hungry. I'm so happy I'm not on North American servers. Some streamers will basically have their followings filling one server. Yeah, the problem is I don't think the streamers are gonna like being on a server with all of their fans because you know, then they have nobody to fight. Like Asmongold might have a problem. He would have 40,000 people on his server if all of his followers played, and then who are they going to fight? I mean, I guess they could then shape the world any way they want it and do whatever content they want. Probably have to play healer at this point. 1v1 gonna suck at this point. Assassin's Ruined. No, not necessarily, Ape. You got to just realize you're gonna have to change your mentality of you're not going to be able to wombo combo people. You're actually going to have to have to be able to fight. Like, you're still going to be an assassin because you're going to have that initial burst, but you're going to have to, it's not just This isn't Arcade where you come out of stealth and you precision strike and that's it. And that, you know, you're actually going to have to fight. What's the deal with the Underrealm? The Underrealm is 100 square kilometers of different patches. I have it on my list to pull a video of the Underrealm. I just don't have one available. But there's spots that you go underground, and you can have civilization down there too. The Underrealm is where the Tolnar were saved when they were unable to make the journey to the Divine Gates when the calamity happened. The gods didn't want to see all of their children destroyed by the corruption, so they created these safe pockets known as the Underrealm. The problem is it's been so long that the 4 core races and the minor races have been interbreeding for so long that now you have some really jacked up combinations of people. So the Underrealm is just extra space, but it's not 100 square kilometers of consecutive space, it's pockets. Is there a question you haven't been asked that you would like to answer? That's a good question. And no, the stuff that I want to answer when I'm not getting questions is the stuff I make videos on. If you're in Europe, though, you get to deal with the Russians. Actually, there's going to be CIS servers as well. So, and My.Games is doing both. So it's not one of those situations where the Russians are going to play in Europe because they have a bad publisher in Russia. They have the same publisher. Assuming Ashes is the game you want it to be, do you plan to stick it out for the long haul? Ashes is the last game I'm going to attempt to be a guild leader in. I'm getting old. Being a guild leader is a lot of work. I have one more ride in me. I'm going to be a guild leader one more time. If Ashes doesn't work out, then I will probably start to wind down on my gaming, and I will probably start doing some other things with content creation. Like educational stuff. I have a content creator series that I was in the middle of doing, but I sort of put that one on pause because I'm busy doing this one. Can we do a race poll? Yes, but we're gonna have to do it as human, dwarf, elf, orc, and Tulnar. I can't do the sub races because I only have 5 choices. I only get 5 slots, but I put it in there. You get that one in there. Let's see. If you're in when do we expect all A1 founders to test the server? Sometime in the fall. So sometime before 21 December. How do you feel about the idea of recharging family teleport by gaining experience instead of a timer? I hate that idea. I absolutely hate that idea. I think it's just another stupid thing in the way. Because you don't know what you summoned the other person for. Maybe you summoned that member of your family just to show them a really cool waterfall. I think what we talked about earlier, for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, we talked about the family teleport system earlier. And I think that the 30-minute cooldown isn't enough. I think if they're saying that it's meant to help the casual people who only have a couple of hours a night to play, then they should just make the cooldown 12 hours, because if it's a casual who only plays 3 hours a night, chances are they're going to only play the same 3 hours a night. So it doesn't matter if you put a 12-hour cooldown on them. Also, guys, I do want to remind you, I know the family teleport thing is controversial. We talked about it for 90 minutes at the start of the show. I want to remind people that there are a lot of limitations on being family summoned. There's a cooldown on family leaving and then joining a new one, and it's not minutes or hours, it's days. If you are corrupted, you can never be summoned. If you are flagged for PvP, for wars, sieges, arenas, or caravans, you cannot be summoned. So there is going to be very... I don't see the family summoning system as able to be abused, because the big PvP guilds that people are like, oh, I'm afraid of these big PvP guilds, they're probably always going to be involved in one node war or guild war at a time. So, let's see. Yo, I'm here from YouTube, enjoying the videos. I'll be playing the Alpha 1. Hope to see you. Hope to see you too. Hope to see you too. I know you can body block people, but can you jump over people? Let's say an orc is fighting a dwarf. Can the orc just jump over the dwarf? Or flip it, would a dwarf trying to jump over an orc get stopped by the orc because he couldn't jump high enough? I don't know if they're going to limit jumping height to racial size, only because that then creates a massive disadvantage for the dwarf race. That would require a next level amount of environment changing, because then if dwarves get limited by their jumping height, then by default you would have to make something for the dwarves where their height gives them an advantage. So as immersion breaking as it is, I believe every race will have the same jumping height. I know that sucks, but it's, you know, it's one of those magic pencils. Sometimes you got to just accept the fact that there's a magic GM pencil, because if we didn't, then we start imbalancing things on a tabletop level, and that gets difficult. To have a game, to have, like, you would, if there was more things that couldn't be reached by jumping than couldn't be reached due to the orc's height, you would have less dwarfs and more orcs. So while it's a really cool idea, I don't think we're at the level yet of games. Like, that would be if somebody did a Dungeons and Dragons online and did it right and did it really, really good. There would be, you know, it would literally be like, well, yeah, you're playing a human, like, vagabond. You literally are the worst class in game, but you do it because of whatever, because you want to. I'm concerned about the mob levels and node stages. Seems where the giants and dragons spawn next to a metro, where only goblins spawn way out in the wilderness on the level 2 node. Yes. What's your concern about it? I see wall skills. How long do walls last? Can they be DPS down, or it won't be worth it and you just walk around? They lasted for several seconds in Apocalypse. They lasted long enough that you could escape, juke, get away. So we have to see how they're going to work, what their next evolution is. Is this video, is this where Margaret freezes, I think? I gotta leave this a little bit. I think she freezes here. I gotta probably go in here and edit this video a bit. Let's see. I would be more afraid of the French. They hate even trying to converse in English. I mean, that's fine, man. I don't, if I remember correctly, they said it's going to be specific servers for the Russians, just as the Brazilians. It's going to be specific servers available for the CIS region, but nobody is region locked. Nobody is region locked to a region. The servers, you just have to move to the appropriate region to play. Like, do I think anybody is going to port to my.games in the CIS region to play in the CIS region? No, I don't think so. There might be some people who go to Europe because they work third shift and they can play on Europe better than they can play on North America. But I don't think too many people are going to willingly go to the CIS region. But yeah. How much do you think the lore will be tied up with the gameplay? A lot. So much so that Steven's close holding all the lore the most that he can. So, how many servers do you think they will have when the game goes live in NA? Will there be one in South Florida? No, there will be one on the East Coast. There'll be a data center on the East Coast, data center on the West Coast, and then maybe there's going to be a data center on the Central Time Zone because of the primetime events. Amazon Web Services, what are they? Ohio, Raleigh, Chicago. So, there you go. Are there things you know about Ashes of Creation that you can't tell us from speaking with Steven? Yes, I do have an NDA with Intrepid Studios. I have 2 NDAs with Intrepid Studios, actually. I have an NDA as a content creator. I have an NDA as a tester. There are some things that get relayed to me that I won't talk about, only because if Steven tells me something in confidence, it's not my place to tell the rest of the world. Not only is that just bad business, that would be a violation of my NDA. But I do let people know that, yes, I know some stuff. Are you being forced to make content from in the basement of Steven's mansion? The basement of Steven's mansion is probably worth more than my house. Yes. The basement of Steven's mansion is probably worth 5 times the value of my house. Yes. 30 seconds is a long time. Probably assassin gonna simply suck. You only think that because you're used to time to kill being 6 seconds. When the time to kill is 30 seconds to a minute, 30 seconds is really close or really short. So people got to get over this mentality that assassins are going to suck because their burst is only 30 seconds. It takes 30 seconds to kill someone. Yeah, you have to realign your what's burst, what's an assassinate. Nakua best race. You say that now, Paradox, but you're stuck in gaming for life, man. Yeah, I'll be gaming for life. What I said earlier is that if Ashes falls apart and the other games I'm following fall apart, my content creation would be more educational stuff, helping other content creators. I actually did I have 10 episodes of a content creation seminar, and 5 more are filmed. I didn't edit, and I had like 7 more to film, but then this explosion happened and I was like, well shit, I was in the middle of a project. Have I tried out Fall Guys? No, I haven't tried out Fall Guys because I am currently in full Ashes of Creation content creator mode. It is eat, sleep, Ashes content creation, and repeat. Tomorrow, my wife and I will my wife has some appointments tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow I will get a chance to play some Final Fantasy 14 with my wife. But then, what's going to happen is I'm going to get a phone call and that desk is going to be delivered. And so I'm going to end up finish moving my daughter. I got to take apart her bed. It's actually my wife's bed from when my wife was growing up. My wife's father brought it out here for my daughter, but now they both have select comfort or sleep number beds. So, I got to take that apart, store it in the garage, hopefully get it back to wherever it needs to go. But yeah, I'm going to be busy tomorrow. I got to move people around, move my daughter into her pink bedroom because the paint will be dry. I'm going to be busy tomorrow. I'm not going to get a lot of content stuff done. I'm okay with an hour cooldown, but would prefer a global cooldown for everyone in the family. Wasn't here. Kaylin, the problem is that if you do a global cooldown, it defeats the purpose of the family system. The purpose of the family system is that I'm a no-lifer. I play all day. I go out to a spot. We chain summon to do the dungeon, and then those guys only have 2 or 3 hours to play. We run the dungeon together, and then I can keep playing because I'm retired. So you're at work. You get up at 6 in the morning to go to work. I get up at 6 in the morning and I start playing Ashes. I play Ashes from 6 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. I take my break. You get home at 5. I'm already at the dungeon and I pull you. Everybody else gets logged down at 5:30, 5:15. We pull everybody to the dungeon. We do that dungeon. You all log out for the night. I go and I start exploring the world with other people. We get to somewhere else that I find cool. The next day I pull you to me. That's what the family teleport system is there to do. If you put the whole family on the cooldown, then that wouldn't work because the point is to be accommodating for casuals as well as hardcore. Let's look at this poll. 33% Talnar, 20% dwarfs, 20% elves, 16% orc, and 10% human. I actually find that really surprising. I really find that surprising. That's a good distribution. I like that. I really like that. Let's see. If you made it to where we're gonna skip over that. I hope hitboxes are relevant to the race model. It's real jank if my 10-foot orc has the same hitbox as a 4-foot tall dwarf. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they're gonna do with hitboxes, because hitboxes in action combat, if hitboxes in action combat aren't balanced very well, you're gonna end up with people that play dwarfs that are this big and everybody's gonna run their scaler down. Like only the Billy Badasses are gonna be like the max body size orc, because everyone else is you're gonna have the war of like the tiny people. Because why do you want a bigger hitbox? It was like, you know, you're gonna we joked, but I'm gonna have the broadest shoulders and the tiniest head. When they said headshots were gonna be auto crits, everybody joked that they were all gonna do big broad shoulders and tiny heads, and I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to do that. Hold on, I want to catch up on this screen. In APOC, I saw that you could jump extremely far high. Was that an APOC thing, or will it be in the MMO? Okay, so there's no APOC things and there's no MMO things. There's just Ashes things. But are they going to put that Ashes feature in the final version of the MMO? No, I don't believe that one is slated to go into the MMO. It might be rolled into some class kits. So there might be some classes that have like a high double jump, but not everybody has a sushi roll eye dodge. Not everybody's gonna Danny D Phantom subbing for 2 months with Prime. Give me headshot crits, please. Thanks. Danny is one of my proteges as a content creator. I busted his ass and said, hey, get something done while I'm on vacation. And he did. Danny's a good content creator. He actually follows advice. He went and he learned some other MMOs. He was reluctant to do it. I said, Danny, you need to know some other MMOs, because the last thing you want is to start streaming and have people jump into your stream and be like, oh, hey, this game comparing this game to Lineage 2, and you're like, yeah, I never played Lineage 2. MMO RPG community people don't want to ask you, had you played 2 or 3 games and you've never played any of them. Danny now has a couple of months of experience behind him. He can say, yeah, I've played this. This is what I know about that game. He's like, please forgive me. I was a MOBA and first-person shooter player, but I've been playing some MMOs to get ready for Ashes. He thought that wasn't going to go over well with people, but MMO communities MMO communities are hostile to new streamers if you can't answer their questions. Do we know much about the Summoner class, and will it be the best solo class as far as other MMOs? We don't know a lot about the Summoner class, Mind Appeal, so I can't really talk much about that. We all know that Summoner classes are either done really, really well or really, really bad. Example of a good Summoner class, Final Fantasy 11, not 14, 11. Another one, Diablo 2, the Necromancer class in Diablo 2, really, really good Summoner class. I'm trying to think. There's some other games. So we're pretty good there. Let's see. 30 to 60 seconds means you need to use a brain to PvP instead of hoping for a giga damage burst to win in PvP at all. Yes, exactly. I 100% agree with you. I hate games where I can die faster than I can sneeze, so I like the sound of 30 seconds. Yes, I do too. I think a 30-second time to kill as a floor is a good goal. Will Mage plus Archer be viable in PvP? It may be. I don't know what the Archer augments are going to be. Do I think my content creation will ramp up or down when A1 starts? I'm going to keep ramping up. Like I said, hopefully some of these people that want to help me with my webpage understand what I want to do. There's another Prime sub. We're close to 300. 294. There's another one. Boom. So it's like, I want to get my webpage better laid out so that it's easier for me to do the updates, so it's neater, cleaner. There's still like, my webpage is somewhere above like a Wix webpage and still somewhere below what it should be. But yeah, I'm going to be making content from now until the time that people aren't interested in the content anymore. One advantage I have is that I have a lot of content on Ashes 101 that's still relevant. So I can send you to Ashes 101 on a topic, and you can just go and get smart with videos and webpage stuff. Now you'll notice on my webpage there are no ads. I'm not in this for the money. I'm in this to getting you the information. As long as these live streams keep going like this, guys, if we keep rolling at 200 people, you know, I want to be a Twitch partner. These live streams are definitely helping me with that. And I'm just gonna keep pushing along. When these start to dip down, you know, I gotta do what I need to do. You know, I gotta do what I gotta do to keep this above 75. Hopefully I can get a couple of more weeks. Hopefully I can get the whole month of August, and then I can put my Twitch partner application in again. So hopefully we're gonna do about 13 more streams this month. That's a lot of hours. That's a lot of hours. Hold on, let me see. Is that gonna get me my 1,000? I think it will. I want to have the achievement for 1,000 hours done. Oh my god, no, I need 170. 170 divided by 13. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna have that done before I apply. What are the application requirements? I already have them. I've been eligible for Twitch partner for a while. I've tried twice and I failed twice. The problem is that a couple of the times last year I was on a huge uptick, and then my accountant called me and was like, dude, the tax law changed. You need to stop making content. But now I'm a corporation, so I'm all covered. Skill will be a factor, but against your hard counter, it will be an uphill battle. Another great reason that the time to kill is greater than 30 seconds gives us time for those errors to happen and be exploited by the better player. Yes. Yes, I agree with that. It's really, you know what I always argued when people in Arcade argued that Arcade was a skill-based game, and I said, yeah, congratulations, man. I looked at the combat log. You literally shadow stepped, shadow smite, precision struck me. You did 90% of the damage with 2 fucked up abilities. A lot of people saying if Tulnar look furry, I will go human. Steven has said Tulnar does not equal furry. I will also say that one person that gets under Steven's skin is such a furry fanatic. I would not be surprised if the reason why the Tulnar concept art is delayed is because Steven is actually like, no furries, damn it. Too cute. Get it out of here. I told Steven scrap mammal Tulnar and give me insect and reptiles. Give me insect and reptiles. The way it's going to work is it's going to be 3 sliders: reptilian, humanoid, and mammalian. And as you slide them, as you slide one way, it's going to be like moving around. If you guys want to hear Steven talk about that, that's in my 2019 interview. The audio on that one is pretty cringe. We were still figuring out that I was deaf. So, I have fallen behind by about 7 minutes. Time to catch up. Let's see. In your example with the family summon, won't you outlevel friends real quick if they only have a couple hours to play each day and you play 10 plus? Surely it's pointless of doing dungeons together. No. Remember, yes, I will outlevel people. I will outlevel people like this. And but then there's still horizontal progression. So yes, you're going to get to max level in 45 days, but there are going to be people that there's going to be people that it takes less than 45 days. It's going to be people that take longer than 45 days. If they're your friends, you're okay with running you're okay with running lower level content to help your friends along. They are your friends. Lineage 2 was so damn good. A game merely having inspirations on it makes it an amazing game, such as Arcade. Yes, I agree. I played Arcade last time, or not the latest servers, but the servers before. I was top 30 to 40 gil score on Tinnerfet. I destroyed everybody mostly because of skill and not gear score, because they balanced the game a lot better. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. If you were top 30 or 40 on gear score, the majority of the people you crushed because of gear. I don't want to turn this particular show into an Arcade debacle, but let me tell you, as an Arcade content creator for numerous years, Arcade is not about skill. Arcade is about, do you run Battle Rage? Do you run sorcery? Do you have the right abilities? It's a horribly imbalanced game. So being good at Arcade doesn't make you good at video games. I was good at Arcade, and I mean, I have videos where I'm a cleric killing people. It's a horribly imbalanced game. Horribly imbalanced game. And I'll also tell you that Arcade is completely unbalanced, because when they decided to add crit gems to weapons, they didn't equivalent exchange the defensive capability of the characters. Arcade's 4.5 through 6.0 patches, and that's where I fall off, is all designed. It's designed to be all gank, no tank. That's basically what it's designed. Do you think there will be future changes to the character models? Dwarves in particular look like humans with dwarfism instead of the generic fantasy dwarf look. Yes, keep in mind that there are more passes on the races to be done. We were talking earlier about this guy. They start with one model. They're doing the beards and the hair. From the beards and the hair, they'll work on faces. I know these guys kind of still look like they got Meiji Butterface, but they're making progress. The faces are looking better. Let's see. You'd be willing to help. I make sites with C and ASP. I don't even know what that is. Brocta 8. I don't even know what ASP.NET Core is. I make my webpage with HTML and CSS, and that's all I know. That is all I know. Yes, I'm not afraid. I am not afraid of WordPress. Here's the problem. I don't know how to use WordPress, and I don't know how to start learning WordPress. And at the moment, I don't have time to sit and learn. I don't know how to learn what I need to learn about WordPress. I'm already set up. So it's like, do I keep going down a rough road until I get a little bit better at HTML and CSS when I'm already 49 miles down a 60-mile road? Or do I turn around and go back 49 miles and start all over? I mean, luckily I have all of Ashes 101. All of the text content is all in a Word document. So if there was an announcement from Steven, like, hey, we're going dark for 6 months and we're not making any, we're not releasing anything, like literally we're dark for 6 months, then I would probably have the time to go to WordPress. Until then, until I'm like running on all cylinders, it's just a matter of I screwed up and I didn't learn it right, and I just don't have time. Thrashing Coyote, hey Jalan, great to see you streaming. Yeah, can you believe it has been 5 hours already? I love what I do. I love what I do here. Your content is amazing. The amount of information you provide is outstanding. Torture Steven constantly so he would tell you more about the game. Yes, guys, if you don't have a question you want to ask during the next live stream Q&A, just go into the live stream Q&A thread on the forums and put Jalan Fall 2020 interview when. I did just do an interview with him, but you know, we can just start peer pressure. So if your massive guild holds a castle and my small noob guild activates a siege and lots of people join in attacking, does that mean my trash guild defeated a big dominant guild? Yes, it does. At the end of the day, if a guild loses a castle, it doesn't matter who they lost it to. It doesn't matter how they lost it. They lost it. Unless there's some weird bug that happens. And that's exactly what can happen. A small guild can drop a siege flag and then just invite everybody and their brother. Now, the problem with inviting everybody and their brother is somebody might backstab you and do that flag channel and take your castle. You invested all the money to drop the flag, but any guild leader or any primary officer, one primary officer, can do the flag channel. Insect Tulnar. Yes, Frognar. Yeah, did you guys see the Frognar guy? The Frognar guy is going to be upset. I don't know if he was here, but we got the Frognar. We got the Frognar emote. We got the hype frog. I'm going to make a bug lady. You never get to make insects in MMOs. Yeah, you know, I'm going to be honest. Rift, the tabletop. Rifts, not Rift, the MMO. Rifts, the tabletop game. They had a race called the Zairik, and there's an entire resource book on the Zayitic, and I said, Steven, insect ulnar. Let's do this. Let's make it happen. I think we should have insects. I gotta constantly check the chat. Sometimes Steven likes to slide in here. I gotta be careful. Not that I would ever say anything in the show that I wouldn't say to him to his face, but gotta make sure because he's gonna get me. Arcage is, yeah, we're not gonna talk about Arcage. We need to get Steven to give us insect ulnar. Yes, insect ulnar. Everyone needs hashtag insect ulnar. Just bombard their Discord. Hashtag insect ulnar. We're gonna change the world, man. We need to get this follower count up to like 50,000 on the YouTube. We're gonna be like, hey, insect ulnar. About cleric class. Yes, the high priest. It's gonna have some ability to level up or farm alone. Yes. Clerics, let me tell you guys, a lot of people are worried that clerics are going to get treated like healers do in every other game where they're sitting around all day, they're waiting for people. Can you farm with me? It's not like that. Clerics will be able to spec into a damage build. Clerics will be able to put their points into a damage build. Now, obviously, if you're a damage build cleric, and I can tell you this, I played in Alpha 0, so this isn't something they said we could do. This is something I have played in Alpha 0, not Alpha 1, Alpha 0. You're going to be able to build into a damage build. Now, the drawback to being in a damage build is that if you're in a damage build and you're kind of far away from a skill reset guy, and then you're like, oh, hey, we need a healer for our dungeon, you're going to be like, yeah, I'm not really in a healer spec. So keep that in mind. When you're away from the trainer, you may not be in the most optimal build for everything. Do we have any idea how many hours it would take to master a profession? No, we don't. We have no information on that. We don't even know. We don't even know how the. We don't even know how that works. Where can I check the poll results? It should. Oh, you know what? Once I go into it, I don't think you can get into it again. Oh, yeah, you can. Hold on. Here's the poll results. Wait, is that gonna work for you guys? I don't know if that's gonna work for you guys. That works for me, but does that work for you guys? Probably check that. Yeah, I don't know how to get you guys the poll results. Because that's my interface to go back into it. I would have to, yeah. I would have to pull that down. Let me find a way. There's a couple of things I want to do. Polls and results, and then question box. I'm trying to get some plugins on Twitch to make your guys' experience easier. Let's see. Imagine a family spread out on caravan routes waiting to spot a caravan. A summons B, B summons C, C summons D, and so on. Seems like an easy way to exploit. Yeah. So they can do that once. And then they can do that once, and then they can't do that again for whatever. 30 minutes is what they have currently, but I highly imagine that is going to get changed to. I would not be surprised to see the cooldown get changed to 10 hours, 12 hours. Poll. Yeah, I can do snipping tool. Image poll. Browse poll. There we go. There's the poll results. Let's see. Keeping up with these questions. What's up, Pantheon people? They seem to low-key hate Ashes people. Is there some beef I missed out on? There is a little bit of hate between Pantheon and Ashes of Creation people on the Pantheon side. Probably because Pantheon is running the risk of becoming irrelevant, except for PvE people. And Ashes is rising, and Pantheon's got a long road ahead of it. So designing and refining a skill with all its augments probably takes a ton of time. So I'm worried that there won't be that many. I don't like it if I'm using the same abilities at 50 as I got at level 10. Even with augments, it'll get boring after many hours of grinding. I want variety and progression where I start with puny, weak-looking abilities and slowly make my way to insanely looking skills. Well, you're not gonna have to. You're not gonna have access to all of your skills. More than likely, you won't have access to all of your skills. You will unlock skills as you level. Unlock skills as you level. Beyond that, I can't tell you. Oh no, I can tell you. Yes, there are abilities that you unlock at your level. In Alpha 0, we had to level to unlock our other abilities. You have to have so many points invested at the lower tier abilities in order to unlock the mid tier abilities and then the high tier abilities. But you don't have to follow any sort of paths. So it's like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like 7 points, I think, maybe 10 points. And then when you did that was it 10? Because there was 15 total. No. Yes. I'm trying to remember because we can't show footage of Alpha 0. I don't even have footage of Alpha 0. We were told we wouldn't be able to show it, so I didn't keep any of it. So I didn't accidentally show something I'm not supposed to. But I believe it was like we had to have 7 points in the top level, and that didn't get you everything, and then you could start taking stuff from the middle. So yeah, it's kind of be like that. Is it at all possible to play Ashes as a kind of free agency bounty hunter for hire? Hey, not only can you play Ashes of Creation as a free bounty hunter for hire, you can play Ashes of Creation as a bounty hunter. I'm linking you the link to my website right now. Bounty hunter for the guy that asked, which was only about 7 minutes ago. Best Twitch and YouTube where we can find you on the internet. Besides Twitch and YouTube, where can we find you on the internet? Oh, you can find me at ashes101.com. What a great guy. Ashes101.com is my website. It's down below. There's a big framed border, little chibi in a classroom so that you can get all your information. Also, guys, since there's a lot of you here, I'm gonna do a little shameless shilling. If you haven't made your account for Ashes of Creation and you're thinking about doing so, help me out, would you? There's my referral link. Why is there 2 of them there? Stupid thing. Or you can click the gold icon down below. It helps me out. Also, sort of tells Intrepid how effective I am at converting people to the game. So that's kind of important. Commands. Custom. Referral. I don't know why it's doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. Where's the other one coming from? Oh, it didn't. I fixed it. Gotcha. The brain starts to go. I am a little worried about my 24-hour stream in November. I am a little worried about my 24-hour stream, man. I'm gonna tell you. During that 24-hour stream, I'm not gonna do 24 hours of straight Q&A. I am gonna have to do some other stuff. Otherwise, my brain will melt. Just use straw polls from now on. Yeah, I probably will do straw polls. There's some other Twitch plugins for polls that you can do. So I got to look into some of those. How does level progression work? I'm not trying to make fun of your question, Chess, but you kill stuff, you get XP, you level. You've got a vertical progression from 0 to 50. Then you have a horizontal progression. That's your adventuring class, your artisan class, your sailoring class, your brigand defender class, your social organizations. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. So I need to know exactly what you're looking for. How many ability skills are there? I'm assuming ability slots is capped, so more ability skills will make it more interesting to make builds. You will have less than 30 abilities on your hotbar at the time. Somebody asked about the UI. I missed your question. My brain saw it, but I didn't answer it. They hired a new UI artist in January. He comes from Blizzard, so he's got some experience. But you're going to have less than 30 abilities on your hotbar. They're only showing one hotbar right now. You can have more. But if you have 30 abilities, you're not really going to be invested in your abilities. If you take less abilities, you're going to have more points in your abilities. You are going to have a wicked amount of character customization. Also, for the combat system, and also, guys, if I miss your question, if you're new to my show, just if I miss your question, copy and paste your question back in, but start it off with repost. And so I'll be like, I missed it. Sometimes when I start falling behind, I scroll through to catch up because nobody wants me to be 10 minutes behind. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of this, that, the others when it comes to abilities. Your weapons also have a skill tree. The only thing, unlike other games, is you don't get any abilities from your secondary. You only get augments. So that is one thing people are trying to get their heads wrapped around. That you're not getting anything from your no abilities from your secondary. How do you get skill points for abilities? Just by adventure class? Yes. Yes, you get them, and it's not just every level. You get them like on the half levels, I believe. So you're going to need to take a lot of breaks during the 24-hour and a lot of tea. You know, I'm trying to figure something out. I was going to have another streamer come in for 30 minutes. The other Paradox Gaming Network streamer is right up the street. I was going to have her come down and just, talk to people about Ashes and that she doesn't know anything about. And, but then I'm trying to figure out if I can GoPro live my phone and stream my 5K. But then I'm like, no, that's going to be really weird because then I have to shower after my 5K and we're not pulling a Dr. D and streaming from a bathroom. That's just not going to work. Is there a way to add a referral to an account that has already been made without a referral link a long time ago? No. Unfortunately, a lot of people forget that this is a referral system, not just a straight up affiliate system. Like if you click on my stream, I have my Amazon Blacksmith there. That will help you see the gear and stuff that I use, books that I recommend, just so that I don't have to keep finding the links. That's an affiliate program. A referral system is if you made your account without knowing somebody, and I'm going to use myself for example. If you made your account without me actually bringing you to the game, I really didn't refer you. Now, there are some people out there that are like, just remake your account. Yeah, but that's disingenuous because I didn't bring you into the game. So as much as I like people's support that way, I like to keep it honest. I believe honesty is the best policy. I believe karma rewards honest people. I missed the family teleport part of the stream, but I thought I'd throw in my 2 cents. Okay. I feel like having a cooldown per summoned person in a family would be healthier than having a cooldown per summoner. There's no need for a goofy chain summoning, since one person could use the family's whole cooldowns up as long as they're willing, and one person couldn't use 10 alt accounts in a family to use their summoner cooldowns. So here's the two ways that I think that works. And I talked about that earlier. Way number one, I get to summon one person to me. And then I'm locked for a 6-hour cooldown on summoning anybody. They say 30 minutes. I think 6 hours minimum, 6 hours minimum. Or I summon you. You pop up next to me. You get a 12-hour debuff on being able to be summoned again. And I say that because if the person is supposed to be summoned because they have limited playtime and you're trying to bring them to content, then why do they need to be summoned more than every 12 hours? And I would say every 20 hours, because if it's every 20 hours, that still should put them in their window. Now, 20 might be a little much, 18, 12, you know, they shouldn't need to get pulled more than once per day. Do we know anything about the cost to respect? Will the costs go up like every time you respect? No, they haven't said it will be. What it'll be is you need to go somewhere to respec. You can't respec in dungeons, but yes, you can respec, and it's not going to be that this is your 9th respec, it costs more. They want you to be able to respec. They like respecing is something they want you to do. They just don't want you to do it in dungeons. Do you know how they will go with the gear progression? A lot of the games nowadays go with the eye level route, and I find it kind of meh. I played early Final Fantasy XI for years, and the gear was more stat-based, which I find nice to hit a certain level and get a best in slot before max level. Sorry for the long text. That's not long. Yes, gear is going to be important, and there is going to be a gear hamster wheel, but you're going to reach like your best in slot. You're going to reach, not your best in slots. You're going to reach your realistic in slots, your realistic best in slots that you're going to attain. And then through a lot of work, you might get occasional upgrades. They're not doing like the Arcade, like loot or gear fiesta, where all you do is grind for gear every single day. And they forgot, like people have forgotten, you're all hypnotized. There's no game there. You're just doing dailies. Let's see. Repost. Sorry, I missed you the first time. Do we know it? Oh, I got that one. I agree that it would seem more proper out in the wilderness. Likes to watch. I am concerned about the mob and quest level around the metros. Weird dragons and giants spawn around a metro when they should spawn out in the wilderness. They don't spawn around a metro. But instead that stage 2 node out in the wilderness only spawns level 2 rats. Okay, that's a better question. You framed that a little bit better. First of all, they don't spawn around the metro. They don't spawn around the metro. They spawn in the metro's zone of influence. But they don't spawn. Remember, nodes are the center of civilization. Ow. Nodes are the center of civilization. Nodes are not all of the boundary. Nodes are where the people are. So that's why the big things don't come near the people. The big things go away from the civilization. The big things are smart. The dragons and the giants, they are smart. They don't want to die. They piece the fuck out and they get away from their likely enemies. But game mechanic wise, you need to have them in a relevant area. So they're in the zone of influence. They are in the border. Let me pull up the give me 1 second. I gotta get an image. It's a good thing you mentioned that because I didn't realize I didn't have this image. I didn't have this image pulled. Here, save picture, nodes and ZUI. Then magic presto this in. Image nodes. If I do that, I will remember what it is. Where in the hell did I just put you? There you are. Okay, so here now we're talking. This is actually a really bad picture for what I'm trying to do. Hold on. I have a better one. Yes, I do. Save as picture. Yes. 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 Ah, here we go. This one's better. All right. So here's your nodes and here's your ZUIs. So the black dot is the center of civilization. The black dot is the town, the city, the village, the encampment, the metropolis, whatever stage of development civilization is at, that's the black dot. The colored area around those black dots, that is the border. That is the regional border. That's not the regional border. That is the border for that node. Now, okay, I know what you're saying. You're saying, why are the dragons near the stage 6 nodes? Well, that's a game thing. Like you gotta wipe away some realism, because you gotta be able to make a game that's playable. A level 2 node is designed for players, but these are not Intrepid's numbers, these are my numbers, because it lines up neatly. A level 2 node is designed for players between level 0 and level 20. A level 3 node is designed for players between level 0 and level 30. The closer to civilization you are, the weaker the mobs are. The farther away from civilization you get, you're still out in the wilderness. Keep in mind that this what is this, the aqua blue one? Yeah, I think this is the aqua blue one. This aqua blue area is the zone of influence. That's a lot of wilderness. It's not like this entire thing is going to be, city. It's going to be like a city in the middle of it. You're still going to have wilderness. I see some mountains up here in this blue area. That's where this is a metro. This blue area is 6. That's where your dragons are going to be. That's where your 40-man raid is going to be. So I do kind of know what you're saying. But yes, they have stated that low-level players will always have a safe route between nodes. Keep in mind that safe is a relative term. A part of that is based on their game design. But yeah, there just won't be high-level metropolis mobs standing at the gates of the town. Imagine that further from the town you get, away from the travel paths, that's where you'll find the more difficult mobs. Yes, exactly. You don't like blue, I forgot. I don't see blue very well. My blue color vision is really bad, and it's been getting worse the older I get. I swear I thought that the rooms upstairs were gray, and my family told me that they were like a really, really horrible color. And I was like, I don't think, like, everyone's been complaining to me since we bought this house 4 years ago. The walls look like hell, and I'm like, no, they don't. They look fine. Then my wife, we painted 2 of the rooms. One's pink and one's blue, and I was like, holy hell, these rooms are different colors. Let's see. I'll stick with 12 just in case they call in sick the next morning to play more. Excellent. The family summoning thing, having it stack, is pointless then. Remember, anything you want to do to the family summoning system, it has to be a usable system. You have to I know people don't like the family summoning system and they want to complain about it, and that's fine, complain away. But if you're going to provide an alternative, your goal is this. Your goal is this with the family summoning system. One person has to have the ability to get their whole family to them to run a dungeon. That's what you're trying to build. And it has to be player friendly enough that they can do it once a day. That's not coming from Steven. That's coming from me. You have to be able to get your entire party together once a day to run dungeons. When you're coming up with all the restrictions you want to put on the family summoning system. And that's been the theme of the show today, so we're going to keep going back to it. Is there any benefit to spreading a guild between several nodes that are allied with each other? Or would it be better for a guild to focus on just one node? Chess, guilds do not run nodes. If I could get the entire Ashes player base to get one thing through their head, guilds do not run nodes. Guilds run castles. The community runs nodes. I don't care, unless you have like a 2,000-3,000 player gaming organization, you're not running a metropolis with just your guild. If you are the douche canoe gremlin guild, you are going to end up alienating all the people, and you're gonna just screw yourselves. Guilds do not run nodes. In terms of citizenship, well, hold on, let me catch up to that. Let's see. Can a metropolis develop from any node? Yes. A metropolis is a stage 6 node that is just walked through the process. Get this out of here. Oh, we're out of video. We're out of video. Let's do the 17 minutes of footage from July. I'm pretty sure, oh, let's see. I'm pretty sure leaders will be able to summon 50% of his people in town. I'm pretty sure leaders will be able to summon 50% of his people in town if area comes war suited people. No, leader won't be able to summon anybody. He can put out a call to have people show up. Like if you mean summon, like, hey, call to arms, I need you in town. Yes. If you mean summon, no. Leaders don't get any summons. Smog was right next to Lake Town. I think that was the name of it. Big Dragon gave no fucks. Yeah, but that's also because the Big Dragon moved in and he gave no fucks. That's pretty true. I understand that in terms of citizenship. Okay. Citizenship actually trumps your guild membership. Most people are used to your guild being your highest allegiance, and then every other thing is below that. So even in a faction-based game like Arcage, even though it's the East versus the West versus the Pirates, it's still your guild is your higher allegiance than your faction. In Ashes, your citizenship is your highest allegiance. It is possible to end up at war with your own guild, depending on how node wars work out. Citizenship is going to be a very personal decision. Do you want to be a crafter? Do you need to be a citizen of a scientific node in order to get access to some things that the college or the academy only offer to citizens? Remember, there are unique buildings in each of the 4 node types. The economic node is the economic building type: market, emporium, plaza. The scientific node is the education: the library, the college, the university, the academy. Some of those features from that unique building are available to everybody. I could be on the other side of the map and show up, and they're going to let me walk into their library and learn like a tier 1 thing. Some of those things are available only to citizens in the vassal chain, where a stranger can't walk in and learn it, but since I'm a vassal of the scientific node, I can learn it. And then some things are only available to citizens of that node. Well, if you're a crafter, maybe a military node doesn't offer you anything, so you want to go live in the scientific node. Or maybe you're a crafter and it's okay because the thing you need you can get because you're a vassal. Your scientific node is or your military node is a vassal of the scientific node. So you stay with your guild in that military node, but on your off time, you travel up to learn what you need. Also, keep in mind that as a crafter, you probably may not want to you may not want to live in a metropolis. You may put your apartment in the metropolis and your freehold in a smaller node because there's more money to be made there. Remember, there's work orders that the vassal system will chip out. And a lot of these things I'm talking about, guys, I know it sounds like I'm self-promoting my own material. A lot of the things I'm talking about, I have talked about in the Node series. The Ashes 101 Node series is 4 videos long. The Ashes 101 page on nodes is long. There is a lot to the node system. So a lot of the stuff, you can always get me on Discord if I say something that sparks a question. But I will tell you, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to show you because, wait, not yet. Because I don't have Ashes. Oh, what the hell are you doing, game or thing? Why does he keep doing that? There is so much here with Ashes of Creation. At Ashes 101, right? There is a new to Ashes start here thing. Somebody asked me to do this because they're like, man, I feel like you don't get me and you're talking terms at me. I stopped what I was doing. I made a page called New to Ashes Start Here. And it is literally like, this is your day 1 syllabus. This is what I recommend you start with. Start with the frequently asked questions page. So that's that. And you can ask as many questions as you want. Ask as many as you want. You need a repost, meaning an Alliance PvP flowchart citizenship guild event. Okay, PvP flowchart. Who PvPs who? Ashes Crash Course. Course PvP with flowchart. Thanks, man. Who said that? likes to watch, you just created the start of a storyboard, and the Ashes Crash courses get done before the other ones. So I'm gonna get that one done hopefully tomorrow. Do you know if corrupted people can focus a node and make a corrupted town out of it? No. The entire game fights back up against corruption. Could be a nice pirate rogue-like region. No. Keep in mind, you do not want to be corrupted. Everybody repeat after me. You do not want to be corrupted. You do not want to be corrupted. There are multiple ways for you to be a pirate without being corrupted. There is a horizontal progression tree called the Highwayman Brigand tree that you are encouraged. Here's the thing. People are like, they're so against PvP that they created this corruption system and it sucks. No. There is an actual tree called Highwayman Brigand that you get rewarded. You get rewarded for stealing caravans, okay? You don't want to be corrupted. Corruption means you murdered a non-combatant who didn't want to fight. You didn't PvP anybody. You ganked somebody. You ganked somebody that didn't fight back. That is why people are like, this corruption system shoves a pine cone up my ass. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. There are 7 meaningful PvP themes in the game. Go do one of them. Also, have fun, but you're not going to have a corrupted pirate roguelike nation. What you could have, I don't need Plante, SX, Planks. What do I call you? Guys, I need, if you have weird names, put a pronunciation for me, okay? Plante. You're going to be Plante until you tell me how to pronounce it. Plant. Perfect. I can do plant. You can do Tortuga. You can do the pirates' stronghold on an island. Where's my map? Where is my map? Map no grid lines. You can pick one of these islands to set up and live on. You can pick one of these choke points on the mainland and base out of there. You can do a ton of things and be a thief. Just don't murder greens. The moment they're moving a caravan, they're a legal combatant. You cannot non-combatant a caravan. This isn't Arcade where you can roll through a bunch of safe zones with a hauler full of cheese and I can't do anything because you're under a peace scroll. No. You're on a You're 750 yards from the node wall. I got 749 yards to blow up your caravan, okay? Caravans are legal targets. You've been watching all my stream VODs on YouTube. Hey, you're one of those people. So many people are watching the whole VODs. It's crazy. Finally getting to watch you live. Love your stuff. Looking forward to watching you grow. Hey man, I appreciate that. You guys have been amazing helping me grow. It has been great. 1,000 people on Twitch and like 2,000 people on YouTube. Finally, you know, you grind at it, and you're just about to give up and you keep grinding at it, and then boom. Lazy Peon does a video and 1 million people start following Arcade. How does the family system work? Can player B be in a family with player A and player C? No. Families are 8 people, closed circle. I have concerns with chain summoning with guilds. Even a 100-man guild could organize families to be grouped together. Yeah, sure. They could. I am not discounting your theory that a 100-person guild can organize themselves into 8-person closed circles. The problem with that is, if you're a guild that has to, okay, I'm going to insult some of you, and I don't care. If you're a 100-person guild that feels the need that you have to order your entire guild to be in precisely regimented, organized, linear families, okay? So that you can chain pull your 100 people to content. I'm sorry, you suck. Period. Because good guilds don't worry about how they're going to get numbers there. Good guilds worry about how they're going to win the objective with the numbers that they have. All of these people that are whining and crying about where these people are going to organize into 37.8 organized families, and they're going to put all... One person said they're going to have all of the same archetype in the families so that every archetype will always be able to summon their replacement. And I said, that's one of the dumber things I've heard. If I was in a guild and I got told by my guild leader I had to be in a guild, I had to be in a family with specific people, and my wife wasn't one of them, I would be like, hey, peace out. Good to know. Well, why are you leaving? Because you're a fucking idiot as a guild leader. Okay. That's not leadership. That's not leadership. That's management. And you know what? You don't manage people in combat. You lead people in combat. You don't manage people to success. You lead people to success. In fact, you don't even lead people to success. You empower people to success. If we're always getting outnumbered, we got to get better. We don't have to figure out a way to throw more numbers at them. We have to figure out a way to be the Three Musketeers and fight them in a choke point where their corridor nullifies their numbers. We have to be the Spartans, and we have to hold the hot gates because you have 1 million soldiers and we have 300 paradoxicals, and your numbers count for nothing because you have to attack us in waves. That is PvP leadership. So if you're trying to organize, there are going to be try-hard guilds that, there are try-hard guilds that are going to organize their whole guild into organizable, summonable families. And you know what I'm going to do? While the third person is there trying to summon the next person, I'm just going to run up and kill them. Also keep in mind, try-hard guilds are going to end up in guild wars all the time because people hate try-hard guilds. I know a lot of you have never played EVE. Talk to the EVE players. Find the EVE players from your guild and ask them, hey, do the try-hard guilds end up in a lot of wars? And what happens is the answer is yes. And the moment you're in a war, you can't be summoned. So all of this crap isn't going to matter. No, it's just not going to matter. I mean, we can talk to Steven and we can tweak the cooldown, and that's probably going to fix it. But, yeah, and that's the other thing. When you start talking about this, you need to have one person can summon 8 people to them. That is it. That is the most they can ever summon. If you wanted to summon an entire raid, you would have to have 5 people head out to a spot. And yes, of course, are there going to be people that do that? Yes. Yes. Is there any cap to how many apartments a monarch can shove into a metropolis? Okay. Slith, first of all, a monarch doesn't put anything into a metropolis. A mayor runs the metropolis. So that's number one. Let's just keep the terms right. If not, might it be capped by people throwing an alt in every metro to make sure they have all of the metro's abilities available to them? Your alts cannot own property. Your alts can own property if for some odd reason you bought the property with your alt, but your account owns the property. So your main, I'm going to use your main. Your main has 1 freehold per account, 1 in-node house per server, 1 instance department per server. With that, all of your alts have access to all of your housing. All of your alts share your citizenship. So whichever node you are a citizen of on your main, all of your alts share that. Keep that in mind. So then how do you mitigate problems where guild members in a group could be considered hostile to each other because their nodes happen to be at war? Ha 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 ha, yes. Yeah. Guess what? If your nodes are at war with each other, you're not raiding with your guild, or you're changing your citizenship. Someone's got to give it up. Someone's got to give up their citizenship. So what's going to happen is, although guilds might live in different nodes, family, and I'm going to use the term family for static. Your static should be your family, so you can summon your static to you. It just makes sense. Although, I mean, you might be a group of people that don't do everything with your static. you need to make sure that your static isn't going to be at war with you. Or you need to be in a good guild where your guild leader is doing like flexible Panama schedule shifting around. You should always your guild should have a personnel officer who hates their existence but knows your name and what guild you're in. That way, as these guilds go to war, they can say, all right, Alpha 1, you have a broken party. I'm going to mix and match you with other people. I'm going to help you figure out who your new static is. I mean, keeping in mind, you shouldn't need your guild to hand you your static. Did I mistype? I might have mistyped. Okay, I'll get to that when we get down there. You won't be able to chain families as you can only be in one family. Yes, exactly. You can chain pull your own family, but you can never drop from a family and instantly pull somebody else. Is there a time frame on it? No, sorry to all the people who are listening to this as a podcast. I have been not reading the whole question, and I do apologize. You won't be able to chain families as you can only be in one family, and the cooldown of leaving, joining a family is a matter of days. Yes, that is true. That is a true statement. God, this game looks good, like it's going to be cool. I hope it lives up to its expectations. Is there any time frame on it yet? No. The only thing we know is that Alpha 1 will be this fall. Sometime before December 21st, they should be opening up Alpha 1. If it goes well, they may reopen up Alpha 1 sales. Can you go over when you become a citizen of a node? How early? Stage 3. From a server launch perspective, how many citizens can nodes have at max different stages? Okay, good question. I'm going to put in a break line. I'm going to answer everything and then I'm going to take a quick break. But I'm going to get down to my break line. At stage 3, housing opens. You must have housing to be a citizen. So, at stage 3, there will be 8 cottages, 50 instanced apartments, and as many freeholds as the rules of freehold placement allow. As the node goes up, if it's a linear progression, and Steven hasn't confirmed this, you would have 8, 16, 32, and 40. You would have 40 houses at stage 6. It may be more. He has never confirmed that number. I can only extrapolate based on 8 starting. There may only be 8 at stage 3 because they only want there to be 8 mansions at stage 6. For all we know, there's 8 cottages and then there's 40 houses in the next stage. We don't have positive confirmation on anything. So how many citizens can nodes have at max levels? Initial apartments hold 50 people. The stage 3 node gets 1 apartment building for free that has 50 apartments. At stage 4, if the mayor builds a instanced apartment building on a constructible site, then there's more apartments available. Apartments do not have a hard cap, they have a soft cap. The soft cap is based on their rent being based off of how many apartments are already leased. I know the next question you're going to ask me is, does that mean my rent goes up every month if more and more people rent apartments? The answer is no, I do not believe so. I believe that your rent is static based on when you rented your apartment. The next guy to rent his apartment pays more because he rented it after you. Now, the next question is, does that keep us all in order? So if somebody, like, if I have apartment number 35 and the owner of apartment 34 moves out, does that move us all down one tax bracket or rent bracket? I do not know. That is a question that I would have to get from Steven, and he would probably, that would be like one of those, what? Write that up for me. That's probably what I would get. So that was a very good question. Very, very good question. 12 unique families, for example, doesn't seem too crazy for a guild like that. Guilds have done even harder things. Just want Steven to know this can happen. Yes, of course it can happen. But here's the thing. You have 12 families, 8 people, okay? So 12 families times 8 people, that's 96 people. In order for that to work, in order for you to be able to chain pull 96 people to one place, those 12 people need to go to a physical location. Those 12 patriarchs have to go to a place. And then they have to chain pull people there. I don't think people are understanding that that's really hard to do. That's really hard to do. Freeholds do make you a citizen. That's after my cut line, but all right. Are you going to shun role players from your guild, or will you entertain them if they're in your guild and in proximity? I do not mind role players. Let me clarify. I do not mind role players. If you're playing something that looks like a child and you're ERPing, goodbye. Boot kick. Don't even care. Don't even care. I don't care if you're the best fucking PvPer on my server. If you're playing something that looks like a child and you're ERPing in public square, boot. Now, with that in mind, I will engage. If I'm bored and I've got nothing else going on, I will engage with, some funny role play. Wave, bow, depends on what the emotes are. However, if I'm in a hurry and you're any kind of role player, if I'm in a hurry and you're in my way and you're giving me the old, this is my bridge, you must pay a toll, or you must give me a roll, then I'm going to give you /knife to /I. I don't got time for your shit. I don't mind role players. I think good role players are good because they don't try to engage with people who don't seem interested. I think bad role players are really, really bad, and I think good role players need to police their own community. I know it seems weird. I was a LARPer. I was a LARPer for the Camarilla, which was White Wolf's official vampire changeling werewolf organization. I was a storyteller for LARP. I don't have a problem with LARPers. But my organization, it was also in the golden rules of you don't engage the normies. So if you're LARPing and you hard stop LARPing if the cops walk up. That is a hard fucking stop. I have seen LARPers that keep RPing with the cops and then they're in the back of the squad car and they don't understand why. Well, stupid, he doesn't need to rock, paper, scissors you to ask you for your ID. He doesn't have to be intimidating enough to get you to hand over your ID. He's going to be strong enough to throw you on the ground and handcuff you. Griefers actually having consequences for their actions. I know, right? Not the pine cone. Is there a corruption progression system like there is for the bounty hunters? No, because there's no reward for being corrupted. There is no tree for corrupted. There is no benefits for being corrupted. The only benefit for the corrupted is they are not stat diminished versus bounty hunters. So not too clear on PvP mechanics as a whole. Is it set up so that if you do something potentially criminal, you must be flagged up, and so defenders and enforcers can then flag up with no corruption going around? Yes. If you want... Well, hold on. Let me clear that up. Let me do the corruption chart. So there's the corruption chart. There's the corruption chart. If you murder an innocent person who doesn't flag up... If you attack somebody and they don't flag up to defend themselves, stop hitting them. Because if you kill them, you're going to get corrupted. If you attack somebody and they flag up purple to defend themselves, go full ham. It's game on. PvP themes like caravans. Stealing from a caravan, while criminal in some people's mind, is a lawful combat state. When you approach a caravan, it is going to pop a box that says attack, defend, or ignore. Caravans are legal rolling PvP zones. So stealing from a caravan while criminal is not murder. So I can kill a combatant with no problem, yes. So many caravans are going to get smoked, yes. If you attack a caravan in the open, does it add to your highway brigand skill, or do you have to sign up as a brigand beforehand? Don't know, good question, but I think it's only you hit attack. Alrighty. Some of you answer. I love the fact that my community cross answers questions. I love it. I love it. I am 100% here because of Peon video. I had not heard of Ashes until I saw that video through his YouTube feed. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. There was a guy who got mad that a big content creator got a free alpha key, and he kind of lost his mind about it. I will help any content creator spread the word about Ashes of Creation, because the more people looking for Ashes of Creation content, I run what is regarded as the #2 site for Ashes of Information content. I can't hold Ashes 101 can't hold a candle to the wiki. The wiki is amazing. I use the wiki. I'm on the wiki all day. I'm on the wiki all day. It's like I tell people the wiki and Ashes 101 are not competitors. We are peers. Ashes 101 is the classroom. The videos are the lecture. The site itself is the textbook. And all of my pages reference the wiki because the wiki is the stacks. It's the library. I couldn't do my job without the wiki. When Lex wasn't getting any help with the wiki, he's like, I gotta shut this down. I'm not getting any help with this. I can't keep it up. I was like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Where's the wiki? I can't do this. Let's see. Is there a system kind of like the opposite of bounty hunters for protecting the caravan? Is there a system kind of like the opposite of bounty hunter for protecting the caravan? Yes. There is a defender tree as well. You get rewarded depending on how many caravans you successfully defend. Do you think or no, if it's possible of a note on an island or on the coast between the continents, would you be able to build a bridge that can be taxed for? No, you won't be able to build a bridge. The game won't build a bridge out to the islands. You can't build a bridge. Only the game can build bridges. They want naval content to be a thing. So no, there's not going to be bridges. There is no cloud gaming of this unless they officially put it on like GE Force Now, which I don't think they're going to do. But sorry, by alt regarding the instance apartment capping question, I meant folks that are spending an extra $15 per character, like people would pay for a ton of Arcade accounts to hoard land. I mean, yes, you can't stop people. You can't stop people from having 2 accounts. You just can't. And the reason I say that is people will argue all the time. Yes, you can stop people from doing that. Okay. What do you need? What do you need for me to have 2 accounts? You can't ask me for my social security number. It's against the law. Yeah, credit card companies already know that they're in, the only reason why credit card companies can ask for your social security number is because they agreed many years ago to have free credit reporting and all the banks and all that. Technically, the only thing your social security number is supposed to be used for is social security. But what are you going to do? So say Intrepid got crazy and they had like $100 million to make a compliance system that they knew was Fort Knox, and they could ask you for your social security number for your game account. Okay. So my kid can't have an account. What age do you have to be? 13? Okay, so I can have an account. My teenagers isn't going to play. Hey, Dad, I want to make another Ashes account. Can I use your social security number? Fuck. Hey, Dad, never mind. I can just use your social security number because I have it. You can't stop people from having 2 accounts. My wife is a gamer, so that's easy. That's an easy loss for me. My wife's going to be playing Ashes, but let's say I had a wife that didn't play. Hey, honey, can I have your social security number to make another account? There's no way to stop people from having 2 accounts. There's just not. So it's just better to create your systems around not having exploitable systems. 250 versus 250 might not even be doable just because of how much more difficult the problem becomes the more people you add to a fight. They are already confident of 250 versus 250. Do you know if the family summons is anywhere or just designated spots? It's anywhere right now. We may see that change. If there's anything I've learned from EVE Online, it's that if there are cheesy mechanics, tactics in the game that might widely be considered suck, but it will help them win, people will use it. Yes, you're not wrong. Let's see. Houses, apartments there to just look at, or do they actually benefit the player? Yes, Frankie L2. In node houses give you a point of storage in the node. Instance departments give you a point of storage in the node. They also allow you to move your citizenship. You must have housing to be a citizen. In node houses have little gardens. Freeholds are really where the game is at. Freeholds are where you shape your part of the world to have your smelters, your artisan system stuff, all the stuff you want. Well, my kids are going crazy upstairs. That's okay. If you guys can hear them, I'm sorry. If you can't, you probably can't. That I can hear them, but they're kids. They're going to be teenagers. Toxic is acting like the question about alpha asked is a dumb question. It's a legitimate concern. 250 versus 250 or 500 people in the same area may cause performance issue on server side. Toxic is acting like having a high-spec PC will prevent this. He was not asking about client-side issues, but server-side. Yes, if they have server-side issues, that's why they're only limiting 1,500 people per alpha server when they start, because that's exactly, they want to make sure that their new backend can support 1,500 people. All 1,500 people are going to be on a 16 square kilometer alpha island because they want to have a dense population of people in a small area. So keep that in mind. Yes, I'm going to be honest. If you're playing on a 10-year-old potato, please make sure if you're playing on a 10-year-old potato, when you give feedback on the game, please make sure you give like an accurate reflection of your computer. I do know some people like to embellish that their computer isn't as bad as it is. Man, I'm having game issues on a PC, and my PC should be able to run this. If your computer can't run the minimum Unreal Engine 4 specs, you shouldn't be playing Ashes, because Ashes is going to be way more complicated than minimum Unreal Engine 4. In fact, just so that we don't have that problem, here are the minimum specs. And I know I'm a few minutes behind. I'm trying to get caught up. But there are the minimum specs for Ashes of Creation. If you defend a caravan and it's not attacked, do you get Defender XP? Don't have an answer on that. I don't think so. Otherwise, that'd be easily exploitable. Do they plan on having controller support? I kind of get into the Final Fantasy XIV controller support. I know it's not the best for PvP, but it's cozy in PvE. Plant, I will tell you in APOC, if you're new, if you're one of the new people that raided tonight, I nearly lost the use of this hand due to an injury in my shoulder. I had major muscle atrophy through my whole left arm. When I first started playing APOC, I mapped APOC to a controller just so I could play. Unreal Engine 4 is like really easy to map to a controller. They aren't planning on doing controller support out of the box, and they may not do controller support officially, because if you do controller support, people expect to be able to be competitive with a controller. Come on now. You have 30 abilities. How do you expect them to make it so controller support for 30 abilities feels and plays good? So, did I roll over my own break? I feel like I rolled over my own break. I did roll over my own break. Okay. I'm going to take a break. I think I rolled over my own break. I am going to be back with I'm going to be back. No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to type in your ears is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be right back. Repost your questions if I missed it. I'm going to get caught up. So I'm going to be gone like a minute, maybe 2. All right. Repost. If non-combatants approach your caravan, can you preemptively defend the caravan without consequence? Or do you get corruption for killing them if they don't attack? A non-combatant is still a non-combatant. When they approach your caravan, there is going to be a pop-up box, and they are going to have to choose to attack, defend, or ignore. One question we have in with Intrepid is, if they pick ignore, can they move away from the caravan and then reapproach and then pick attack? I think the answer to that is no, based on some other things Steven has said, because they don't want you to be able to scout, like run into the caravan and like sit right next to it. If they were to pick defend, unfortunately, a flaw in the system is they'd be able to follow along with the caravan, and there wouldn't be anything you could do about it other than flag up and get rid of them. So there are a few flaws in that system. But no, if they are a green and they're near your caravan and they have chosen to ignore the caravan, you would have to flag up to kill them, and you would get corruption if you murdered a green. Oh geez, I'm just above the recommended settings. Might want to upgrade my rig since it's getting pretty old. I'll wait until release though. Yes, good plan. Do not upgrade your PC until we get closer to launch. Repost. If you defend a caravan and it's not attacked, do you get Defender XP? I don't have an answer for that, but I'm going to say probably no, because it would be really easy to exploit and just launch a lot of caravans with like nothing in them or nothing valuable and just defend them. You probably have to have engaged in combat as a caravan defender in order to get PvP defender credit. How many types of creatures or monsters will there be in the game? I have no idea. No idea at all. Do freeholds make you a citizen of a node, or can you be a citizen in one node and have a freehold in another? You can. Housing is the path to citizenship, so you can actually put your 3 pieces of housing in 3 nodes. I recommend you put your housing in 3 nodes if you can. At least 2. Have your instance department somewhere other than where you have your freehold. And then if you're lucky enough to have an in-node house, you're great. But you always want to have a backup plan for where to send your citizenship. Like, especially if your node gets sieged, you want to be a citizen somewhere so you can instantly, be somewhere. But yes, housing leads to citizenship. Wow. Okay, we're caught up. We are caught up. And corrupted people can lower their corruption by killing bounty hunters. No. Corrupted people do not lower their corruption by killing bounty hunters. Corrupted people just do not get more corruption by killing bounty hunters. Yeah. You don't suddenly become less corrupt because you kill the bounty hunter. I don't know where that came from. Because I'm double checking right now just to be sure. But yeah, dying removes corruption. Gaining experience will reduce corruption. And there's a quest to reduce your player kill count. But yeah, if you kill a bounty hunter, you don't get more, you don't get rid of your corruption by killing bounty hunters. Yeah, you either die or grind mobs, and then you can reduce your PK record via quests. I do like that system. I do like the fact that they've added on. The more times you've killed people, the more corruption you get per kill. We talk a lot about the game, but what is for you the MMO that Ashes should take the most ideas from? Lots of them. Posture check. Yep, Chess, I'm good. I'm sitting back. I lowered the camera down so I could extend my legs and put the boards there. But thank you for the posture check, keeping me legal. I think Ashes, if I'm going to say anything, I think Ashes should take the most things from EVE Online. Because I think EVE Online did so many things good. I think the war system in EVE is great. I think the way that the corporation leader has to level skills to do things for the guild is very much like the guild itself having to make choices at, I want a bigger guild or I want a guild with more buffs. I love the employment history in EVE Online so that people can look back through your history and be like, wow, dude, you've been in like every, like, hey, I want to join your guild. Employment history. Holy hell, you've been in like every griefing toxic guild on the server. Denied. So yeah, I think they should take a lot of things from EVE Online. You can no longer reduce corruption by doing a quest. That there was a design change. The quest now reduces your your PK count. Do we have any idea how many trees you can invest in? You mentioned the highway robbery and then crafting, gathering, processing. So this is the artisan system. This is a standalone system. This is not part of the horizontal progression. So yeah, this has its own, this is its own theme. One of the reasons why Steven says Ashes is a theme box is there's a lot of different themes in Ashes of Creation, and the artisan system is one of those themes. You pull the artisan system out of the toy box, you play with it in and of itself, you put it back together, you put it back in the toy box. It doesn't tie into your adventurer class. So that's that. But like the sailoring thing in the brigand, the socializations, those are all their own independent themes. Let's see. If dying reduces corruption, you could just die to friends, and what's the penalty for corruption then? The penalty for dying while corrupted is always that you're going to get 400% of a death penalty's worth of negative XP. So you might kill enough people that you have to die 3 or 4 times. So you might die 3 or 4 times, and that is a lot of negative XP. Also keep in mind, if you're going to try to grind off your corruption, you're a beacon for the bounty hunters to come and kill you. So yes, there are going to be people who cheese it and die to their alts or die to their friends. And that's fine. You might not ever lose gear, but you're always going to be in that hole of earning back that XP. What's my favorite cosmetic backer package? That is a good thing. I don't have one. These are all my favorite cosmetics. The darker side of Ashes of Creation. This is my stuff. And ironically, I think I own. Yes, I do. I own all of this stuff. I own all of that stuff. So yeah, those are my favorite. Is there a way you can die safely at your home? Any in-game mechanic or item interaction that you can purposely die to reduce corruption? I mean, you have to have somebody kill you, or you can die to a mob, but you're gonna soak that negative XP. How would it work if a group of bounty hunters hunted a single target? Would it be a split reward, or would each get the bounty reward? Okay, so this bounty reward thing. Let me talk about this bounty reward thing. Yes, it is stated that you can put a bounty on somebody's head, but we have no idea more than that. Okay, that is about as one-off as the battle maps and the citizenship tickets. The bounty on their head, we don't know much more about. We're waiting on information for that. As far as if that person did drop something, it's ninja loot. Whoever scoops loot fastest. So, just a note, what eased my worry about summoning is that it doesn't work with gatherables, certs, and inventory. Where did you see that it doesn't work with gatherables in the inventory? Because you can get summoned with gatherables. I don't have that as a restriction. Like, every person waiting for summons has to be willing to do nothing in the world, but basically wait. Yeah, several people have said that to me, and I don't have that. I don't have that citation. You can get pulled with gatherables. Now, the thing with certs is, the thing with certs is you can only reclaim certificates at the point of origin. So you'd have to go to the point of origin yourself anyway. Can you lock your level in ashes? Twinking, no. Do you think they will add extremely damaging AoE skills that require multiple players to channel and share power between them in order to cast? Yes. In fact, 8 mages are rumored to be able to summon down a meteor. Just like 8 summoners can summon a war golem. So, yes. Steven has stated, yes. Where has he said that? People keep telling me Steven said it. Was in combat corrupted or in an event, and they would need to have their mats, gatherables, or certs in their warehouse. Oh, there you go. Where is that from? That's on the forums? Perfect. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't get to see every single thing. Oh, I was on vacation. That makes perfect sense. I was on vacation when that went through. So if there's a wiki person here, they need to add that. They need to add that. I knew it was. I had everything on the list except. Mats, gatherables, or certs. I had the event status. Okay, that's good. That's good then. I didn't have that, so thank you. Actually, one more time. Let me bookmark that. Bookmarks. Perfect. Now I have that. Let's see. Man, you know so much about this game and you're not a dev. You put work there. Yeah, it's the benefit. It is the benefit of being retired and being an official content creator. So like, I'm an official content creator for the game, so I have an obligation and a responsibility to know about the game. So, yeah, and plus, guys, I have notebooks. Like, seriously, I have entire notebooks that are just on Ashes of Creation. Like, this one's actually, yeah, this one's almost done. Oh no, this one, the middle part is done. So yeah, I'm making all my content around it. I'm not a cosmopolitan content creator. I focus on one game. I focus on one game. 1 second. Somebody wants a poll. I don't want to click in your ears. Okay, I put your poll up, but I made a quick change. I can't ask that question the way you wanted it asked, but I asked it the way I can ask it. Not asking that question the way you wrote it. That's not happening. Without a de-leveling system, how is negative XP going to affect a level 50? The way it's going to affect you is if you're level 50. Oh, look at this! We got subscribers coming out of the woodwork. I love it. I think the choo-choo is ready to come out of the station, but I have this is crazy, guys. I have almost 300 subscribers. It's like, what's going on here? So say you're level 50 and you accumulate enough negative XP that you drop to level 49. You will never de-level to 49, but you will have so much negative XP that you're effectively of level 49. Well, now you're effectively of level 49. Your stat-wise, you're going to PvP like a level 49. And that's, going to start being a big deal. Also, keep in mind, you don't want to have to grind XP all the time. Especially if what would really hurt you, and I don't know if they're going to do this, but if you effectively became level 49, if you lost skill points, which I think you should. I don't think you should de-level, and I'll tell you why I don't think you should de-level. Because I'm a Final Fantasy XI player, and what sucked in Final Fantasy XI was if you didn't pay attention and you didn't switch back from merits to XP, boom, Zentel rated my stream with 18 viewers. I'll take 18 more viewers from Zentel. We're good there. A little dancing shark. I don't know where the dancing shark came from, but in Final Fantasy XI, if while you were working on merits, you didn't pay attention and you accidentally de-leveled, you were literally naked. If you didn't have, if your gear was all level 75 gear and you died and you were just, you know, smoking and joking with your friends and you were like, what the hell? I'm level 74. Be like, all right, guys, I need to go back to my instance department so I can flip my status from merits to XP so I can come back here and grind all of what I've lost, get to 75, and then grind all the way to fill. Because what you did in Final Fantasy when 75 was the cap, you capped yourself up to almost the cusp of 76, and then you worked on merits. Sorry guys, I didn't find the WD-40. Gotta oil this chair. Star Wars Galaxy's bounty hunter system. Choo. Another one. We got another one. You guys are insane. Oh dang, I missed you. We're at 94% of the next one. That's crazy. In the bounty hunter system class in this game, anyone that signs up as a bounty hunter, I could go to mission terminals to accept the bounty as a quest, and on completion, they would gain whatever money you put on the person's head. So the bounty on somebody's head, I don't know how that's gonna work. Yo, Frostpaw. The corruption bounty hunter quasi-faction war, I know how that's gonna work. I'm still waiting on that. Not everybody can be a bounty hunter in Ashes of Creation. A lot of people can. They're looking at making it so that more and more people can become bounty hunters. But I do agree with the comment somebody said. They said the bounty hunter system is a lot of work for a system that's not going to be utilized. And I do agree with that. I definitely do agree with that. Definitely do agree with that. If the corruption balancing isn't just good, no one's going to go corrupted. So, on the topic of bounty hunters, if you have a group of bounty hunters hunting a single corrupted target, is that possible? Yes. Bounty hunters have to turn on their flag, and they're flagged for an hour, and then they're a legal combatant for the corrupted. The corrupted can kill bounty hunters with no further corruption. Somebody said ship available to buy. Yes, ships, you can buy all the parts to the ship. Did we? We did. We are running on a level 2 hype train. Hype. 10 bits. You can get somebody to build your you can get somebody to build all of your components, and then you can make your ship. You just roll it together. So that's good. I think one of the best things about EVE is how much metagaming there is. It's not just your character against somebody else's character. There's a lot of mind games, information gathering, spying. Yeah, it makes the game intense. I agree. Okay, so we're getting caught up here. Did that poll. I'm still lumped in the 27-year-olds. The subscribers are coming out of walls. Man, this is aliens. They're coming out of the goddamn walls. Everybody get back to the APC. Let's see. Now I'm going to watch this guy. Hey, yeah. I think I'm a good guy to watch. I think it works well. Let's see. I'm caught up, so I need to roll back and see what I missed. I must have missed somebody. 180 people in the stream, only 20 voted. You know, that's okay. A lot of the people, I'm going to be honest, a lot of the people they were probably here 6.5 hours ago, and they left their computers running. So boom. What was that? Another sub? Hey. Thank you. 301 subscribers. That is amazing. I actually never thought my channel would get this big. A lot of people told me that I started. Wait, we're guessing your age or you're polling ours? Polling yours. Somebody asked me for a poll. Age of the people in the chat. Did I not put that? Does it not say that? Possible that in my tiredness, I may have not put that. I thought I wrote that. Poll management. Age. Oh, it should have been age range of people in the chat. I'm sorry. Boom, 100 bits. I will take every bit. A bit is a tip, even if it is only 1 bit. What was I saying? Yeah, there's no sense in polling mine. I tell people all the time, I turn 41 next month. There's no surprise here. I'm turning 41 next month. I know people never believe me. They're like, there's no way you're 41. Yeah, I'm 41. I'm looking good. I'm feeling good. A couple of years ago, some of my older videos, I got fat, man. I got really, really fat. I was addicted to narcotic painkillers due to my shoulder injury. I got retired from the military. So I was running all the time. I was working out. I was lifting weights. What happened was the military told me that I was retired. They're like, there's no appeals for you. You're retired. So I was like, fuck it. Why am I going to do PT? I've stopped my Air Force military diet. And I started, like my wife will tell you, I started going to McAllister's, getting like a 24-inch, the Big Nasty. It's the name of the sandwich. It's fucking delicious. And then it's like, yeah, I'd go to McAllister's. Let me get a Big Nasty. Eat that. They'd be like, you need anything else? Yeah, I need a slice of cheesecake. I started just having a 2-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper on my desk. I didn't even pour it into a glass. I just drank it from the 2-liter. You guys think that Asmongold is bad with soda. It would have been bad if I was drinking soda as a streamer. So I went from 179 to 258, and I stepped on a scale. How did I get these bits? Oh, you found bits on the floor. You got a gift. Yeah, lots of people have given out gift subs. A lot. We have a lot of gift givers. But yeah, I went from like 179 to 258. I went to the doctor, and my doctor literally looked at me and he's like, "Hey, seriously, you're like 1 steak dinner away from a heart attack. If you want to see your younger daughter get to age 18, lose some weight." I did. I lost weight, and I'm down 64 pounds. I'm down 64 pounds. And I weigh in again on 1 September, and I'm hoping to be under 195. And then I want to get to 179. And then I need every Karen in the world to wear their mask so that I can so that the gym can open. We got a level 1 hype train emote. What did we get? We got the hype cherry. We got the hype cherry. We got the frog earlier. I want somebody to tell the oh, I need to do this. Where's my hype ones? I gotta save that. Hydrate. I will hydrate just as soon as I get the get that. Where's my I wanna go tease this guy. Oh my god, man, it's funny, man. It's funny. I'm looking at this stream timer, right? And I'm looking at this stream timer, and I can't believe it's already been 6 hours and 41 minutes. Like, I don't even feel like I need a dinner break. I don't even feel like I need a dinner break. Where's this guy? Okay, what was my AFSC in the Air Force? I was a 4 Alpha 271 when I was enlisted. I was a biomedical repair technician. And then in 2009, I got the full frontal lobotomy, and I went officer training school, and I was a 21R. I was a logistics readiness officer. Greatest time of my life was being a flight commander. I absolutely loved it. All these people like text me like while I'm streaming. I'm like, I have no idea. Oh yeah, hydrate. Your wife is a 21R? 21R. Good career field. I was flight commander. I was flight commander out at McConnell for like every LRS function except I never did supply. And then I was the deputy director of technical assistance for Air Force Petroleum, which I probably shouldn't tell you because now you can figure out a whole lot about me. But that's okay. She's finishing up her. Oh, she's at Wright-Patterson or through Wright-Patterson. Yeah, I worked literally 4 blocks from. No, I wasn't 4 blocks from. I wasn't 4 blocks from AFPET. I was down the road. I was across Area B from AFPET. Minot before that. Why not Minot? Let's see. Dang, missed the poll. Oh, let's see. Manage the poll. View results. The champions are the I assume I hope everybody did the poll right. But if they didn't, that happens. Have you noticed any toggle skills during your Alpha Zero playtime? If yes, what do they do? No, I didn't notice any toggle skills. I did not notice any toggle skills. They are going to have some auras and stuff. Boom, 500 bits. They are going to have some auras and stuff, but they have. Keep in mind that Alpha Zero was 2 years ago, and they have done a lot of work. They've done a lot of work since then. Do we have any word on skills needing reagents of any kind? No. And I'll tell you why. And I know some people think that like ammo for bows or reagents for spells is cool. It's really not. It's really, really not, because usually when you build that system, you end up doing overall things. Like Final Fantasy XI had a huge problem. Archers or rangers needed to have ammo. Ninjas needed to have tools, but the other classes didn't have to have anything. So it was like, this is bullshit. Like, this is absolutely bullshit. I'm spending, as a ninja tank, I'm spending 150,000 gold a day. I'm spending 150,000 gold a day helping people level. And people knew that I had a ninja tank, and they would be like, hey, can you tank for us? I was like, yeah, send me 150,000 gold. They're like, I'm not going to do that. I said, well, then I'm not going to tank. Be like, bring me 3 stacks of tools, and I will tank for you as long as 3 stacks of tools lasts. Well, that's not really cool. That's your class. That's your responsibility. Yeah, it's my class. It's my responsibility. And I'm not using any of my tools today. Yeah, so money dependent. Yeah, you remember Ranger? Ammo. Remember when Rangers first got guns in the oh my god, you got kicked out of the grinding groups if you weren't using a gun? So much more damage. Yeah, it's so much more damage, and it's so much more ammo. Thank you. Moving on. Yeah, I do agree, like, for the big stuff, a powerful skill could use one. The problem is I totally get it. I totally understand. But then what do some classes use? What do some classes have to use for their big powerful skill? It's really, 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 really hard to balance. It's really hard to balance. Now, I do agree that ammo is cool. Ammo is a cool feature. Ammo is a cool feature, but it has to be done right. It was like, I'll use EVE Online as another example. EVE Online, the Kaldari used way more ammo than the Amar. As an Amar, you just got a full rack of crystals, and they lasted you forever. It was like you almost never had to think about getting lenses for your crystals. But a Kaldari, man, I was burning through, like, tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff of missiles every night. I fully support ammo if you can craft it yourself, like fletching arrows. Yeah, I agree with that. But the problem is that if every class doesn't have a consumable requirement, then it creates a gold dependency on some classes that other classes don't have. So you then end up having to do something where you end up with one class does more damage. One class does more damage because it has a gold dependency. I just think it's a horrible idea. I think it's a horrible mechanic. I just think it shouldn't be done. I think we should just do away with it. And I'm glad that they're not going down that route. I forgot if ammunition was part of the equipment swap that didn't erase your TP. I didn't play Ranger much because I wasn't into farming. Man, that's digging deep into my brain. But I think your ammo swap was. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was. But I mean, yeah, I think it was. I think if I remember correctly, swapping ammo on your Ranger did erase your TP. So if you wanted to switch your ammo, you waited until you used your 300%. And then if you guys never played Final Fantasy XI, they had a damn exquisite combo system. You had to do your skill chains in order, in timed right, and then like somebody would open, somebody would close, the mage would burst off of it. It was unbelievable. And if you had a summoner that knew how to pop their summons and use their summon abilities on the skill chains, oh my god, you tore through trash. You just tore through trash. Will low-level PvP be essentially non-existent because high-level combatants will be able to grief low-level combatants without gaining corruption? Well, first of all, boom, 2001, baby. What happened to my bit leaderboard? Did it reset tonight? I had to take number 1 on this channel as well. Hey, you do you, man. You do you. Will low-level PvP be essentially non-existent because high-level combatants will be able to grief low-level combatants without gaining corruption? I want to be specific here. Okay, I want to be specific. That's not griefing. Okay, that's combat. That's combat. 7 ads for 35 bits. What a steal. Look at this guy. Happy Pappy is like an amazing supporter of mine. It's just crazy. It's not griefing. I don't know where. And somebody help me out here. Maybe it's because I'm older. If I get killed by a high level, but I flagged myself as a legal combatant, where's the griefing? If I walk into a lion's den naked, wearing a string of sausages around my neck, I don't blame the lion if he kills me. Number one, you walked into a you walked into a lion's den and you did it, enticed him with sausages. You don't think high-level players will camp low-level regions and one-shot a group of 16 with 1 AoE? I do. But what the hell are those low levels flagging for? What are those low levels flagging for? We should add more emotes. I did. Oh, let me see if he's awake. I did send a message to a guy. I need an emote artist. I sent a message to a guy. He hasn't messaged me back yet. He hasn't messaged me back. I did reach out to a Fiverr artist. I like his work. If that Fiverr artist doesn't get back to me in a couple of days, then I'm going to just put it out on Fiverr. I'm not going to try to find an artist. I'm just going to put my request out on Fiverr, and you know, we're good to go. Frost, your emotes are amazing. Wolfus's emotes are amazing. I'm a scrub. You went to bed and I'm still going strong. Yeah, man, I'm at 6 hours and 52 minutes. Holy hell, I'm at 6 hours and 52 minutes. Guys, I got to do like 13 minutes to break my Q&A record. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're going to break the... People are going to be like yelling at me. They're going to be like, you did a stream longer than your other crazy streams. So, yeah. Plus, I got the old chibi there. That's the old chibi. Here's the new chibi. The new chibi has things like a nose and arms. The new chibi's got arms and a nose. This is the old chibi on the coffee mug. There are a couple of these coffee mugs in existence. I know people want merch. I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. I'm trying to make the content that you guys want, and then move on. Do I take Adderall? No, I do not take Adderall. I do not sleep. I am a chronic insomniac. I have PTSD. I don't sleep very well. I've never really slept very well. It's usually 3 to 4 hours a night, but I went to Disney and I had a really good vacation. So I've been sleeping about 6.5 hours a night. There are times where I don't sleep for 3 or 4 days. I'm starting to do some of these longer streams. It's like running a marathon. You got to run longer. So you got to keep running longer and longer. I am going to try to do a 24-hour stream during Extra Life. And that is going to be a mental endurance exercise. 24 hours of Ash's Q&A. I'm worried. I'm worried, guys. I don't think I can do that. Thanks for your time. Getting late here, and the kids will wake up in 6 hours. Night, everyone. Night, Plant. Thanks for being here. Corruption does scale with level. Oh, to counter your high level griefing, they could just add penalties corruption if a high level combatant attacks a combatant 5 or more levels lower. No. If you're no. That's not griefing. Okay, that's not high level griefing. Get that out of your head. That if you're a combatant and a high level kills you, why were you a combatant? Why were you flagged? Why were you flagged? Okay, that's not griefing. It's not sportsmanlike. But at the same time, you can't just say if a high level combatant kills a low level combatant. Give me a scenario. Give me a situation, because you can't just say this and this, because I'm going to say bullshit. Okay? That's like saying a rank 2000 MOBA player gets randomly matched with a rank 1 MOBA player on his first day and absolutely just shreds him, and that's griefing. Be like, no, I got matched. I got matched with you. So saying a combatant, that's not griefing. Tell me why that low level is flagged. Okay, and then we can talk about it. I think the PvP question that was being asked is, as a level 5, you can't fight another level 5 without the risk of a level 40 third party partying the fight and flagging up. Mike, okay, why is that? What is that level 5 doing, and why is he attacking a level 5? Okay, here's the question. Level 30 is gathering and gets attacked by a level 25. Flags up to defend himself so he doesn't lose his gatherables. Doesn't lose as many gatherables. Then gets jumped by a level 50. Yes. Okay, that's a good scenario, and that sucks. And that is something they need to look into. First of all, stop saying the word griefed. Stop saying the word griefed. It is not being griefed to be killed. To be killed by a high level. So level 5 could be flagged or de facto flagged because of a caravan mechanic or other forced PvP zones. There are no such thing as forced PvP zones. There are PvP themes that you elect to join. So the problem is, if you're running a caravan at level 5, what the hell are you doing? Why are you trying to run a caravan? First of all, where did you get a caravan at level 5? I'm going to ask that. That's the first question I'm going to ask. Where did you get a caravan at level 5? Question 2. What? That's not your content. Okay, that's not your content. Your content is leveling in going forward. Note in Guild Wars, you're forced to be as a flag combatant. No, you're not. You elected to stay a member of that node. You elected to be a member of that guild. Those are not forces. Forced flagged statuses is EVE Online, where you go into null sec or low sec, and you can be killed anywhere in EVE Online. Forced flag statuses are when you're in a game where you can't opt out of PvP. Forced PvP state is when you go to Yinister in Arcage and you can be killed. That's a forced state. A red can kill you in Yinister. A member of the enemy faction can kill you in Yinister the moment you walk into it because it's a legal zone. Those are forced states. The level 5 could be flagged for a caravan, and yes, even then that's not a forced state. You did opt into the PvP by entering a PvP area. That is very true. That is very true. I do see Warhead's point. I do see a level 30 is gathering and gets attacked by a level 25. The level 25 is bait. The level 30 flags up to defend himself so he doesn't lose his gatherables and then gets jumped by a level 50. That's the piece of this system that Steven needs to work on. I understand the lineage 2. I understand the lineage 2 layout that if I should not need to flag to defend myself. I should be able to defend myself as a non-combatant, and I defend myself. The difference becomes if I want to get the combatant's drop rate because I'm not sure if I'm going to win, then I flag. But I should not need to flag to defend myself. I should be able to defend myself from the non-combatant state. But I also don't believe, I don't believe I should be able to attack a corrupted as a non-combatant. I have now two issues with the flagging states now. I will stop saying the G word. The issue is that PvP at low levels is non-existent because you don't want to be a low-level combatant, but I think low-level PvP is so much fun. For example, in EverQuest 2, low-level PvP was amazing. Yes, it was. But the problem is that this isn't EverQuest. This isn't EverQuest. So that different games, different rules. But yes, now let me copy this and put it in. Oh, I closed my notes. I was like, I've been looking at this for like on and off for the last 20 minutes, and I was like, where are my notes? I want to copy that. I gotta sit down. I gotta look over that again. But that's a good scenario. See, to say high level, low level, that doesn't do anything for me. But to give me a specific scenario, I can take that scenario now to Steven and say, why is it fair that I flagged up to defend myself against one person and I became a legal combatant for everybody in the world? That's a flaw in the system. So I will look at that. So if guilds can flag as combatant versus other guilds and nobody else during a war deck, then gatherers should be able to flag versus their assailant. No, I see what you're saying, but that goes into the I should be able to defend myself without flagging. I should not have to opt into PvP to defend myself from PvP. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to be an opt-in system. Where you can't attack me. I don't like that system. I want you to be able to attack me anytime you want. I shouldn't need to flag to defend myself. Targeted flagging should be a thing to retaliate. Yes, I agree. It should be targeted flagging. I can defend myself versus you, but if somebody else jumps in to attack me, I'm purple to you, but I'm green to the rest of the world. Kind of like the bounty hunters are. Kind of like the bounty hunters are. The bounty hunters are green to non-combatants and combatants, but the bounty hunters are purple to the corrupted. So that's something I might have to take to Steven to say, yeah, you look at the forest long enough. And I know some people are going to be like, but the way it worked in Lineage 2 is, yeah, but Lineage 2 wasn't perfect, okay? Eve isn't perfect. Arcade isn't perfect. Nothing is perfect. There are flaws in every system. That's why it's called benchmarking and improving. So yes. Yes. So I've got that added to my list. I've got that added to my list now. For Lineage 2, if someone attacked you, they would have to hold control to force attack and then press skill auto attack. Once that happened, anyone could click the flag person and just an attack. Didn't have to hold control since they were flagged. Yes. The problem is that if the gatherer is automatically purple versus an attacker, will any AoE automatically hit the attacker and prevent the attacker from gaining corruption? The problem is if you want to defend yourself, you have to flag to defend yourself. So, but no, there's going to be toggle states where you can't hit non-combatants. So you're a combatant, you're purple, but a green, well, never mind. Let me not speak out of place. There's things I need to get information on because I heard two different things about the AoE thing. But Steven and I did talk about flagging states during my interview with him on 8 July. And he is aware that, especially for healers, there are going to be problems. So if there are two players fighting in front of you, you can't kill them both without getting corrupted. That's bull. You'd be able to kill one of them in that situation. You'd be able to kill the combatant that's attacking the gatherer. The gatherer is just defending themselves. That's the flaw in the system. And the flaw in the system is you're standing behind the tree. The level 25 goes to kill level 30. The level 30 flags to defend themselves. And then you come out from behind the tree and kill the level 30 and you don't get corruption. Now I see what people were talking about, that nobody's ever going to defend themselves. Everyone's just going to saddle everybody else with corruption. What they could do is the more people in the group attacking the same person, the more corruption per player is being dealt. I don't agree with that. I think you need to fix the core. I think you need to fix the problem, not add like 50 if-then conditionals to the problem. But I do agree. Now I see, it's taken me about 2 years to understand people's perspective. Seriously, boom. Look at that. I now understand what people have been trying to say. Sometimes it takes a while. Warhead speaks Jalan. Warhead can frame stuff for me that, because I think he knows, he's been listening to my streams for years. He knows how to phrase it, so I know what he's trying to say. Wouldn't that be a good fix to the problem, though, since risk of actually losing gear on high corruption would make it less sexy to gank these random targets? True. Yes, ding, the light bulb. Ding, the light bulb is on. Flagging in all MMOs I've played has been exploitable. I don't think there's a good answer to this. No, I think there is an answer to it. It's just people need to stop screaming about the problems, and they need to speak intelligently about their problem. You can't just keep raising your voice when I say I don't understand what your problem is. You can't just keep yelling louder at me because I don't want to be yelled at. That causes me to shut down. And especially don't scream at the people. Take the other person's point of view, see it from their point of view to figure out why they're not getting it. I've tried that, and all people ever say is, it's going to be exploited, it's going to be exploited. Now I see what people are talking about. Now I see that you're going to be baiting people into defending themselves, and that's that's going to ultimately make people never defend themselves, and that's going to saddle everybody with corruption. And if everybody's always getting saddled with corruption, then nobody's going to kill each other, which might be their intention all along. But if you hold control and kill the PKer and near low level, you become a PKer. No, there's going to be a toggle that you can't. There's going to be a toggle. If you played Revelation Online, they did very. They had very few things that they did well in Revelation Online. But one of the things they did really well in Revelation Online was, I can flag to only fight other combatants, but I can't hit non-combatants. It was in Korean, but you popped the box up, and if somebody had translated it for you, you knew which boxes to check. So you could only fight people that were flagged for combat. So non-combatants could stand in that. But that's not open world PvP anymore. Yeah, but the problem is that people aren't very people are pretty scummy, and they're gonna run that level 1 alt into your AoE so that you accidentally kill a level 1 alt and you get saddled with a level 50 killing a level 1 amount of corruption. So if we really want to get into that, then you build the game around the fact that a level 1 should never be able to even get to where you're at. Because, again, somebody said earlier, if there's a way that you can fuck people over, someone's going to do that to fuck people over. And it still is world PvP. It's just me setting conditional toggles for who I can hit. So I set it. When I flag for combat, do I want to hit corrupted? Yes. Do I want to hit combatants? Yes. Do I want to hit non-combatants? No. So if I accidentally tab over, the other problem is what about AoEs don't hit them? Yeah, well, what about action abilities? Remember, the game is 25% of your kit minimum is going to be action abilities. So they just run in front of your casting and they get hit. So yeah, that's going to be something. I'm going to take that one for note. I'll roll that up with some of the other stuff I have on corruption and roll it up into a thing. Steven listens. Steven listens. Well, that would be a very small percentage that would actually do that with alts. Let's be honest. It's not going to be that small of a percentage if it works. Even if it's not alts, just throw your token low-level guy at the guy. Yeah, exactly. Because of the size of the game, having low-level alts roaming is going to be a pain in the ass in general. I do agree it's going to be a pain in the ass in general, but people are going to do it. If you can do it, people are going to do it. Which type of node would you prefer to join? Military, scientific? I can't answer that because I don't know what the bonuses of divine and military are. Probably not military. They would have to have a major bonus for military nodes for me to want to join a military node. I would like to, you're off to work. See you next stream. I would like to see what the militaries have to offer. But yeah, scientific is top tier as of the information we have right now. Unfortunately, scientific is top tier as of the information we have, but economic is such a good thing with that conjoined auction house, plus the things that you get through the market unique building. Do caravans stop moving if they are attacked? Personal caravans we're not sure about, because, well, personal caravans, no. A personal caravan decides what it wants to do. A node-driven caravan or quest-driven caravan keeps going. It can't be stopped by CC. It can't be stopped. You can only hope to guide it or push, pull. You can't, node-driven caravans actually go through the shield that tanks can put up. So, yeah. Murphy's Law. Yes, Murphy's Law of combat. All good things. Holy hell, guys, we have beaten the record. We're going to go for 8 hours. We are going to go for an 8-hour Q&A session. Maybe this makes it slightly more awkward to fight huge masses of non-combatants. Uh-oh. Cocaine Yogurt taking that #1 spot. We got a bits war. Maybe this makes it slightly more awkward to fight huge masses of non-combatants, but aggroing per person group seems much cleaner. Yeah, I agree. Seems much cleaner for all these niche situations than a general toggle. Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, I would also say maybe we just get rid of the whole damn corruption system altogether and we just have open world PvP. I mean, there's some ways. There's some ways to get around that. Can't wait for the comments on an 8-hour YouTube VOD. I know people are gonna be like, "Are you serious?" Thanks again for your detailed response to my previous questions. I really appreciate it. Hey, that's what I do. I am literally here with. I'm literally here doing questions and answers. That is what I am here for. What if the level 30 doesn't drop his stuff if you're killed by a level 50? Then there'd be no incentive to kill low level players. That's also true. That might be something. That might be something they do. That might be something they end up having to do. You don't drop if you're killed by somebody that greatly outlevels you. You don't drop anything. But then the problem with that is people are going to use low level alts to gather because they're never going to drop anything. Yeah, you use low levels as mules. There's no good answer. How about another hype train? I don't know if the hype train is ready to leave the station yet. I didn't see the box. The hype trains are sleeping. I don't want to retaliate at my attacker to realize he has other friends but yeah, I don't want to retaliate at my attacker to realize he has other friends nearby getting ready to gank me. Yes, that's the problem. Sorry, I saw you say that, Chess. Didn't I say Ashes 101 section for bounty hunters that the system is tied to military nodes? So it wouldn't be the system for military node Metropolis. No, the bounty hunter system is a subsystem of the military nodes. It is not the superpower and it is not the building. It is just something tied to the military node. That's why they made it so that you don't have to be a citizen of the military node. You can be a citizen of a vassal node or an ally of the node and still be able to unlock bounty hunting. What is my opinion of combat inefficiency? I think gankers should get penalized. I 100% agree that gankers should be penalized. If you have 7 meaningful themes in the game, here's what people don't realize. If you relentlessly gank Care Bears leave your game. And Care Bears are the backbone of your game. Remember, not everybody can be the star of the show. If you want to be the star of a show, you need to have a very large supporting cast. If you're killing your supporting cast, players leave your game. And I love the fact that there's no server transfers, because if you're making your server a less than desirable place to live, congratulations, you're the king of a graveyard. Now you have to wait until Intrepid does your server merge. And if there's no server to merge with yours, then you just get to suffer because you created a dumpster. You shit where you eat, and now you're eating a shit burger for dinner. I hate gankers. Go fight people who want to PvP. With that said, if you're running a caravan, you want to PvP. If you're in a node siege, you want to PvP. Okay, if you've got a mule out behind you, you want to PvP. If you're running around with a loot pinata behind you, you want to PvP. Now, in that case, you're not a legal combatant, so they have to take corruption to kill your mule, but you're offering yourself up for PvP. If you want to play in a PvP-centric game, learn to PvP. The fact is there are many casuals and not elite players out there, and a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that. Oh, I acknowledge it all the time. There's nothing wrong with casuals. I love casuals. Casuals are what keep the servers running. You know, look at how many evolutions Arcage has had to do because Arcage had a shitty player base. Hey, I don't understand why our server's getting migrated. Yeah, you fucking killed everybody. You drove away entire guilds of Care Bears by making fun of them and farming them relentlessly. Congratulations, your server no longer has enough people to support itself. Do you think tank might be boring class because you can't do anything unless you're with a party? Who said you can't? Where do people keep getting this? This isn't like every other game out there. Tanks can spec for damage. Clerics can spec for damage. Bards can spec for damage. Tanks can solo. Tanks can go grind. People got to get this other game crap out of their head. You can make a tank class that through the augments with a fighter as a knight and can go do their own farming. So yeah, get that mentality right out of your head when it comes to Ashes. If you want to go farm as a tank or a cleric, you can do that. In fact, I will personally tell you, I played a cleric in Alpha Zero and I loved it. It played really smooth for Alpha Zero. I think it's extremely important that if you are able to kill players from the guilds you are at war with anywhere, anytime, anyhow, without getting corrupted. Yes, if you're at war with them. Guys, keep in mind, and I'm going to do a... Sorry, that was really loud. I apologize. I'm doing an Ashes crash course on the PvP. But yes, if a guild war is a legal PvP theme. It is one of the toys in the PvP toy box. If you're at war with another guild, kill them anywhere they want, except you can't kill them in their house, and you can't get into their instanced apartment. Geez, so much content these days, I'm falling behind. So much content these days, I'm falling behind. I actually forgot to, load a thumbnail for the video. People are going to start getting mad. They're going to be like, all you ever do is upload your Twitch VODs. I'm like, yeah, because all I'm ever doing is streaming. Like, oh my lord. Oh my Lanta. So I think the bigger question is, how do you save the player base from cannibalizing itself to the point of killing entire servers? Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. You have reached the audio daily double. But then why have people drop farmables on death? Risk versus reward? If there's no risk in the world, the game feels bland. But I think some of these questions, guys, are things we need to get over to Steven. This is why I need to grow as a content creator, so that the voice isn't the voice of 187 people or 77 people. It's the voice of a couple of hundred people a couple of times on a couple of streams, where like what we do is instead of doing our today's show on fast travel, we do one of these shows on the problems with the corruption system, and then we chop that up. And it can't just be me saying it. It has to be this side of the screen, like, yeah, I agree. No, I disagree. Here's why. But we're going to get there. We're going to get to that. Oh, oops. See, whenever I switch scenes, it changes the video. Let's see. Do we know yet how easily transferable drops inventory to other characters in your account? Is account bound a thing, or are most things character bound? Things aren't account bound or character bound. Most things just aren't bound. All of your alts share your point of storage, so it's really easy to transfer stuff between your characters. Imagine a guild of pure summoners coming at you in a guild war of 250 versus 750 real quick. Well, that's easy. That level of specialization's just going to get burned down by your bards. Hold on, let me mute this so I can do a poll. Ape loves his polls, man. Hold on. Alrighty, there's a poll up. The question is, what people will choose, mixed classes or pure-blooded classes? So are you going to pick a cleric plus cleric, or are you going to pick a cleric plus tank? So, where did I just put that? You get back over here. Alrighty. Do we know? Oh, summoners can't dodge those meteors. Yeah, I mean, summons aren't going to be able to dodge all that stuff. So one thing we don't know is will your AoEs have a total, like, will you hit everybody in the ground reticle, or will you only hit 8 targets? I hated some of the stuff about Arcage. It's like, oh, you're gonna you only hit 8 targets and it's random. No, if they're in the damn reticle, they get hit, period. Quick question, what is the best class and why is it Soul Weaver? Well, we don't know what the best class is. We're not going to know that for a while. Any one of these might be the best class. And here's the problem. Best is subjective. Best at what? So yeah. Best is subjective. Casuals aren't that important. They tend to not stay enough anyway. Casuals are very important. Casuals are very, very important. If you don't believe me, there are tons of studies about video games and the impact of casuals. Yes, casuals will go back to playing the new single player RPG that comes out, but they also come back when you have more content. Holy hell, if Final Fantasy 14 this morning didn't have a ton of people. Because new patch started today. Financially and for new players, casual help a lot. Plus, we want the world to be as full and alive as we can be. Yes, exactly. Exactly. What is the time frame for Alpha 2? Sometime next year. That's all I can give you. I know it sucks, but it's sometime next year. Is mailboxes going to be a thing? Yes. How will I send stuff to friends and guildies? By walking up to them and trading it to them? Risk versus reward has to be balanced well also. If everything is a high risk and rewards are negligible, people are going to get frustrated and not play. If rewards are good with little risk, it's going to get saturated. Yes, exactly. Risk versus reward has to be balanced. Is it servers or 10K online with up to 50K signups per server? Yes. However, Steven said that during a live interview that he wasn't like invited to. Well, he was invited to it, obviously. He wasn't invited to it like weeks in advance, where he like carved out an hour of his day. Like with mine, I knew my interview date like 3 weeks in advance. So I don't know if he really means 50K accounts per server with only 10K online. I am going to say, I very rarely just carpet disagree with things Intrepid says. But if Intrepid is serious with they're going to have 50,000 people online, or 50,000 accounts registered to a server and only 10K online, then they might as well just not bother launching, because their game's going to be a monumental failure. Because if you're doing primetime servers with a window where the siege events are, you don't have a successful game by telling people that they can't log in during the prime time of their window. I understand that in the world we live in, server balance is a very delicate and fickle thing. However, you don't tell 40,000 people a night that they can't play the game they're paying $15 a month to play. So they're going to have to figure something on that. Let's see. How important do you think racial augments will be? I hate the idea of being forced into a race, and I don't like based on the racial bonuses. Number one, you're never forced into a race. There will be more than one best race. Like, there will be more than one set of... There will be more than just Vec are the best healers and Renkai are the best fighters. There will be multiple races that are good at each class. Now, if you choose to min-max, okay, you can't say I'm being forced. And here's why. Nobody is forcing you to min-max. You've made the decision to min-max. Because you've made the decision to min-max, then yes, you are forced to take that class because you are chasing meta. But When people say I'm forced to take this class, no, that's a perceptional fallacy. So keep that in mind. Whenever you feel like you're being forced, I want to remind people that force very, 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 very seldomly ever is actual force. Force is normally the use of presentation of one more desirable alternative versus the other. There are very, very few situations where you're forced into a choice. Force is like Terra forcing you into a race for a specific class. Hi, you want to be seen? You haven't come around in like 3 streams. You haven't been around in a long time. This is my cat. He came looking for me because I haven't gone to bed yet. What? This is the guy that had emergency dental surgery. Oh, you gonna be shy? You know you're on the camera? You gonna be shy? Come on, let him see you. Yeah, there you go. This is the guy that went to the dentist and the dentist was like, yeah, I need to have him back tomorrow for emergency dental surgery. He had to have 4 teeth taken out. But he's gained about a half a pound since his dental surgery. He's feeling better. Hey, go play. Go find your kittens. So, do we know what the reward for joining a Monster Coin event as a monster? Yes, there are cosmetic rewards for joining the Monster Coin event as a monster. It's only cosmetic rewards. Damn, I remember there was a vid and I forgot to watch it. Who was the vid from again? There's a vid on YouTube of the tank skills. Oh yeah, that person did a really good job. Literally just said people who min-max are being forced to choose them. You're choosing your choice. Your choice was to min-max. You don't get to say I'm being forced on step 2 if you had a choice at step 1. Yeah, unless you've got a gun pointed at your head during character creation, no one forced you to do shit. Exactly. So force is exactly that. In Terra, I want to play this race, so I'm forced to play. I'm sorry, in Terra, I want to play this class, so I must be this race. In Black Desert Online, I want to play this class, so I'm forced to play this gender. I doubt he meant a hard cap of 10,000 online. Yes, everyone keeps saying this. It is a hard cap of 10,000 people online at a time. Their concurrent goal is 8,000 to 10,000. It is literally quoted about 30 times from Steven. The concurrent population is 10,000, is what they're aiming to have on the server. I don't think that they can. I don't think that they can get more than 10,000 per server. If they can, great. It's a big difference. I would thought 2 to 3 ratio would be better early months after launch. 20K online, 30K signups. Yeah, but they can't have. That's the thing. They can't have. They can't have 20K online. If they can have 20K online, then 20K online to 50K is fine. But if their server architecture only supports 10K online, that's it. That's 10. That's all they can have. Only 16 hours a day? You guys are rookies. Let me just say that having a painful tooth removed was the single busy quality of life improvement since I retired from the army. Yeah, I had the same thing, man. I bit into something one day, and I was literally in the car with my wife. My wife very rarely drives. I bit into something, and she was amazed. I took out the phone. I called the dentist. I was like, yeah, I need to come in. And they're like, okay. I said, yeah, I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. And my wife was like, you made a dentist appointment on your own. I was like, I'm in that much pain. Went into the dentist's office, and the dentist was like, yeah, the tooth needs to be root canaled, like right now. They called over to the other place, and they were like, yeah, we can get you in tomorrow because they're calling us saying. I was like, yeah, I need somebody to give me my my Valium. I can't have a dentist working in my mouth on a root canal without Valium. Went over, picked up my script for 20 milligrams of Valium, and the next day went in. If you ever have to have a root canal, just ask for Valium. You won't even remember it. Will you choose a hybrid or a pureblood? It looks like 66% of people are saying a hybrid. That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to change down the road when we get those blogs. That's a good that's a good ratio. So it's my choice to not want to play with people that don't min-max as well as people that have jobs and just do whatever is fun. Bad. So will they have an easy way to separate players so I can see who's bad and who's okay? I'm gonna be far ahead of people because I can play 16 hours a day and I'm min-max. Moving on. So I think we were talking about min-maxing wrong. Min-maxing is usually perfect best in slot setup. Now chasing min-max, we are going to go in a different argument because even casuals chase min-max. No, min-max is you do absolutely every single thing. Absolutely every single thing for every single stat point, regardless of how minuscule it is. You will play a dwarf versus a orc because you get one more strength and you're playing a fighter. That is min-maxing. Min-maxing is you absolutely cheese dick every single choice. Moving on. 200 million people decided to play as a creation. Sorry guys, we're canceling the game. I think they'd be okay. Just more servers. 7-hour streams. I know this is like a job. You know, the funny part is I'm not an employee of my own corporation. This is actually funny. Last October when I started making too much money streaming for my personal situation and my personal tax situation, I had to sit down with lawyers and accountants to figure out how can I continue to make money as a streamer. And at first it was I couldn't make any money because it was considered work. And then one of the questions that my lawyer asked was, are you going to be an employee of your corporation? I said, yeah. Why? He's like, because then you can't stream for 8 straight hours. You'd have to take a 20-minute break because you can't be filmed working for yourself for 8 straight hours because the corporation is an entity and it must give you a dinner break. And I was like, wow, that would suck. But I'm not an employee. I'm an artist. I am an artiste. I'm an independent contractor. So I don't have to take breaks. I'm thinking hybrid for leveling and pure for endgame makes the most sense to me, but this game can change that once I try the betas. Yeah, I agree. In alpha, I'm going to be doing a lot of breakdown of the classes. To be honest, you should really set aside 5 to 10 solid minutes every couple of hours to walk around and whatnot. You should. One of the things that I do, what you guys don't see me doing the whole time I'm here, is how many? 10? 10. One of the things I have a leg board, and so these are really great, guys. They have the angled things on them. So in order to make sure you're not developing blood clots, I'm sitting here most of the time, and I'm actually rocking my legs back and forth. You know, it's funny. You just gave out 10 subscriptions, and the hype train's on cooldown. You guys have gotten me a lot of hype. You guys have gotten me a lot of hype emotes. Oh, it's a mist. A mist. That emote, a mist. That emote. Hydrate. I will hydrate. Do I know when the game is actually getting released? No. All we know is that Alpha 1 starts this fall. So hopefully before 21 December. Otherwise, I got to beat up Steven because he's late. I missed, you missed it. I hit my 500 max viewers number today. Somebody rated me with like 300. That was pretty cool. Yeah, you have a nice little set of pedals under your desk like a bike. I want to do that. I also have I have the full core body workout board, but unfortunately at the moment guys are bad cuts. Bad cut. Unfortunately, the light I put up there, it's a Elgato key light, and I can't raise my desk. This is actually a sit-stand desk. So I mean, like, when I can just lift up my whole desk when I want to change how I'm sitting. But that light, if I try to stand up, this desk isn't really a good desk for streamers. My other desk should get delivered tomorrow. It's a dog bone, so it's gonna be asymmetrical. This is a left-handed like working desk. So when I bought this, I knew it wasn't gonna be 100% ideal for streaming. But I have to have a desk that's ideal for streaming and my personal work. This works for across the way. Let's see. Oh yeah, guys, Amist does this amazing show. You'll see Amist get hosted by my channel. Amist is another one of those streamers. I talked about Danny earlier in the show. Frost is another one. Frost is a streamer. Amist is one of those streamers that listens to advice. I really hate small content creators. I'm a small content creator. I'm a small content creator. I help people to try to grow, because if people are growing, it helps everybody. It doesn't just help me. Like, I'm not going to be like, this is my fiefdom. No, I want everybody to grow. Amist and I talked a couple of months ago, and she questions. We talked. Some of the advice she takes, some of it she doesn't. That's the thing about advice. You just listen to it. Maybe you don't take the exact advice, but you're like, no, I heard what you said. I heard what you said, but I decided that that doesn't work for me, but I see where you're going. So Amist is growing. She's doing an amazing Ashes show. Different flavor, not like mine. She doesn't do 18 hours of Q&A. But I do like the show she does. She actually does a really good show to the point where I can have it on the other screen and it's not distracting. So those are the best types of shows that you can have, like, instead of listening to like your spa music, she's like talking about stuff and pulling out like the cosmetics and stuff. I was like, wow, I forgot about that. Her taste in cosmetics is getting better and better. I was hanging out in her stream categorizing cosmetics, and oh yeah, Amist, Frost could be your McConnell for cosmetic streams. He really could. I'm super hyped for Ashes of Creation. Would it be worth it to buy the pack to play the alpha, or just buy beta phase 2 since it's cheaper? All right, I'm going to tell you something about Ashes of Creation, and this is not me trying to sell you packs. But before I try to not sell you packs, if you're lurking here and you haven't signed up yet, there's my referral code. Sign up for Ashes. Just make your account. I get a kickback if you sign up. If you sign up before 7th September, you get a nice little COVID statue. So I'm letting you know it's a referral link. With that said, unlike most games that do alpha phase 1 and then phase 2 and then beta phase 1, beta phase 2, and it's just more people joining, and sometimes they put up new servers, alpha 1 is going to go. And then alpha 2 people are going to join us. And then that alpha 2 server is going to be a server. That is going to be an alpha test environment. And if you look up agile software development, that is going to be a server of alpha development. When the betas come out, the betas are going to come out and they're not going to be the same mentality as the alpha 2 server. So the alpha 2 servers will continue to go on. And then the beta servers will come on. They are going to be designed to test different things. The Alpha 2 server is meant to test the organic nuances of classes, balancing, augments, questing, node systems. The betas are the stress testing of deployment, balancing on a larger thing. What am I thinking here? Can we absolutely guarantee we can put 250 versus 250 in a castle siege? So a lot of people think that the beta 1 people will be joining the alpha 2 servers. That's not how that's going to work. Alpha 2 servers are going to be on their train tracks. The beta people are going to be doing on their train tracks. Will there be a server wipe? Yes. Well, no. Hold up. Nothing from testing goes to live. Later, missed. Have fun at work. Nothing from testing goes to live. Okay? I don't want to say there's going to be a wipe because the Alpha 2 server becomes the public test realm. And this isn't going to be your ArcAge public test realm where people are living there all the time and not playing on a real server. Okay? That was bullshit. The Alpha 2 server is going to be the public test realm. If it needs to be wiped, it's going to be wiped. Okay? This isn't the you live there. If it's got to be wiped, it's got to be wiped. But there is a head start. Okay? There is a head start. And I talked about this earlier in the show. I said when Intrepid gave out when Intrepid put head start in Kickstarter, it was a mistake. I didn't mean it was a mistake Intrepid made. I said, I mean, that's what I said, but that's not what I meant. So I apologize to Steven. I did it publicly. I said, I'm sorry. That was a misspeak on my part. Because Ashes is the type of game that it is, time counts. Any advantage is an advantage. It's a competitive PvP centric game. I know they build a game as a PvX game. I call it a PvP centric game. This is one of the few places where I diverge from the official rhetoric. So there is head start. Now a couple of things. Well, a couple of things. Number one, there is head start. But before you throw your keyboard and get angry, there's only head start on certain servers. And it's only 2 days. And the node system isn't online. So all those things combined. Just, if head start is a big deal to you and your guild and none of your guild have it, just don't play on the 1 or 2 head start servers per region. Now I know some, look at this. Look at this. More subs. I know some people say, well, I want to be on server 1. Okay? Server 1 is not going to be a head start server. And I know this offends the people with Kickstarter and the OGs who think that they get to decide what server 1 is. But let me break this down for you, OGs. There's 3,500 of you per region max. There's 3,500 of you per region max that have head start. You can't even fill your own server. So you need to have your guilds go there. What's going to happen is this. You're going to say, sir, this head start server is server 1, and you're going to get pie-faced. You're going to get the Heisman, because it's going to be like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You think that the head start server is server 1, but all the guilds that, you know, don't have head start, they're going to decide that server 5 is server 1 for the PvPs. That's how that's going to work. I've tried to say that to the OGs, and they get mad at me, and I'm like, guys, even if I hadn't fucked up my Kickstarter, even if I hadn't fucked up my Kickstarter backing and I had head start, my guild doesn't have it. I wouldn't go to a head start server. I would play on the head start server, and then I would just re-roll. Like, I wouldn't use my name reservation on the head start server. I'd just go play and fuck about and stream. But how can you get head start? You can't. You could only get head start if you Kickstarted. So there's only 20,000 people who can or 20,000 plus the summer backer programs. I think that's 8,000. There's less than 30,000 people who can even get head start. It's only for Kickstarter and summer backers. That's it. So yeah, what happens if the most people buy head start and cannot get on the head start server? That's easy. They can't. Nobody can buy it. So you see, it's easy. It's fixed. It's easy. They have this fixed. Like I said though, keep in mind that the head start servers will not have the node development turned on. So you're not even going to be able to. You're not going to be able to do anything on the servers really, except maybe walk around a little bit. And you know what's killing me? I keep trying to do the The gift chest. The gift chest is always empty. I don't know why. I don't know why the gift chest doesn't work. All that crap in the... There's all those crap Prime rewards. That I have. I want to just give them away. Hopefully they can start the Head Start servers on a Tuesday and have normal release on a Friday then. Yeah, let me tell you. Steven is a gamer at heart. Steven understands what launch is. Now let me tell you something, and I know you're not gonna like it. Okay, I know you're not gonna like it. Because I didn't like it. I didn't like it during a couple of the game launches where I was a military officer and I tried to take leave for a game launch and I got told no. I understand that you want game launch to be on a Friday because you want to be on equal footing with everybody else. Okay? Having every single person trying to log into the server at the same time, coming through the 4 divine gates, having 2,500 people coming through these divine gates would absolutely suck, okay? Because they're not using phasing and they're not using sharding and they can't use that technology because it doesn't work for ashes, okay? Having the game start on Tuesday. Let's see, we do Tuesday for Head Start. So Tuesday and Wednesday is Head Start. The game starts Thursday for everybody else. And you're like, well, that sucks because I can't get Thursdays and Fridays off. I understand. But it's not about you. And it's not about me. It's about us and what's good for us. Okay? If you start the server on a Friday, it's going to be a clown fiesta. You need people. There's a reason why they start video games on Tuesday. And I know it pisses you off because you're in school or you're at work or you're in college, blah, blah, blah. They need the first waves of people to get through the divine gates and get the hell away from them. So that then, because everybody thinks that you can just put, even if the server can hold 10,000 people, they think the server can hold 10,000 people in those 4 locations. No, because you're not on one server. You're on different servers. You just have seamless transition between the servers. So you need people. You either need to be me, the no-lifer. You need to be me, and I'm going to be there. Like Final Fantasy 14, when they launched at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was there, damn it, because I wanted to be the first free company on my server, and I did it. Yes, we did. And you were alive. But you want people to be in that first wave and get the hell out of your way. Because then when you try to come in, there's actually room for you. It's like my daughter. My daughter was young. My daughter didn't understand this concept. My daughter and I went to the BTS concert. She's a huge BTS fan. She was 12 years old. I tried to get her BTS concert tickets. The concert sold out like that. Both days. Sold out. Both gone. My wife and I, my daughter wasn't crying because my daughter is a military brat. She knows to suck it up, Buttercup. Embrace the suck. We have a really good daughter. She's a really good kid. Doesn't cause too much trouble. Gets really good grades. And I said to my wife, get her tickets. I don't care what it costs. And my wife was like, I can get you front row seats. They're the only ones that are available. And it's going to be $1,600. I said, do it. Just do it. So I took my daughter to the BTS concert. Front row seats up in Chicago. We're down by St. Louis. We went up to Chicago. When we got I let her take the day off school. We drove up there. We went to the zoo, and then after the zoo, we went to dinner, and then she wanted to go to the concert right away. Well, I have PTSD. I don't want to stand in a line. You know, BTS, they're a Korean pop band. So my daughter wanted to get in line to go into the concert, and I was like, okay, it's her first front row seat concert. It wasn't her first concert. She's been to a bunch of concerts like Maroon 5, Evanescence, Lindsey Sterling, but they were her first time sitting front row. She is like, let's go, let's get in line. I was like, okay. So we're in this really long line outside the United Center. In this really long line, we're talking to people. She's having fun. I'm talking to the other parents. But we had front row tickets. So we didn't have to wait in the line. Like we could have gone to our seats anytime we wanted, because when you get down to a certain spot, you get stopped by security, you show them your tickets, and then you get to go forward. Yeah. So that I use that story because that's the launch day scenario. Why do you want to get in line to wait to get in line? You just let other people go the hell in. Let other people go the hell in, and then go to your seat. You'll take vacation days during the launch month? Yeah. No Life for Real? Yeah. Is this game close to launch? No, about 2 years. I would say 2 years. I would say not 2023. If they get to 2023 and they haven't launched, they're going to have some problems, because then they're going to be over 3 years late. But I heard somebody say, Steven, hold on, let's check the from Steven. Let's see. What has Steven said this evening? I'm walking outside my backyard for the first time, I think, in 2 months. Steven needs to start running 5Ks. They've hired 12 of the 24 people that they needed to hire. So that's good. They're almost done with their second hiring wave. Let's go over to their webpage. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do this on I'm not gonna switch this over. Intrepid Studios. You've taken your daughter to 3 of the BTS concerts. You've taken my daughter to 3 of the BTS concerts. Yeah, I forgot what it was. I was going to take her to another one, but I think we were somewhere else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They've got 16. They've got 16 positions left to fill. They should hire you as a community manager. I would support it. You know, they have a great community manager. I will say this. Sarah is an amazing community manager. Lieutenant Toast is an absolutely amazing community manager. She is on some paid time off right now. You know, that's fine. Some people think I am the community manager. I'm not. Do you pay yourself to for your commute to the office? No, I don't pay myself at all, actually. The corporation doesn't pay me. I actually take no money out of the corporation for myself. Hold on, let me roll that back in case I ever say something contrary. Corporation owes me $679 and I think like 10 cents or something for the corporation startup fees. Once I get that back, I will give that away in giveaway money, because the corporation had already earned that. I don't want to go into a really long thing about corporate tax law, but we earned a couple of $1,000s while I was a streamer, and then I pay tax on it. So there's a number. I have a dollar amount somewhere with that, but the corporation owes me $679 because I had to pay personally that fee. The corporation will pay me that back, and then that's it. That's all I'm taking from the corporation. Everything that the corporation gets will be no, the business doesn't pay me. I don't take any money. I don't take any other money out of what we make. All that 314 subscribers. That 314 subscribers will that money will go into a pool. It should hopefully be able to pay me back the loans that I had to give to the company. And then once the corporation pays me back those loans, I will give money away that way, because that was company money the first time. After that, the corporation will just earn money, and then it'll be like tit for tat. What it will be is, say I get another camera because say I get a wide angle camera because I want to do a wide angle cut. The corporation will buy me the camera out of its money. So say the camera costs $120. Corporation will buy it. I will put a corporation property of sticker on the camera, and then I will give away $120 out of my pocket, because that way the corporation's not giving you anything. So I don't have to ever track anything for Rule 503 for the IRS. I don't ever have to ask you for your name. Later. I don't ever ask you for your name or anything. You just give me an email address. I send you a gift card. But that works so much neater and cleaner because then you can win multiple contests from me and I'm not violating the law. The IRS was really cool with helping me make sure that I'm doing it all legal. As long as I pay the taxes. And I do want people to know when they're like, you made $10,000 and you only gave away $7,100. Yeah, taxes. That right there, the Paradox Gaming Network, it has to pay taxes. It's a taxable entity. Uncle Sam needs his cut too. I'm pretty sure it's 21% federal and it's 8% state. But that's why I'm not an employee. Makes life cleaner. So no, that's why I don't get paid to travel to the office. I am not an employee. Jalan, the streamer, is an independent contractor who just provides content to this channel. The person that's the real human being is the director of the Paradox Gaming Network Corporation. So, little story. May you ask what branch did you serve? I served in the United States Air Force. Was the best 14 years, 11 months, and 2 days of my life. I absolutely loved being military. I loved it. That's a clever setup. Yeah, it took a while because the trick was I'm medically retired, so I couldn't work. So this isn't working. That's why I call myself an artist. That's also why I don't take a salary, because I don't work. I'm the sole shareholder of the corporation. So, you know, business setups are weird over in America. So no wages or director's drawings. How do you make money for yourself personally? I'm retired. I'm retired from the Air Force. So when people say, well, you're doing it for the money, believe me, I'm not doing it for the money. Believe me, if I wanted to do something for the money, I would not have spent 8 hours to get roughly, what did we get? I don't even know how many we got. Hey. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Steven didn't just refer to my branch of service as the chair force. Oh, hell no. He's allowed to. He's allowed to because he did go to the Army and Navy Academy. So he gets the little brother. He gets the little brother. You were a little brother. You get to say it because you did go to an academy. But Steven just walked outside for the first time in 2 months. I'm gonna jump Steven's fence. I'm gonna pick up Silas with my right arm. With my left arm, I'm gonna grab his game design document, and I don't even have to worry. He's not. Steven's gonna be like, "Oh shit, that's Jay. I can't catch him. This guy." Anyway, that is Steven. He pops in. Steven, 8 hours, man. 8 hour Q&A stream. Think you can hang for an 8 hour Q&A stream? Boom. How about no to loot ban? Anyways, yeah. My mom was a squid, or my dad was a squid. My mom is still being taken care of to this day, even though he's no longer with us. Yeah, I will say that is the cool thing about the military. If we need another stream with Jalan, I have questions. Hey guys, don't jump Steven with a bunch of questions. He's not here to answer questions. He's just here to hang out. He watches my content. He's a person too. I know we want to treat Steven like he's an answer pinata, but he came in, he tried to roast me, calling it Chair Force, which means I have to make a video meme now. It's not gonna be pretty, Steven. You're gonna be chasing an ice cream truck. I'm just saying. Your face is going on a fat kid chasing an ice cream truck. But yeah, Steven's a person. Steven likes to talk. He likes to talk about gaming. I really hate the way people treat Steven sometime in Bacon. Bacon doesn't come on the Discord anymore because every time Bacon came on the Discord, dude doesn't even have a yellow name. He doesn't come to the Discord as a developer. He comes to the Discord as Michael Bacon, the Baconator, to talk to us. So, and then people would just constantly ask him questions. And they were mean about it. They were like jerks about it. So why do you think the guy doesn't come around anymore? Now, I will say, you know, Steven does kind of set himself up for it sometimes because, you know, he leaks us stuff like this. And Steven, everybody was saying we need, we need, why are the dwarves so skinny? Hopefully, I said, Steven, I said, hopefully this was put on the current working dwarf model to show off the armor, not the dwarf beard, you know, but people are concerned. I said, don't be concerned. I said, don't be concerned. The dwarves are going to get fat. The dwarves aren't going to do 5Ks either, Steven. So it's going to be okay. So now we know Steven's going to be playing a dwarf mage because they're the ones that don't do 5Ks. It's a fake dwarf. Mage has some OP skills at the moment compared to the other classes. Reminds me of a certain demonologist on Arcage. Yeah, that's not fat, it's muscle. Yeah, a lot of people are seeing this content, and I've been sharing the same content, although I did think about the content. I did pull down the March pre-alpha footage as well, so we get some other stuff. But yeah, keep in mind that you're seeing a taste. This is a taste. You're only seeing a taste of the alpha. There's still a lot more. Don't paint all dwarves with a thick brush. Oh yeah, all I gotta say is that I need to see some updated Vec concept art, because the only Vec concept art we have makes me look like I'm a goblin. Oh, and the stream agreed, Steven. The stream agreed. Get rid of anything that could be a furry Talnar and insect Talnar. We need insect Talnar. We need to make this happen. Hashtag insect Talnar. But yeah. Oh yeah, there's Margaret's cat. Margaret had her cat in her stream. Oh. We need Vec models. Yes, we do. Is there an Ashes of Creation gear store? There used to be. Oh, my daughter took it upstairs. It needed to get washed. I have a hoodie. Oh wait, hold on. I have gear. I have gear. I have my merch. I have my merch. I got my Ashes of Creation. I got my Ashes of Creation hat. It was funny. I got the hat, and then my wife got me the hoodie. No, you can't buy this anymore. This is OG. This is G14 classified gear. This is G14 classified gear. This is their original merchandise. Steven's kind of crazy. Steven has a bunch of stuff. Steven has a bunch of stuff that he's trying to get done. I really feel bad. I do not have the red hat. No. Bad. No. I will say, Steven, your red hat, as a marketing guy from years and years and years ago, the red hat was brilliant. The red hat was brilliant. I can't believe that every single PAX reviewer that year, when they talked about, it was like every single PAX reviewer talked about how amazing Ashes was and how their booth was. Your booth was amazing, but then they all talked about the hat, like what was with that hat, and that was kind of rough. That was kind of rough. So we don't talk about the hat, but let's not forget, guys. Let's not forget that Steven paid off Asmongold. I think you guys will be able to. I'm gonna have to bring this over here. These are little tongue-in-cheek little things that I do. This is a very old marketing campaign that worked really well. So the hat thing, man, from a marketing perspective, I was like, yeah, that worked. I'm kind of trying to peek out over the side of this so you guys can read it. But will there be sea bosses that require ships to do? Yes. Like Kraken and Leviathan and Arcage. Yes. There will be. There will be. The big thing with that is Steven wants the Steven, yeah, he wired the money while driving to Vegas. Steven wants the ocean to be open. He wants the ocean to be populated with content versus like Arcage, where there was like a smattering of content. Steven wants it to be meaningful. He loved the naval content. So yeah, that's the thing. Also, this is my Nodes by the Sea example. You got, this is, you know, I make these because I'm a visual thing. I'm a visual guy. You got your Kraken there, you know, so you might set sail and you might have a Kraken attack your port city. Now is the time for Insectalnar. Yes, hashtag Insectalnar. We need Insectalnar. That's a thing. Will you be able to yeet people off ledges with spawning your mountain, despawning it, and then spawning it again to push them? God, I hope not. That was so dumb. What is this about the hat? Okay, this is the Ashes of Creation ball cap. And then they had a red ball cap that said, make MMOs great again. That looked an awful lot like a Republican president's Make America Great Again hat. It was a very good tongue-in-cheek play on words. It got no humor. People just thought it was apolitical and they just got upset about it. Make MMOs great again and no ball to release it at Friday. Yeah. It got political as always. Everybody takes everything so politically now. Like everything. Although I will say, somebody was ragging on Southwest Airlines, and I had just flown Southwest Airlines, and they were like, I flew 4 times the other day, and blah, blah, blah. And Southwest is the only airline that didn't offer hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes. Like, I flew Southwest Airlines, and all you had to do was ask. And Southwest was like, hey, can you please contact us? And I did. And they were like, give us your Rapid Rewards number. And I did. And they gave me 5,000 Rapid Reward points. They're like, thanks for tweeting. It's unfortunate, really. Wearing a mask is a political issue when it should be a public health and safety issue. Yes, agreed. I remember the Make America Great Again guild in Classic WoW relaunch. It was Make Azeroth Great Again. And they still had to change the name. People are no fun. Yeah. You know, I really wanted to have the I'm with Ashes cap also, but couldn't get it. Steven, get the merchandise, man. We got to get merchandise. You are on like a high hype, or can you just give me permission? I will sell the merchandise. I will sell the merchandise. Just give me a letter that allows me to use the logo. I will set up a Design by Humans store. We will make money. We'll just print it. We'll just print it. It doesn't matter. Use Design by Humans. People will still buy it. Gamers Rise with the Phoenix. Yeah, doesn't matter. I'll just start taking their cosmetics and putting them on T-shirts. Here you go. You guys just give me the transparent backgrounds every month. I'll put them in my Design by Humans store. We're good. You don't even have to worry about it. We're just give me the letter saying I can do it. I got this. Tomorrow, Jalon makes $875,000 in merchandise. See, I don't understand why more games don't do merch. Merch is like free money. Do game companies not like free money? Yeah, it's just agreed. Steven's got so much on his plate, though. I was really hoping that they would get moved into the studio and he would at least sleep like 35 more minutes a night. And then, of course, they move out of their old studio and San Diego County is like, no, you can't go to work. Yeah, Steven's got so many things to do. I heard you got 12 out of 24 people hired, though. You're like going strong. Like if Trying Amigo actually had rights to sell Arcade merch, they would make a lot of money, or at least they would have if it done it was Arcade was actually big. Yes. Like I'll tell you right now, I love my hat. Okay, I love my hat. I love my sweatshirt. If they had the sweatshirts up, I would buy them. If they had the new logo on the sweatshirt, I'd have it. I will say though, Steven, I do have to compliment you guys. I don't, like I said, my daughter took my sweatshirt up because it needed to be washed. You guys had the logo on the inside, the logo on the sleeve, and the logo on the back. That was an amazing hoodie. Like I did merchandise 20 years ago, so I know the price of just putting your logo on the back. You guys didn't spare any expense. Like I don't know if you guys saw this, but this is my ball cap for Ashes of Creation. This is an official one. So there's their logo on the front. And this is expensive. This is expensive to do this level of embroidery. This isn't like, I don't want to like turn this. I don't really know if I can get a good look in there. That's not like cheap embroidery. This is like a really well done embroidered hat. Like this hat's a couple of years old and I don't have any pulled stitches. But then on the back, guys, Ashes of Creation is embroidered. This isn't like a cheap press-on screen. This is like deep embroidered. So, in a couple of years when we're no longer under a virus, I'm just going to show up at their next PAX wearing my hat and my hoodie and just stand there. I'm just going to live stream. It's going to be like, all right, guys, we're stalking the Intrepid people. I'm streaming from a phone. Actually, by that point, I'll probably have enough subscribers I can buy a backpack gear. Yeah, he only wants high quality. So, yeah. I don't know if you've been around to hear it, but Nika the Great passed away the other day. Am I going to be an idiot because I don't know who this is? Am I supposed to know this person? Posture check. Yeah, I'm sitting wrong. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 14 minutes. I've been doing this. Steven, we had a very good conversation about the family travel system. I gotta sit down. I gotta sit down and we gotta get some wiki updates done. I gotta talk to Lex. There's a few key pieces missing off the wiki on the family travel thing. And I didn't know about the family travel thing because, Steven, I'm kind of disappointed in you. You released all the good stuff while I was at Disney World. Try 24-hour stream. I will be doing a 24-hour stream, actually. Steven has said that they are doing Extra Life again this year. And since they are going to do Extra Life and I will be in my office, I will do a 24-hour stream to go along with Intrepids. So I will be doing that. I will join their Extra Life for charity. In fact, Frost, put a pin in the I need you to help me make sure I know what I'm doing with Extra Life. Frost is one of my network officers, and he's one of my moderators. He'll make sure I'm all squared away with that. Because as we learned, I can't even Google. Might want to describe. No, I'm not going to describe the combat issue for Steven. It's 11 o'clock Steven's time. If I'm going to get, like I told you guys, here at the Paradox Gaming Network, we don't say this sucks. We say this sucks because, and then we go a little bit beyond that and we say we have a concern about this. And Steven will tell you, I send Steven PowerPoints. I send him PDFs. I will get that typed up. I'm not just going to jump him at 11:15 at night. I'm going to send it to him with some meat. And like, this is what was talked about. This is what Steven has. We've talked about the corruption system. I will tell you guys later. One less called in bed. Later, Steven. Thanks for stopping in. It's always cool when you do. I will tell you. Oh, Prime. Thank you. Did my headset die? No, it didn't. There it is. I will tell you guys, in the 2019 interview I did with Steven, we talked about the corruption system, and he said, I absolutely hear what you're saying, and we're going to talk about it. Now that I finally understand what the community is saying, I will write it up in a way that explains it so that Steven can see what we're talking about. But I'm not, like I said, Steven pops in. I don't treat Steven like the CEO of Intrepid. I don't treat him like a loot pinata. We talk about stuff. Like, I would rather honestly have the discussion about the merchandise, just so he sees you guys are interested in the merchandise. I can get him anytime. You need to make sound bites of you saying prime or boom and have it. Oh, you know what? Alert. Custom alert. I might do that. You guys got to realize I'm trying to do a lot of things. And so I like suggestions like that. Like, people are like, you need emotes, and I'm trying to see if this artist has woken up. I'm actually glad Steven popped in. I was gonna peace out, and I was gonna peace out, and then Steven pops in, and so that just adds 15 more minutes to the thing. Oh, I did. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. One moment. Oh, I hate Fiverr, because I had sent the guy instructions, and then it's like, I've sent you a custom offer, and it's like, okay, well then why didn't it copy over the but yeah, the guy accepted the let me make sure, because I'm about to see. Oh, okay. One quantity of 6 emotes. 1 second, guys. I want to not screw this up. I am not an aficionado at Fiverr. One second. I'm gonna mute my mic so you don't hear me typing. All right, what is it asking me for? Submit requirements. Oh, okay. I see what it's asking me for. Like, literally. One more moment. I'll mute my mic one more time. Sorry. No, I realized I had already said that. Okay. Where the fuck is submit? Oh, start order. Wow. When you've been streaming for 8 hours and 22 minutes, start order and start over are two radically different things. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about doing a 24-hour stream. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. So Fiverr is rolling. And again, that's one of those things that comes out of my pocket. Because they're for my channel. The business doesn't pay for that. The business doesn't pay for that one. So that was a little bit left of the money that, you know, was there. So yes, custom alerts. I will tell you guys, I used to have custom alerts. But then this new DCMA thing, my custom alerts were really kind of funny. Of course, everybody thinks their own stuff is funny, but I thought my custom alerts were really funny. And then they were so low quality that it made them hilarious. And then DCMA hit and I had to change it. So sorry if I ignored you for a few minutes while I was hitting the button. But that guy's in Indonesia, so if I didn't hit send now, we would be there. Can't you write it off on your taxes because I use it for work? No. Long story short, this channel is owned by my corporation. I own my corporation, but I'm an artist. I'm a performing artist that makes no money. I don't want money. I'm good. It's my hobby. What will happen is, once all the money is shuffled around and all the loans to me are paid off, what I'm just going to do is when that loan is paid to me, I'm just going to take 55, whatever the bill was, off the top. So yeah, we'll be good. Let's see. Man, you're still at it after 8 hours. This is going to be a long video. Yeah, we're good. I was going to close up at 8 hours, but since you're already at 8 hours and 24 minutes and we had a Steven pop in, you might as well just go for 9 hours. You guys need to, I need you to just tease my fellow Ashes of Creation content creators. If you see an Ashes of Creation content creator do like a 1 hour show, just razz them. Just razz them for me. Just be like, you're only doing an hour. You're only doing 2 hours. Jay does 9. Jay does 8 hours. Jay does 7 hours. Jay has 50 hours of Q&A. Just fuck with them. Just fuck with them. It's just gonna be funny. Go to Crowjack. Crowjack is gonna stream. Everyone's gonna be like, "You're not doing 9 hours." Crowjack's gonna PM me and be so pissed. Oh. I asked an artist for a box purchase like that. Oh wait, did I miss something? Might want to consider an artist to do the whole thing so it's cohesive. New overlay, emotes, new badges, new animations. Yeah. The thing is that there will come a time where I have enough money in the corporation where I can literally just say, I'm going to a professional studio and I want the whole kit and caboodle done. I want 2 different stream decks done. I want merchandise. It'd be like, yeah, it's going to be like $5,000. But if we can get to that level, and not have it coming out of your guys' pocket, you know, just go and get the whole thing done. Neat, clean, 2 different versions. Like this one that I'm using, is a Assassin's Creed layout. I think it works nice for Ashes, but since I know that it's not Ashes specific, you know, I might go to an artist and get a specific one done, and then the members of my stream team would get that. Because I am hoping to make Twitch partner. You guys have been amazing. It's really like a grassroots organization. I need your guys' help. You know, the next time I stream, if you guys can be like, hey, if your guild is interested in Ashes of Creation, you don't have to explain anything. This is the trade-off. This is the trade-off I offer you. You tell your guild about my content, and then you don't have to teach them anything. I will teach them. So that's the trade-off. Send me all your noobs. Send me all of your new and confused people. Let's see. If I go summoner, can I sleep while I let my pets do the killing? No. Your pets, as a summoner, your summons will do stuff. but you still have to act through your summons. Now that sounds great. What does it mean? I have no idea. That's just what we were told. What class will have the most anti-CC, like Rootbreaker? Tank, as always? No. And let me talk about that really quickly. We don't know what the augments are going to do, but that's a very good point. Tanks usually do have a lot of CC break. So anything that's in the tank column, their augments might be a lot of anti-CC. So that's a possibility. Please enable enable. Oh yeah, enable additional Twitch emotes. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys, nothing has made it to the right lists tonight. Oh, it's under my hat. Let me put this. If you guys ever, just so you guys know, if you're new to my show, because a lot of you are, because there's 160 of you that have been here for like 8 hours, that's amazing. Enable additional Twitch emotes. There's a couple of different things you want to do if you want to make sure something gets in the right place. If you see me writing it, ask me what color I'm writing it on. Right now, we're doing yellows, and this all gets moved to another list tomorrow morning. If I write it in my notebook, I may not review my notebook for a few days because I have a lot of things on my list of things to do. So if you say something like, please enable these things, and I start writing it, be like, hey, where are you writing it? Let's see. Will there be mounts other than horses, like snails and flying tortoises? Yes. If you go to the wiki and you look up cosmetics, one of the section is going to be the cosmetic mounts. One of the sections will be the cosmetic mounts. So I've got my undead horse right there. I've got my undead, my torn up elk. I have the otter. I have the scale runner, I think. I don't even remember what I have. So every time I say I'm not going to buy any more, cosmetics, Steven just comes out and makes another damn great cosmetic. Margaret has been doing the text direction for the cosmetics lately, and oh my god. Oh, and you know what? I have more than this. I gotta update the darker side slide. I need to add the. I forgot to put the edgy ones from 2 months ago on there. So yeah. Let's see. Please be flying pigs with the pigs having small wings. Tony, there is actually a cosmetic pet that is a pig. I think with wings. I actually think there is. Hold on. Cosmetics. I think there's. My wife's gonna wake up and be like, what the hell? I'll be like, don't worry about it. I don't sleep anyway. If I didn't have a family and I didn't have a delivery coming tomorrow, I would just turn this into a 24-hour stream just to be like, Steven would wake up and I'll be like, I'm still at it. Give me merch. Hashtag Insectalnar. Hey guys, everybody, if you have Twitter, follow me on Twitter and we're going to do an Insectalnar. Hashtag Insectalnar. We're just going to do it. Where's the pig? Wasn't there a pig? Am I crazy? Oh, pet skins. Yes. Where's the pig? We had a pig. Oh, here it is. Yes, there is a pig. It's the truffle trotter. I'm bringing it into the stream right now. This is the pig. There was a pig. Desktop. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. See? Pig with little wings. Yeah, the truffle trotter. Pretty sexy pig. Let's see. The only people I've seen with super high quality production stuff personally is Ninja Shroud and Dr. Disrespect. Rest of the big streamers seem to just meme it up and it works fine. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The reason why that I would spend that kind of money and get the full panel done is because I would do it for my stream team. But I would only do it for my stream team if we started like turning like major, if I make Twitch partner and we get some advertising deals, some sponsor deals, I would do that. Obviously, I'm not going to go $5,000 out of pocket if I'm only making like, you know, $8 a year. That's another one of those things, guys. Your referral codes, signing up with my referral code helps me do stuff like that. It costs you nothing, but when you make purchases, I get a kickback. It's an affiliate system. It's not a pyramid scheme, in case anybody, you pyramid scheme. You know, some of us got you covered on our own panels. Yeah, man, you got Frost's entire setup is slick. I really like Frost's stream. I need to get him streaming. Going on. It'd be nice to have a media section of 101, like for hype videos, lore videos, or even a collection of your videos, all with links. 101.com. You mean like, I'm just gonna ask, do you mean, oh, you hush. I don't sleep when a cat tells me to. Oh, you mean like a video library link that takes you to content creator stuff in the node system and PvP and Ashes 101 videos? Would that be a nice thing? A media section on Ashes 101? would that, well, where the hell's my hand? Would that be it? Wow, I need to map. I can't wait till I'm upstairs and I can map out where my camera lines are. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna hit 9 for sure. I'm just doing 9 now because I'm doing 9 now for the memes. That way you guys can just jerk with all the other Ashes of Creation content creators and be like, hey. No, that cat, the one that's yelling at me right now is the Tabby. She's mad because the girls are upstairs and they probably closed the door. Did they state how far we can go with a second tree and an artisan tree if we max out one? If we max out one artisan tree, you can do some stuff, but we don't know. We don't know how deep you can go. We haven't even seen the artisan system. We're going to be seeing that later. Your new setup is always exciting. I just set up my new desk today. Got some cable management to do though. Yeah, do I have the picture? I don't know. Do I have the dog bone picture? I started to clean my desk. I started to clean my desk among the other like 900 things I was doing. I got a dog bone. I got a dog bone desk coming. That's going to be great for sanity. 9 hours, 1 minute for the meme. Yes, we're going to do 9 hours and 1 minute for the meme. And then it's just going to be like, you know, I'm not even that tired, but I know I have a long day tomorrow. Well, I know I'm not even that tired, and I could do this for a few more hours and then just be like, hey, Jalon streams more at midnight to 3 in the morning than you guys do all day. Just to mess with them, just to motivate them. Another reason I'm excited about Ashes is because of the crafting system. Seems to be designed as a core component of the game and not a last minute add-on. Yes. Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back. I don't know what that cat is doing. Sorry about that. They get a little destructive when they're upset. They get a little obstructive. I got a standing rising desk. So yes, that's what I got. I have this right here is a uplift desk, sit stand desk. Like I said, I'm going to be so happy once the new desk is in. I move that panel light. So when I'm working down here again, I can stand up. And I can game standing up. The big problem is that I don't want to keep raising and lowering that panel light, and I can't really do that panel light right If I turn it any more, the way this desk is set up, it's right in my eyes. I know it's like really bright on my forehead, but that's okay. A couple of more days. It's like the desk wasn't even supposed to ship until 25 August, and they're shipping it. But I'm really praying. I am praying that the guy. I am praying that they read the instructions right. Because if they sent me the wrong color legs, the legs are what we're on back order. If they sent me the wrong color legs, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit how much they take off. Unless they take off the whole cost of the desk. I'll pay for all the peripherals. But I'm going to be like, I don't give a shit that you spent like $300 on shipping. I didn't pay for it. You sent it. You got to hear this quick. I don't care. Because it was only white legs in stock. I didn't want white legs. Be like, nope. Sorry. Come get it. Well, you're going to need to ship it back to us. I'm going to need to do a fucking damn thing. I'll just tell them. Be like, nope. Yeah, the desk is black. It's like this one. The desktop is black. The legs are black. Some people do like white legs. They do industrial legs or gray legs. I wanted black. So if they shipped it to me with any color legs and they're going to try to do this, they're going to be like, oh, well, we'll give you $200 off. No, you come get them. And then if they're like, well, you're going to have to ship it back to us. I'm like, well, I'm not going to have to do anything. And I'll just get the credit card company involved. Be like, watch the magic of Discover and the chargeback. My stream freeze? No, we're good. So yeah, spray paint black. No, I wouldn't do that. Not for what I paid for this desk. No. This desk was $1,200, so no spray paint. The desk I'm sitting at now is $1,100. So yeah, this company, this whole desk is a standing desk. It's not a very desk where only the desktop like pops up. This whole thing goes up. I mean, as long as I can do my artisan tree well with nice returns on my time investment, then I'm set. I'm usually crafting nonstop in games. Yeah, you should be able to. You know what would make the crafting system even more exciting? Skill-based minigames. No. Hell no. No. Skill-based minigames are great for about the first 10,000 times that you are crafting. Like Final Fantasy 14. It's awesome. It's amazing. However, what ends up happening is I don't even pay attention. I'm so overgeared for the Final Fantasy 14 crafting. Everything is pentamelded, everything is overmelded. I just run macros and I high quality 100% of the time. I don't want to sit there with stupid mini games. It's fun for first few times, and then you just get tired of it. And by the first few times, I mean like the first 10,000 times you craft. That's great, but it's annoying at this point. Did Steven or Margaret pop in during the stream? Steven did. And did they drop some new knowledge? Maybe. I don't know. That's the benefit. That's the benefit of being here when Steven pops in. So yeah, Death Proxy gets it all the time. Death Proxy and Death's Proxy are two different people. That is a rough life, man. That is a rough life. I'm gonna be honest. You know. You know, you'll have to watch all 9 hours on YouTube then. Good. No, Steven popped in. He didn't talk about Ashes. We talked about merchandise a little bit. He listened to some stuff and then he peaced out. That's why you make it optional to get bonus quality. Leave auto-crafting in for the fools that don't want to have to play the same minigame 500,000 times in a row. I shouldn't have to play the minigame to get the bonus quality. I should get I should have and the good thing is they're not going to be any mini games because they've already said no. But I should not have to play the mini game to get bonus quality. I just shouldn't. It's a bad system. It's a bad system. I understand that crafters want to have meaningful gameplay too, and that's fine. But it makes the system tedious. And the problem is that when you say, for the people that don't want to play the same minigame 500,000 times in a row, it means you've made your system tedious. I mean, honestly, Final Fantasy 14, I just click autocraft and I make the stuff. Should people have to play the minigame of managing cooldowns in combat to get bonus damage over auto attackers? People who play the minigame of managing cooldowns do get the bonus. The problem is that there are also people that roll their face across the keyboard. Yeah, you run into the problem that if you make crafting too tedious, then you only have a couple of people who do it, and that just doesn't work. Yeah. What is the fun after doing it 10,000 times? I could see if you were going to put a mini game in for very specialized things that you're only going to do occasionally. The problem is that now you've added in too much of an RNG factor, because if I only play the mini game occasionally, what happens if I fuck up the mini game? It's very difficult to add a mini game in for crafting that's good when you need it and not there for the rest of the time. What are we talking about with crafting? The minigame versus I load my stuff in and I hit load. Gathering 2, no, I don't want minigames when I gather. I want to walk up to the node, I want to hit gather, and I want to be on my way. The minigame was great in Final Fantasy for about, the original one in Final Fantasy 14 with the pulsing, the pulsing thing or the tree thing, that was good for about, an hour. If you fuck it up, how is that RNG? Well, it depends on your minigame. Final Fantasy 14's minigame is no longer RNG. Well, it is RNG again. So it has shifted between being RNG to being non-RNG to being back to RNG. RNG in Final Fantasy 14 is, I don't know when my proc is going to be excellent, outstanding, fair, or poor. Or is it just poor, normal? It's poor, normal, excellent. So it's possible that when I've lined up like great strides and this and everything lines up, I just happen to pop a poor status so that when I hit craft, I get only a 33% result instead of the 500% result. So yeah, there will be no labor system. So there's no artificial labor, anything. When you go for realism, the first sacrifice you make is speed. Feels tedious and slows everything down. Yes. Oh my God, you're still streaming. Yes, I am. 8 hours and 45 minutes later. I'm just having fun now. Now I'm just being stupid. I was about to sign off at 8 hours and Steven popped in. I thought you were talking about a known skill mini game component on a craft that you're doing and you failed to perform well. No. Yeah. If there's no RNG on it, then it's not RNG. But it's when the statuses can change, and now all of a sudden you were like, I procced lower. You missed Steven. Yes, you did. Steven's like Dumbledore, man, on the magic cards. He pops in, but he can't stay around forever. It's also Final Fantasy 11 had it where if you're facing southwest, you're facing southwest on a fire's day during a waxing moon, you might get a +1. Yeah, that's crazy too. Let's see. Why is there only 2 things in the artisan system? In the processing system? There's not. there's only two things with a hard quote confirmation. There is more than this to the artisan system, but the wiki and I both follow the same sort of rule that unless we have a hard quote that says this exists, like I'm 100% certain there's going to be one that goes from lumberjacking for logs to process to milling. There's going to be probably a looming. There's going to be those things. But I only have these ones because they're the only confirmed ones. I'm not asking you to come up with an answer. It's just weird to me. But why fishing and not anything else? It just seems people think that things should be how they've always been. It's not that people think how they've always been. Those mini games exist in games, and they just suck. They just absolutely suck. If you want to know how badly they suck, and you haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, go download Final Fantasy XIV. It's free and play it, and you're gonna realize how much it sucks. It's cool, like the first couple of 100 times you do it. And then it's literally like, this sucks. I remember playing MUDs a long time ago where the enchantment system was heavily based on the position of the game's 3 moons. There used to be a Final Fantasy XI clock out of game that you could buy from them, that you could program to tell you when it would be a Fire's Day with a new moon and this, and it would tell you what real world day that would happen. And there you are, you're calling in sick to work that day. And you're like, yeah, I'm not feeling well. I can't come to work. And they're like, why? Oh, I have to craft. What? Don't worry about it. You wouldn't understand. So, all right, I'm going to do that because my eyes are starting to burn. If someone comes and tries to fight me while gathering, I wouldn't want to be doing some minigame. Minigame on fishing makes sense because fishing a big fish without a minigame would be boring. No, I do see the point. Like, why is it only fishing? I could see, again, the problem is I could see a minigame on raid bosses. Okay, I could see a minigame on gathering on raid bosses, but then you wouldn't be proficient at it because the only time you would practice the minigame would be on raid bosses. So I get it that it should be more engaging. However, not everybody wants to do it all the time. Now, I could see if there was, what did they put in Final Fantasy 14 in the last patch? And I got one of the titles because I'm a masochist and I gathered a whole bunch of stuff. They put in the diadem back, and you go to the diadem for gathering things and the Ishgardian restoration. I could see if they put in a gathering minigame that was optional, that did not provide higher quality materials, processed goods, or finished goods, but that was for the leaderboard, for a minigame leaderboard, that you do them. And I don't think you should have to complete any bonus minigames. I just like the idea of massively experienced crafters being well known for being the best at what they do. Just like the best PvPers can be well known for playing the cooldown combat minigame. And I disagree with you, and we can disagree, but I don't want to have to play a minigame, but I'm still going to be a serious crafter. I just don't want to have to deal with that bullshit every single time I'm trying to craft. It's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. Because I don't have to play a mini game to PvP. That's the thing. You're calling PvP a mini game, and it's not. It's combat. But like I said, I would be okay with a mini game, an optional mini game that doesn't provide any higher quality materials, but you get the E-peen, like kind of like the Arcage Blue Salt the blue salt planted things, the Xperia plants, even though that was all RNG, I could totally see you doing something like a mini game. If you want, like a competitive mini game for gathering, crafting, and processing, I could see that. I could definitely see that. And I'd be okay with them creating mini games for that if there was enough background, if enough interest. You finally managed to watch me live. Yes, in the last 8 minutes of my show. Well, it was 11 minutes when you posted it. If there's no tangible benefit to doing well in a minigame, then what's the purpose of playing the minigame? For a position on the leaderboard. And that's why we do the Ishgardian Restoration, just for a position on the leaderboard. What if the minigame shortened the time to fishing, like 6 seconds minigame? No, because that's a tangible benefit. And now you're talking gold per hour. I want to say, you're not seeing leather working or cloth working, you only see smelting. Yes, because I only have a hard citation for smelting, but we've seen a weaver's station. We've seen a leather working freehold skin. We just need a quote from them. Really looking forward to the religion system. What are the benefits of a religious metropolis over others? I can't tell you what the benefits of divine nodes are, because the divine node and the military node blogs are not done. I really hate to harp on the point, but MMO combat isn't real combat, just like MMO crafting isn't real crafting. Maybe it doesn't seem like a minigame because there's no core to the genre, and has been for decades, but it's still just a game. And this isn't me telling you or anyone to put it in the game. This is more of a conceptual talk. Yes, but as I've told you, it's in a game. It is in a game, and it sucks. It sucks so much that literally you either let me tell you how bad it sucks in Final Fantasy. And they're the game that perfected the minigame of crafting. They acknowledge that it sucks so much that if the recipe is 10 levels below you, when you start the craft, there is literally an icon that is glowing that lets you hit the button and automatically make it a high quality. I can automatically high quality any level 70 or below item with one button push because Yoshi acknowledged it sucks. It's so bad, it's so piss poor of a minigame that people pentameld their gear so that I can literally, any item in the game, I can literally throw it in there and I can hit 8 and it'll do 15 steps of crafting, and that's as many steps as I can have in my macro. And then I hit 9 and it does every step of my macro and it high qualities it. It's such a bullshit system, okay, that I can brute force every single item to high quality. So the only thing at that point the minigame is doing is wasting my time. But yeah, go and play that minigame. And what I want you to do is play that minigame. You can play for free to level 60 now. Just run around. Run around, get access to the gold saucer, go upstairs. This is important. Get access to the gold saucer, go upstairs and do the mining and the lumberjacking minigames. Those were the original versions of the Gathering ones. People rioted. But when you do the crafting, never use autocraft. And every item, try to high quality. And it's fun a couple of times. It's fun a couple of times. But after that, you're literally like, I hate my existence. And then when you get to level 80, you just brute force it. So what's the point of having it if I can just brute force it? Yeah, I was talking about the Final Fantasy mini games for mining and crafting that were in the original version that are now in the casino. And then I ain't doing no puzzle while trying to chop down a tree. Yeah. Break time. No break time. I'm leaving in 4 minutes. 4 minutes, I'm taking a bath and going sleep time. I should go dunk myself in my hot tub. It's 2 in the morning. Who gives a shit? Just go out in my hot tub, right? I probably will, actually. I'm probably going to do it. I'm going to fucking do it. I'm going to jump in my hot tub. I don't think it should be no benefit. I still think an optional minigame should add some benefit. Yeah, I disagree. Because it's no longer optional if it gives a benefit. It's mandatory. 4 more minutes, we can do it. Some dude comes and smacks me in the head and steals my tree after I finish that minigame. Allow us to agree to disagree. Yeah, it's a good discussion. It's a good discussion. If you could give me a minigame that doesn't suck, I'll play it. Give me a minigame that doesn't suck, I'll play it. Give me a minigame that's not monotonous, I'll play it. Absolutely. Or I'll play EVE Online where I have to balance my lasers. I just want to say, guys, I'm gonna bop over to my couch here. This is the talking couch. Oh. Did I miss this fishing conversation? We'll have to watch the VOD. I love sports fishing. Oh yes. There will be a mini game attached to the deep sea fishing. There will be a mini game for the deep sea fishing. What if the mini games are only for high level uncommon crafts you aren't going to do very frequently? I would say that would be good, except you wouldn't be very proficient at them because you wouldn't be doing them all the time. I'm going to make a note. We're going to add this back on. We're going to do the artisan system and we're going to do a discussion on mini games. We're going to do that as a segment. And then what I want to do is I want to have time to prep that. Okay. So, discussion on mini games, artisan segment. So what you guys saw at the beginning, let me switch over here. For those of you that weren't here 9 hours ago, I've taken some of your feedback. So at the beginning of the show today, we had this going on. So you saw there was a segment currently in process and I wasn't doing open questions and answers. I also figured I was going to stop streaming like 5 hours ago, but that's okay. I thought I was going to do like a 4-hour show. As long as you guys are hanging out with me, we're going to keep doing these. As long as we keep growing. And we hit 500 people at one point today. So the next time I do this, it's going to be like the artisan system, and I'm going to put some stuff out. I'm going to have some, I'm going to have some videos together, like this one, or like this one. So I'm going to have some stuff together. So we can talk, get your opinions, my stuff. I'm also doing it so I can download this video tonight. And I can chop up the segment, put the segment on YouTube so that people that don't want to watch a 9-hour live stream. With that said, I am going to look at this guy. Please tell me, stay in the station, Choo Choo. Stay in the station. Stay in the station. Oh, you know what? I gotta log into there real quick. I realized I moved that up, and then I was like, why isn't this up here? And then I realized it's not up there because the alerts need to go there. Let me fix this one real quick before I'll forget. What are we talking scene? Yeah, edit. We're gonna edit live, man. We're editing live. Probably dangerous to be editing live because I'm kind of tired. Yeah, he's coming in clutch with those gifted subs. Let me see. And like I told you, you guys heard, more emotes are coming. I just talked to the artist, actually. We sent the order in. So 1 6-pack of new emotes. We're going live, fuck it, yeah. All right. Are we done? We're done. 9 hours, guys. 9 hours. You guys are amazing. I thank you all for sharing my content with people. I'm gonna kind of link spam you here for a second. If you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation, there's my referral link. Please sign up for Ashes of Creation. Sign up using my referral link. I need money to do the cool things like get more emotes and stuff. That's where all that money goes. Ashes 101. Yeah, 901. Might as well go to 10. No, I want to jump in my hot tub. My phone's gonna ring. I'm gonna be getting a delivery. It's like if I leave my phone on ring, I'm gonna get a bunch of messages. If I don't leave my phone on ring, I'll miss their call. Ashes 101. If you're looking for more information, ashes101.com is my website. It's not perfect. I'm gonna be talking to developers. If you're an HTML person and you can spare a couple of hours, hit me on Discord at Jalon #0001 or on my Discord. I got some questions. I can't figure out some stuff yet. Maybe you can help. I'd appreciate that too. Thanks for the great time from me. No, thanks for the great time from you guys. If you saw on my Twitter, get a job that you love. You'll never work a day in your life. These streams have been amazing. I don't even feel like I'm working. My throat feels like I'm dying, but I don't feel like I'm working. I'm going to get out of here or I'll talk for another 20 damn minutes. You guys are great. I got video editing to do, a desk to build. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to go drown myself in my hot tub, not in real life.